I hadn't given my new temporary home much thought when I'd accepted the position as head chef at the Fated Encounters B&B. The only thought that ran through my head was that I would have my very own kitchen. This was an opportunity of a lifetime for me, a resume builder to help me rise in the ranks to lead me to my ultimate goal. Perhaps I should have considered the location a bit more before jumping the gun. I knew nothing about this town, besides the fact that they were, apparently, obsessed with doves. Dove's Fountain was packed, though that wasn't surprising, given it was a Sunday and this was the only pub in town. I looked around the patrons, most of whom were in shorts and tank tops, and once again contemplated how I was going to survive the next 6 months here. If the locals thought this was beachwear weather, I shivered just thinking about the upcoming months. "Tourist?" the bartender guessed with a grin as he eyed my jacket. He was a blonde dude who didn't look legal enough to serve alcohol, but considering none of the locals batted an eye at him behind the bar, I wasn't going to question it either. "Is it that obvious that I'm an outsider?" I replied as I shucked off my outerwear and sank onto the single free bar stool. "Well, considering it's practically still summer here and you're dressed for sweater weather." He gestured to my navy cotton long-sleeve shirt and shot me a pointed look. "Fair enough," I said with a laugh, then asked for whatever was on tap. The bartender gave me a mock salute and came back not long later with my drink. Instead of leaving to help the next person, he grabbed a rag. "So, what brings you to Wintertown? Did you get a calling from the Doves of Destiny?" He aimlessly swiped the rag on the counter as he spoke. I wondered if chatting while wiping counters was an instinctual habit every barkeep had. Just like how every chef I'd met tidied up as they worked, as if they couldn't help having a single thing out of place. That was one of the very first things I learned when I started in the kitchen. "The Doves of what now?" "Doves of Destiny. We're kind of known for them," he explained with a wave around the room. I followed his hand, and only then noticed all the dove motifs the bar displayed. Art of all forms covered practically every inch of the walls, all depicting 2 doves with their beaks touching. "You guys don't play around with your doves," I commented, which earned me a light-hearted laugh from the bartender. "You don't even know the half of it. The name's Jude, by the way. Call me if you need anything, and I'll be right at your service," he said with a wink before turning to help the older gentleman who'd taken the newly vacated seat beside me. I took another chug of my beer. It went down smoothly and warmed me up from the night chill that still clung to my skin. It didn't take long for me to wave down Jude for a refill. This time, I closed out the tab since I didn't plan on drinking more afterward. I wasn't a heavy drinker, and it definitely wasn't my usual MO to find the local pub as soon as I settled into a new location, but I was feeling restless in my room at the B&B. It didn't help that one of my new bosses, Henry, informed me the room was right above the kitchen when he showed me to the door. My already jittery nerves riled up even more in anticipation of my first day on the job. This was the chance of a lifetime, and I couldn't mess it up and become the failure everyone thought me to be. Nobody thought I would make it as a chef. My ex-coworkers had sneered at the fact that the head chef at my first restaurant had given me a chance in the kitchen. I'd worked hard to move up the ranks over the years, from dishwasher to kitchen porter, then eventually junior chef. I'd put in my time all for the sake of making something of myself. Even after all these years, recalling how my promotion from a busboy had only been met with snide remarks from my parents still stung. I had to remind myself that the opinion of the 2 people who had no business having children didn't matter, especially not those 2 whose greatest ambition in life was finding enough cash to get their next fix. I was better off not having them in my life anymore. I refused to follow down their path, the only path they believed I was worth. I would not be a product of my upbringing. It was times like these, when I went down the spiral of self-doubt, that I knew it was better that I wasn't by myself. I would usually message my best friend, Casey, the only person who was a constant in my life and actually believed in me, but he was currently on a flight back from one of his work trips, so my next best option was getting out for some fresh air. And that was how I ended up in the town's only pub. A noise from beside me caught my attention. A man around my age with the build and vibe of a surfer was animatedly chatting with the older man sitting beside me. I caught a glimpse of his side profile before he moved between the 2 of us, his back toward me, and began swaying his hips to the slow beat playing through the pub's speakers. It was obvious he was trying to flirt, and from the amused smile the silver fox had on while watching him, it was working. I wasn't into men, but even I had to admit that his plump ass was mesmerizing as he shook it like he was in a club. I was openly watching them at this point. My body fully turned to them, but they didn't seem to notice. They were too caught up in each other. Flirty hands roamed down the younger man's body. It was getting a little too heated for me, so I averted my gaze to give them some privacy. My eyes landed on the beer tap faucet head behind the bar. The head was a wooden carving. Of doves, naturally, but that wasn't what caught my attention. Whoever carved the handle made the birds seem almost alive. Their wings were spread open, as if they were about to take flight. But through it all, the two birds' beaks stayed together in a kiss. Under the warm lights inside the bar, the brown wood of the carving almost appeared to glow. In fact, there was a curious sparkle in the birds' beady eyes. I wanted to take a closer look and leaned in to investigate better, wanting to reassure myself that the strange light was only a trick of the eye, but before I could, a warm, hard body landed in my lap. Chapter 2. Andy. The person yelped and flailed their arms above them like they were about to fall. Before I could think of anything, my arms wrapped around his stomach. I was met with warmth and rock-hard abs that had me wanting to put in more hours at the gym myself. I'd always been muscular from having worked physical jobs since I was legally able to. That and the hard work in the kitchen created a body that most women drooled over, which worked to my benefit since I never lacked a companion in bed. When I wished for one, of course, because I didn't believe in the whole commitment thing. But the dude in my lap's solid build was on a whole different level than mine. I could probably cut my slabs of meat on his abs with how hard they were. When I finally looked down to get a glance at who exactly I was holding, I was met with gooey brown eyes that looked on the verge of tears. Maybe it was the toxic masculinity in me, or the tough-it-up mentality I'd been raised with, but grown men crying usually left a distaste in my mouth. But I couldn't bring myself to feel the same about him. Not when he looked so vulnerable and trusting as he gazed up at me. There weren't many people in my life who needed me. My parents had basically forgotten about my existence as soon as I was old enough to take care of myself. I would like to think I was there for Casey, but he wasn't like me. He had people on his side he could count on. So, being met with this reliance from a stranger, a long-forgotten, protective feeling welled up inside of me. "You okay?" I asked him softly, as I steadied him on his feet and made sure that he wouldn't topple over as soon as I took my hands off him. His eyes grew wider at the sound of my voice before sparkling even more with tears that looked to be even more on the verge of falling. Clearly, I'd said the wrong thing. I didn't really know how to comfort people, so I just patted his back like I'd seen them do on TV. It seemed to work since his tears didn't spill. "Where's your date?" I asked when he calmed down a bit. The stool beside me was now empty. Who knew when the older man had left, though it was kind of shitty to leave his drunk date alone like this. Gentleman wasn't a word used to describe me, but even I knew that. The stranger was dazed, clearly more drunk than sober, so I didn't feel right ditching him here by himself. Apparently, I only knew how to say the exactly wrong things, because this time, he did start crying. It wasn't loud or fussy, like when kids wailed, but more of a heartbroken sob as tears silently fell down his cheeks. My hand involuntarily reached out, ready to wipe away his tears. It was such an out-of-character act that I almost questioned if the hand actually belonged to me. Thankfully, before I could carry out such a soft action, the stranger slumped over the bar and sobbed into his arms. My hand fell to my side. I watched him for a couple of seconds, unsure of what to do. I would be a total jackass to leave him there alone like that, but I wasn't the person people went to for emotional shit like this. Casey was the one who was in touch with his feelings, and always nagging me to do the same. My reply to him every single time was a curt, "Fuck off." But then, I remembered how trusting this stranger's eyes were when they looked at me, and I couldn't just abandon him like this. Not when I knew how painful it was to feel all alone in your time of need. So, I gently placed my hand on his back again, and damn, even his back muscles were defined under his thin t-shirt. His back heaved up and down with each sob, but as I stroked gentle circles against him, they settled down, as did his tears. Pretty soon, his breathing was calm and even, as if he'd fallen asleep. I tried, and failed, to get his attention, then nudged his head to confirm that he was, in fact, in dreamland. Shit. What was I supposed to do now? I looked around the bar, hoping someone could give me an answer on what the right course of action was here, but nobody was paying attention to us. Hell, even Jude was on the other side of the bar, chatting with some customers. So much for being in my service. I shook the stranger's shoulders, hoping I could wake him long enough for him to tell me his address or something. Then I could get him into a taxi and not feel bad for leaving him here all alone. Luck was clearly not on my side, because the man was dead to the world. I groaned my frustration. I barely arrived in town and trouble had already landed in my lap. Literally. He didn't stir when I'd maneuvered him to my back and carried him out of the bar. I wasn't cold-hearted enough to just leave him there, so I had no other choice but to take him home with me. I blanketed my jacket over him, since he'd only worn a thin-ass t-shirt, and I didn't see any stray pieces of clothing lying around. If he had brought a jacket, he'd have to come back and get it himself when he was awake. The cold wind felt worse this late at night, and without the padding of an extra layer, I was getting goosebumps from how cold I was. At least my back was warm from the human heater currently snoring against my ear. My front, though, not so much. I'd never been happier than when I got into my car and blasted the heat on high. I contemplated taking my jacket back, but the stranger looked so comfortable all snuggled into it that I couldn't bear to take it from him. His face wrinkled when a few strands of his dirty blonde hair fell onto his face. He looked like a kid, innocently sleeping in a stranger's car. Thankfully, for him, I had no ill intentions, but I would be sure to give him a stern warning about safe drinking habits when he woke up. I wondered if this was what having a little brother felt like. Exasperation and protectiveness all at the same time. I didn't have any siblings. Thank fuck my parents hadn't spawned any other children when they couldn't even take care of the one they already had. The drive back to the B&B was short, and the man was still asleep by the time I'd gotten him into my room. Nobody was manning the front desk this late, which was the one bright side of all of this, because I didn't need my new bosses thinking I was some dude who was used to bringing strangers home. This short-term job provided me with lodging, and it was one of the reasons I'd been so quick to apply for the job. I couldn't say that I wasn't shocked when they'd chosen me, but I wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. It was perfect timing, too, since the lease on my studio was ending. I sold off everything I couldn't fit in my car and made the trip here. I'd return to the city, eventually. I needed to if I wanted to get my name out in the industry and work at Michelin star restaurants. But small-town life would be a nice change of pace while I gained experience leading my very own kitchen. Now that I was back in my room at the B&B, the one right above the kitchen that was mine starting tomorrow, my nerves started up again. Nothing in my life was handed to me, and I knew how easy it was to lose something you really wanted, which meant I absolutely couldn't fail on my first day. I needed to be perfect, a thought that didn't help calm me in the slightest. At this rate, the stress was going to keep me up all night. Then I was going to be half awake and dazed on my first day. Great. This was exactly what I needed. Then there was the sound of a short snore, followed by a moan, almost like the sound of his own snore had shocked him. I laughed as I observed the blonde stranger roll over until he was in the middle of my bed. Taking a seat on the mattress, I watched him sleep for a bit longer. Not in a creepy, I'm watching someone sleep kind of way, but it was more because of how carefree he looked, and that helped calm my nerves some. He looked so peaceful as he slept that I felt drowsiness claiming me as well. It was like how people had the urge to eat when they watched mukbangs. Well, this man sleeping had the same effect, and before I knew it, I was lying next to him with my eyelids closing. Chapter 3. Levi. My head was killing me. My body felt heavy, almost like I couldn't move, which was weird. In the past, even when I got blackout drunk, I'd never experienced having a heavy body as a hangover effect. But maybe that was one of the side effects of getting old. Not that 25 was old or anything, but it was clear the days I could have a couple drinks and still feel like $100 the next morning were long gone. I slowly peeled my eyes open and tried to lift my arms, but they felt like they were being tied down by something hard. And warm? No matter how hungover I was, There was no way I was imagining the very hot touch that I now noticed enveloped my entire body. I lifted my head as much as I could, trying to ignore the throbbing at my temples, and almost screamed at the strange man who had me in an octopus hold. He had all his limbs wrapped around me like I was his personal body pillow or something. Who the fuck is this guy? Racking my brains to place the man, I tried to remember how I ended up bringing him home, but I came up blank. He was handsome, with strong eyebrows, a prominent nose, and pouty lips I was sure some men would go crazy over. But he was not nearly silver fox enough for my tastes. He looked around my age, which I typically didn't go for, so imagine how surprised I was to find him in my bed now. It took me another second, my mental processing working slowly, to realize that I was, in fact, not in my bed. Hell, this wasn't even my room, though I wasn't unfamiliar with it. It was one of the rooms at the B&B my family ran. Shit. Had I slept with a guest? That would be so fucking unprofessional. What would our guests think if they found out I was sleeping around with the people who stayed here? I had to get the hell out of Dodge before the dude woke up and this thing became a whole situation. Fuck. How the hell had I gotten myself into this? I knew I could do stupid shit when I was drunk, and sure, I was a little flirty, but I wasn't the type of drunk to fall into bed with randos. It was usually my mouth that ran off and got me into trouble, but it looked like my mouth bit off more than I could chew this time. Fuck. This wasn't the time to contemplate past Levi's choices. Getting out of here took priority, but how the hell was I supposed to do that when this man had arms like steel bands? I wasn't small by any means. Growing up at the B&B, there was always work to be done, and helping my dads when I was younger had kept me in shape. But this man above me, he had the arms of fucking Hulk if my trying to get him off me, and failing, was anything to go by. No matter how much I struggled to push his limbs off, they were like lead and fell back onto my body. I blamed it on the alcohol sucking away all my morning strength and the awkward position I was in, with both arms bound underneath his. It didn't help that my legs were wrapped between his as well. Who the fuck slept while holding someone in a death grip anyway? As if he knew I was thinking about him, the stranger groaned in his sleep and rubbed his cold nose against my skin, burying his head deeper into my neck. I stared up at the ceiling, head throbbing like 1,000 drums going off at the same time, and... fuck. Now I had to use the bathroom too. It was like after I gave up struggling, all the alcohol I had last night decided it needed to come out right this very fucking second. Just great. Fuck. I was never drinking again. This was already embarrassing enough, and I would not let it get worse by being locked up by this hellishly strong man until... motherfucking hell. I didn't even want to think about what would happen if I couldn't escape from here soon. As if a second surge of energy passed through me at the thought of making an even bigger fool of myself, I managed to slip under his arms to sit up, then pulled my legs out from under him, and I was home free. I'd never been so happy in my life, and I raised my hands over my head in a silent cheer. Soft chuckling had me pulling my arms back and swinging my head around to find the stranger watching me with amusement. He was propped up on his elbow, his longish hair flopped over his ears, casting a shadow over his eyes. I narrowed my gaze at him. "Were you awake this entire time?" I accused. It was no wonder he seemed freakishly strong for someone who was sleeping. The fucker only smiled, and I had my answer. "Did you think it was funny or something, seeing me struggle like that?" I hissed, trying to turn my body toward him. As if the morning couldn't have started out even worse, the action caused my center of gravity to tip over, and suddenly I was falling off the bed for the first time in my entire life. The stranger lunged to grab me, but his attempt only had his hands grasping at the air. A loud thud rang inside the room as pain shot through my backside. "Are you okay?" A head popped over the side of the bed to look down at me. I glared at him. "This is your fault." "My fault? How do you figure that?" His pretty brow raised in question. Fuck him and his handsome face. "If you hadn't surprised me like that, I wouldn't have turned around in shock and fell." He chuckled, soft and low, a sound that did something to my already confused and hurting body. The stranger stood and held out a hand for me. "Since I'm at fault, it's only right I take responsibility." Suspiciously, I watched him for a second. Here I was, basically blaming him for all my troubles this morning, and he was laughing it off and trying to help me. Either he had the temperament of a saint, or he was plotting something. The stranger didn't look fazed by my glare and only smiled wider. I reluctantly accepted his hand and used it to propel myself to my feet. "Thanks," I muttered and rubbed my backside. I hadn't noticed it earlier, but now my ass was sore, and I really hoped it was from the fall and not anything else. Then I remembered the entire reason I was here instead of my own bed and started glaring at the man again. What kind of person took advantage of a drunk like that? Nobody in our small town for sure, so he was definitely a tourist. Hopefully he was only passing through, and I'd never have to see him again. Instead of getting all defensive like I thought he would, the man smiled again. The amusement was clear in his eyes, showing me he obviously found the situation hilarious. At least one of us was having a good morning. "We didn't sleep together, if that's why you currently have this puffed-up cat look going for you," he said. I gave him a what the fuck look and gestured to the bed we both came from, or, in my case, fell from. He laughed. "Okay, fine, you got me there. But I promise all we did was sleep. You were too drunk last night to tell me where you lived, so I figured bringing you back here for the night was better than letting you fend for yourself at the pub." I eyed him suspiciously, and then bits and pieces of last night started coming back to me through the fog of my hangover. Yesterday had been rough. The guy I'd been seeing for a month had just broken up with me, claiming it wouldn't work out since we were in different phases in life. I was still young, and he was ready to settle down and have kids. Funny how none of that came up when he was fucking me into the mattress an hour before. Nor did he ask what I was looking for, because I was exactly the settling down type. And while I didn't see myself having a child so soon, I would consider having one with the right person. But nope, that ass left before I could even finish getting dressed, leaving me sitting in the hotel room feeling like a used condom. My friends took me to Dove's Fountain for some drinks and to lend an ear as I complained about men. They were very understanding and tried their best to console me, but after getting nowhere on the dating scene for years, I was feeling defeated, which only made the liquor go down smoother. We drank for a couple of hours before Austin and Jim had to call it a night, but I'd opted to stay, despite their worried offers to take me home. It was only after I promised not to drink anymore that they finally left me to my own devices. I hadn't kept that promise, especially not after I saw the striking older man enter the bar. They say the best way to get over someone is to get under someone new, so that was my plan. A sexy older man without a ring on his finger was just my type. He had to be a tourist, since I hadn't seen him around town, and from the appreciative glances I'd seen shot my way, I knew he, at least, found me attractive. That was what had prompted another shot or two for liquid courage to go up to the man. Maybe I drank a little more than I could handle, because the last thing I remembered was striding over to the bar, trying to exude fun, sexy confidence to win him over. I probably ran my mouth like I usually did when drunk and scared my target away. But that still didn't explain how I'd ended up with this dude instead of the sexy older man I had my eyes on last night. "I was sitting next to the Silver Fox. You sat in his seat after he blew you off, and I didn't just want to leave you alone like that," he said, as if he'd seen the question on my face, which only had me furrowing my brow. Was I still drunk and speaking out loud without realizing it? Or could this guy read minds? "You have a really expressive face," he added with a chuckle. Well, that answered that question, though it was only one on the long list to figure out what the hell I was doing here, but I had to ask the most important one first. "So, we really didn't sleep together?" While I wasn't a prude about sex, I wasn't happy about the idea of potentially doing it at my family's B&B. It just felt wrong, somehow. "We didn't. All we did was sleep, I promise," he said with a cheeky grin. "Besides, I'm not into men. Not that I have a problem with people who are. I just prefer a woman's body, you know?" I hummed in reply, not in agreement with him because I'd known I was gay since before I knew what love was, so I did not, in fact, understand the appeal of a woman's body, but whatever floated his boat. Now that he mentioned it, the pain in my ass had disappeared, so it was likely from landing on my bum when I fell off the bed. And if we had slept together, it wouldn't make sense for both of us to be fully clothed now. Letting out a huge sigh of relief, I flattened my wrinkled t-shirt. My gaze flicked to anywhere besides his, feeling utterly ashamed by this entire situation. The man had helped me last night, and here I was, blaming him for the rough start of my morning. I wasn't usually this suspicious, but maybe the breakup had affected me more than I wanted to admit. I wasn't even especially heartbroken either. I liked the guy just fine. He was my type, 15 years older than me, and screamed confidence. But it wasn't like I was in love with him. I was just tired of dating all these guys and feeling like I was being used for my body. That was the problem with dating older men, at least for me. Most of them learned of my age and never took me seriously, thinking I only wanted something casual when it was the complete opposite. But those were hot shower thoughts for later. I had other things to focus on right now. I peeked at the man, and he was watching me quietly. A smile splayed across his face, like he still found the situation funny. Anyway, thank you for, making sure I was safe. I'll get out of your hair now, I said, then looked around for my things. Thankfully, my phone and wallet were on the nightstand. I quickly pocketed them and strode to the door, but paused before leaving. Guilt was eating at me for leaving like this when he'd been nothing but helpful. I let out a quiet sigh of frustration, then turned around and walked to the small table in the corner where I knew we kept a writing pad and pen for our guests. I jotted down my number, tore the paper from the pad, then handed it to the stranger. If you're around later, text me, and I'll treat you to drinks or something as thanks for last night, I said. And then, this time, I really did stride out the door, leaving the man standing there holding my number. I hoped he left town soon and left this awkward memory where it belonged, never to be mentioned again. Chapter 4. Andy. The way he practically ran out of my room had me shaking my head and chuckling at the already closed door. It was like he thought I was going to eat him or something. Never mind the fact I told him I wasn't interested in men. There was that one time my ex-coworker and I had a drunken makeout session that did absolutely nothing for me. I didn't have a problem with men who liked other men, but as I told him earlier, there was something about holding a woman in my arms. Cuddling with the unknown stranger last night wasn't too bad either, but that was a fluke. I'd slept through the night when I thought I'd be tossing and turning until dawn. It was most likely because of the stress about my first day at the B&B, which I was still worried about. But after a restful night's sleep, the thought of starting work today didn't feel as overwhelming. I looked at the ripped piece of paper in my hand, and the number haphazardly scrawled on it. It was nice that he wanted to repay me for making sure he was safe last night, but it wasn't needed. I wasn't here to make friends. The next 6 months were about focusing on my career and being the best damn chef this B&B had seen. Even if this was a small place in the middle of nowhere, getting a raving recommendation for running a professional kitchen would help me make the big splash I wanted back in the city. This was the first step in moving up in my career, which meant no distractions. And if yesterday was anything to go by, the fireball of a man from last night would make my life way more complicated than I needed. He seemed nice, though maybe a little bit of a handful, which I didn't need. So, I crumpled up the tiny piece of paper and tossed it in the trash. He didn't need to thank me, and I was probably never going to see him again anyway. It was better to end that connection there and chalk last night up to an unusual experience. Seeing I still had plenty of time before my shift started, I entered my ensuite bathroom and took a long hot shower. The room wasn't huge, but it was decorated to the nines and gave off a homey vibe. I understood why the place was so popular, and hopefully, with the temptation of the new menu I had planned for the place, Fated Encounters B&B would only grow as the holiday destination. With 10 minutes until the scheduled time, I made my way down the flight of stairs. Photos of who I assumed were previous guests lined the walls. I even caught sight of some familiar celebrities smiling with the owners. The place might be out in the sticks, but it was pretty well loved, at least from all the reviews I'd read online. People praised it for being a winter home away from home, with very hospitable hosts and a cute, welcoming town. Behind the front counter sat an older man, Henry, the same person who'd showed me to my room last night, and the man who currently ran the B&B with his husband. He looked up from his newspaper when he saw me entering the lobby. "Good morning. How did you sleep?" "Not too bad," I replied, though I wasn't going to elaborate and say that had more to do with the stranger who'd lulled me into dreamland like a sleeping ASMR than anything else. "I love how you furnished the room. I can't wait to see what you guys did for the kitchen." Henry laughed, and the way his eyes crinkled reminded me a bit of the man from last night. Now that I was looking closer, they had the same coloring, dirty blonde hair and brown eyes. Even their face shape was similar, with hard edges and a sharp jawline. The only thing was that the stranger had a hint of dimples, even when he wasn't smiling, and Henry didn't. "You really are a chef, down to your bones. Don't worry, I won't keep you in suspense. Let me show you to the kitchen," he replied, then walked around the counter and gestured for me to follow him through the doorway on my right. It led us to the dining room, where there were already a couple of patrons sitting and having breakfast, mostly cereal, toast, and other easy items. There was a swinging door on the back wall, which led us into the kitchen. "And here is your new workplace," Henry said, and waved around the large area. It was a lot bigger than I'd expected for a kitchen in a small B&B. I looked around the space, surprised to see all the shiny new appliances and how clean the whole place was. "We renovated the kitchen when our last chef retired," Henry commented with a chuckle. He probably saw the surprise written on my face. Living in New York, I was used to working in cramped spaces, often sharing the place with little critters. Yes, it was disgusting, and I tried my best to keep the mice out, but New York had an infestation problem. Even the cleanest kitchens there had a tiny furry companion or two, never mind the small, dingy kitchens I'd worked in. I had a feeling I wouldn't have to worry about rodents here, though. Sparkling ceramic tiled floors, stainless steel appliances, and a solid fridge that would keep all the food fresh and any outside pests out. And not to mention the gas stove. It was a fucking wet dream. 6 open-top burners, a freaking charbroiler, and 2 ovens. Fated Encounters might as well have plucked this straight out of my dreams. This was miles above the last restaurant I worked at, and I had to pinch myself, discreetly, to make sure this was real. That this was going to be my kitchen. "I'm guessing you approve of the renovation?" Henry's voice shocked me out of the little fanboy moment I had going on. I spun to him, trying not to seem overeager. "Be casual." I didn't want to come off like I was some novice who was easily impressed and didn't know what I was doing. I tried to sound nonchalant and said, "The place looks great. I can't wait to get started." And, okay, my voice might have gone up a fraction at the end of the statement, but I tried disguising the fact by clearing my throat. Henry was all smiles and had a twinkle in his eye that said I wasn't fooling him. At least he wasn't pointing it out. "There you two are," a voice that sounded vaguely familiar said from the door. Henry strode to the newcomer, wrapped him in his arms, then placed the loudest kiss on his cheek. "Did you miss me already, honey?" The man rolled his eyes and tried to push Henry's face away, but Henry was bigger and stronger and kept his grip on him tight. "Our son came by to drop off the key earlier. Have you talked to him? Something seemed off. I heard he was at Dove's Fountain last night, so maybe he was just hungover," Henry suggested. "Maybe," the other man replied, then turned his focus on me. "You must be Andy. It's nice to finally meet you in person." "Oh, yes. Let me officially introduce you. This is my lovely husband, Peter. Peter Lee. He's the one who did your phone interview," Henry said. I could practically see the stars in his eyes when he looked at his husband. It was hard to believe love like that actually existed. My parents had barely tolerated each other, and I suspected they stayed together more for financial reasons than anything else. New York was expensive. "It's nice to meet you too," I said, and shook his outstretched hand. Now that Henry wasn't all over the man, I could see Peter's features better. He was handsome, with thick eyebrows and a youthfulness about him that made it hard to infer his age. Though from what Henry had told me about Peter during the interview, and he told me a lot, the man could talk about his husband for hours. They'd been childhood friends and had gotten together in their 20s. Henry had talked his husband to the moon, saying Peter hadn't even batted an eye about starting a relationship with him when his ex had surprised him with a baby she wanted nothing to do with. Henry had moved back to Wintertown, and Peter welcomed him with open arms. The rest was history, as he'd say. "If you need anything here, Peter's the one in charge," Henry commented. Peter scoffed. "He just wants to push off responsibility to play around with his new camera," he said to me. He sounded so exasperated, but I saw the way he leaned comfortably against his husband's chest. I also didn't miss the way his hand gently held the base of Henry's shirt. How they were still this clingy after decades of being together was beyond me. Hey, you should have known not to get me the camera for my birthday if you wanted me to be productive, Henry muttered. Peter merely shook his head and gently patted his husband's cheek before turning to me. He says that, but Henry will work more hours than all of us combined if we let him, Peter whispered to me like it was a secret. He disentangled from his husband's arms and walked toward me. We're really glad to have you here, Andy. We thought we'd be in trouble this holiday season after our previous chef retired. Plus, we never imagined getting someone from the big city like you, and one with such high recommendations. No, it's my pleasure to be here. Really, I said, hoping to convey that I was very excited about this contract without sounding too overeager. I'm happy to hear that, Peter said with a grin. And I'm sure Henry has already informed you, but the kitchen is yours to do as you see fit. The people in our family know jack shit about food, so you'll be in charge of the daily menu. That sounded like fucking music to my ears. To have the freedom to create as I'd always wanted to. I was going to cook the best fucking food this town had ever had. We just made a grocery run, so you should have all the basics. You can make a list of what you need, and I'll have our son make a trip into town for it later, Peter continued, then pulled something from his pocket and handed it to me. And here's your key. Levi said he'll be around this afternoon to grab your things before heading into town. I'm sorry you can't stay at the B&B, but we need every single room once the holiday rush starts, and I figured you'd be more comfortable living with someone your age than two old men. Hey, don't speak about my husband like that, Henry piped up, which only made Peter smile and shake his head again. I couldn't help smiling along. They really were cute together. Watching them made me think that perhaps not all relationships were doomed to be loveless. Don't worry about me. I just feel bad imposing on your son's space like that, I replied. Henry waved me off. Levi loves having company. If you let him, he'll probably talk your ear off when you meet him this afternoon. He's like his father in that way, Peter added with a pointed look. Hey, you love hearing me talk. Sure, honey, Peter said, grabbing his husband's hand before turning to me. We'll get out of your hair and let you get started. We don't usually have many patrons stay for lunch, but we have all the ingredients for what's on the menu. We'll get everything else you need this afternoon. And with that, they left hand in hand, leaving me alone in my kitchen. This was the best day of my life. Chapter 5. Levi. Are we ready to head back to the B&B for an afternoon nap? I asked the group of grannies who'd signed up for a town tour with me. I'd never been so happy when they agreed and shuffled back into my car. These ladies might be nearly 80, but I couldn't keep up, especially after the night I'd had. I still felt like shit even after I headed home for a shower, hot enough to burn last night's funky alcohol sweat from my skin. Even some food and painkillers hadn't helped with my headache, though it didn't hurt as much as this morning. Thank goodness for small miracles. On the drive back, the four of them chatted animatedly about all the cute things our little town had to offer. First, I took them to the historic area right at the edge of town. It was said to be the place where our town's founders first met and fell in love. A large statue of our signature doves kissing stood tall there, and it was a popular spot for tourists to take pictures. The surrounding land was absolutely breathtaking, especially this time of year, when the leaves were starting to turn the beautiful yellows, reds, and everything in between. They had put my photography skills to the test as I snapped probably hundreds of pictures of the four of them. After that, we walked around town for a few hours, visiting all the specialty stores and stalls set up on the main square. They shopped until my trunk was stuffed full of their purchases. I'd never seen Old Man Red so happy as these ladies practically cleared him out of his overpriced tourist trinkets. It was a good thing they agreed to head back when they had, considering I wouldn't have any space left if they kept shopping. How they were going to take all their purchases with them when they checked out of the B&B was beyond me. They were a fun bunch, chatting and laughing during our entire tour. The four of them had been longtime friends and decided to travel the States together now that they retired. Wintertown was their third stop so far, with their first being New York. That reminded me our new chef was supposedly from New York too. My dad's told me he'd arrived last night, but I hadn't met him yet. He was supposed to stay at my place since we'd need every room at the B&B soon. Was I worried about a stranger living with me? Not really. Growing up in a small town like ours, there was no such thing as a stranger. Plus, I wasn't a small dude. Working at the B&B had kept me in shape, so if this guy had any strange ideas, I wasn't an easy target. It also helped that we background checked the hell out of him, so no, I wasn't really worried about him in my space. I usually loved the company. Maybe that was a side effect of growing up at Fated Encounters. Our B&B wasn't large, and with 10 guest rooms, you really didn't get a whole lot of alone time. That was probably one of the reasons why I liked being surrounded by people so much. Hell, I would have stayed living with my parents at the B&B if that hadn't cramped my dating life. And that led me to the reason why I wasn't as excited about this arrangement as I usually would have been. This was now, the third, fourth time I'd been dumped? And that was only counting this year. Sure, I wasn't in love with every single one of them, but I'd been committed to seeing where the relationship would take us. Apparently, I wasn't even worth a chance, since they all broke it off using the same excuse. It was time for them to settle down with someone who wasn't me. What a way to bruise a guy's ego. So, I couldn't really be blamed if I wanted some time alone to sulk at my house and lick my wounds, could I? After I parked in the B&B's parking lot, the ladies scurried off to the dining room for a quick lunch before they settled down for a nap. Meanwhile, I ran the first batch of shopping bags to their rooms, with their permission, of course. Holy moly! My dad whistled when he saw the sheer number of bags that were hanging off my arms. There's more in the car if you want to help, I said, and shuffled up the stairs to the guest's room. Dad came up not long after with the last load of shopping bags. Wow, those ladies sure can shop, he commented. Yep, imagine being their pack mule for the day too, I said, rubbing my poor, sore arms. They weren't made to carry around shopping bags all day. Dad laughed, then clapped me on the shoulder. He studied my face as if trying to find something. You okay? I shifted on my feet. I'd stopped telling my parents about my dates years ago when I'd had my heart broken for the first time. My dads weren't a huge fan of the fact that I'd liked men much older than I was, and had been even more pissed when they learned most of them were just playing around with me. And that was a conversation I never wanted to have with them again, so I stopped talking about my dating life. Yeah, just had one too many beers with Jim in Austin last night, I replied, hoping that was answer enough for him to drop it. He watched me for another few seconds before squeezing my shoulder again. Well, let me know if there's anything you want to talk about. Your Pops is worried about you. I'll check in with Pops later. Thanks, Dad, I said, which only made him frown. Okay, Baba, I corrected. Dad beamed. A few years ago, he decided he was tired of the boring title of Dad, and since his husband got the title of Pops, he'd insisted on being called Baba, which meant Dad in Mandarin. But after years of calling him Dad, I'd sometimes forget to use the new title. He didn't mind when I referred to him as Dad. He just wanted me to call him Baba. Mandarin was Pops' mother language, and he tried to teach me it growing up, but I never really got the hang of it. I knew some vocabulary and a few very important phrases like, I'm hungry and I want ice cream, but I couldn't hold up my end of a conversation. All right, you should head down and get some lunch first. Your Pops and I just ate, and let me tell you, our new chef is the real deal, Dad said, rubbing his protruding belly. As if on cue, a loud growl came from my stomach. I can't wait to dig in, I replied, and rubbed my own belly. I hadn't even noticed how hungry I was until Dad mentioned it. Dad laughed as we headed down the stairs back into the receptionist area. He returned to his seat behind the counter and fiddled with something on the table. When I looked around, I saw it was the new camera Pops had gotten him for his birthday. Ever since I could remember, Dad had loved taking pictures. In the upstairs living quarters, the walls were filled with photos Dad had taken throughout the years. They were mostly of our family on different occasions and outings we'd gone to, but also the beautiful landscapes that surrounded us. Wintertown was in the middle of nowhere, and while some claimed that to be one of the negatives of our small town, I thought the opposite. The town was surrounded by vast fields, perfect for picnics in the spring, and gorgeous mountains, where I did all my snowboarding. The tiny slopes behind our B&B was also perfect for offering snow tubing to our guests in the winter. Sure, the nearest city was over an hour away, but I wouldn't trade our quaint little town for any modern convenience. The dining room was empty save for the four besties sitting at a table by the window. They were almost done with their meal and had consumed more than a couple glasses of wine, if their flushed cheeks and loud laughter were anything to go by. Berta, one of the more outgoing ladies in the group, waved at me when she saw me. I ignored my growling stomach and walked to their table with a smile. Customers were king.
"Dear, we were just talking about you,"
Berta said.
"We were just saying how Etta's grandson would be a fine match with you." "Yeah, Etta, show him a picture,"
Anita added, handing Etta her phone.
"You know she can barely use that thing when she's sober. It'll be faster if I do it,"
Marta said, snatching the phone from her friend. Etta was all smiles, looking a little out of it as she watched this all happen. Yes, all four ladies' names ended with Ta. I was shocked when they first introduced themselves, and apparently that was a normal reaction, since it had the four besties giggling. I joked if their criteria for joining their group was to have a Ta name, but they claimed their similar names were just a coincidence. I started, but before I could get another word in, Marta was shoving the phone into my face with a huge grin. The guy staring back at me on the screen was handsome, sure, but he couldn't have been a few years older than me. Besides, I wasn't interested in doing long distance or moving away from town.
"Isn't he just a handsome boy? You two would make a fine couple,"
Berta stated and took another sip of her wine.
"Etta, go ahead and give him your grandson's number."
Etta nodded, but didn't make a move.
"Here, I'll do it,"
Marta said, and fiddled on a phone before pointing the screen to me again. I was having whiplash with how fast the conversation was going. Sure, I told them about my recent breakup, or it was more like they practically forced out my entire life story, but I hadn't expected them to try to set me up with someone. "Well, he is handsome. I'll have to decline," I said with both hands up, palms facing them like that would make them calm down a bit.
"Don't think too much about it, Sonny. Just take the number and do a little flirting. It doesn't hurt."
Berta wiggled her eyebrows, then added,
"Back in my day—" "Oh, don't even start, or else we'll be here all night,"
Anita interrupted, then turned to me with a hand up as if she was telling me a secret.
"Marta here is very well known in our town, if you get what I mean." "Hear, hear."
Marta seemed proud of the fact and lifted her glass for another drink. Just as I hoped would happen, they moved on with the conversation, and Marta turned back to me. She placed her wine glass on the table and fixed her determined eyes on me.
"Take this from someone who's been around the block a time or two. Don't ever get hung up over a man. They're like shoes. Use them until they get worn out, then in the trash they go,"
she said with a wink, which had the other ladies cackling. I smiled too. I loved how confident these women were. Did that confidence grow with age? I sure hope so. "Sounds like we're having a party over here. Good thing I brought the desserts," a voice sounded from behind me. The group of women cheered as a man served the dessert to them. It was some type of ice cream with berries and sauce on top, and looked absolutely mouth-watering. I wasn't surprised when the four women immediately picked up their spoons and started digging in, completely forgetting about me. I breathed a sigh of relief now that I could make my escape from their matchmaking. I turned around to thank my savior, but froze when I saw who it was. The world was playing around with coincidences today. Chapter 6. Levi. "What are you doing here?" the guy from this morning asked. He looked just as shocked as I was. His longish bangs were tied back out of his face into a top knot, which shouldn't look as manly as it did on him. "I should be asking you that, since my family runs this B&B. I shot back with a curious look. He wrinkled his brow, then asked, "Are you Henry and Peter's son?" I nodded, and he laughed. "Oh, wow. What are the chances? After you left my room this morning, I didn't think I'd see you again." As soon as the words left his mouth, I knew he'd said exactly the wrong thing in front of a group of very nosy women. I looked over my shoulder, and as I expected, 4 pairs of shining eyes were watching us. They quickly flicked their gazes away when they saw me looking and focused on their ice cream like they hadn't been eavesdropping, but I could practically see their ears perk up in attention to our conversation. "Ladies, I'll see you later," I said with a beaming smile, acting like I was clueless about their antics, then nudged our new chef and gestured for him to follow me into the kitchen. I couldn't help but smile as they grumbled behind us. One of the ladies was complaining to the others about making it too obvious and chasing us away. They really were a funny bunch. Alone in the kitchen, I turned back to the man from this morning. "So, you're Andy, our new chef," I stated. "And you're my new boss," he replied in the same tone and a teasing smile on his lips. Which makes last night even more complicated. I grumbled under my breath, but apparently not low enough because he heard me. "If this makes things too awkward, I don't have to stay with you during my time here. Maybe I can find a rental in town or something," he said, which reminded me of a very important fact. Our new chef was supposed to stay with me for the next 6 months, and since he was our new chef, that meant he'd be staying with me. Fuck my life. Making a drunk fool of myself wasn't exactly the first impression I wanted to make on our new employee and my new roommate. "It's fine," I quickly said, trying not to make this a bigger deal than it really was. I couldn't scare our new chef away as soon as he got here. We desperately needed him for the upcoming winter rush. We didn't get many applicants, which made sense since not many wanted to travel to our small town, and we weren't able to offer much without breaking the bank. What we had offered was a place to stay, and I wasn't going to take that away just because of a little embarrassment. Besides, I doubted he'd be able to find a place for a 6-month rental on short notice anyway. Not when local hotels and B&Bs could charge more for shorter stays during our winter season. Let's just pretend last night and this morning didn't happen. We'll start over. "Hi, I'm Levi," I said, holding up my hand. "Andy, I'm excited to work with you," he said, accepting my handshake. His grip was tight, and with the sleeves of his chef's shirt rolled up to his elbows, I could see the bulging veins on his arms. All muscle and power. Damn, that's hot. And that was a totally inappropriate thought to have about the newest addition to the B&B. I quickly dropped his hand and rubbed the back of my neck, attempting to focus on something else. Anything else. "Pops mentioned you have a grocery list. If you want to give it to me, I'll make a run into town for everything you need. I'll take your stuff to the house and give you a tour when I'm back." "You don't want some lunch first?" he said as he handed over a folded piece of paper. I opened it to find it was filled with all types of spices and condiments that I'd never even heard of before. Wasn't sage a flower? When did they start using it for cooking? I stuffed the list in my pocket without question. I could barely cook, so it wasn't my place to question the chef. "I'll grab something quick in town," I replied. I didn't want to spend any more time with him than I had to at the moment. I needed some time away to calm down and bury the embarrassing memories of last night. I turned to go, but paused before I left. Why did I suddenly feel like a hamster running inside a wheel, doing the same things over again? Also, thanks for helping me out there. You saved me from an awkward situation just now with that group of ladies, I said, because I had manners drilled into me. A smile that was too bright for my liking appeared on his face. "Andy to the rescue 2 days in a row, huh? It seems saving you is part of my routine now, too," he teased. I groaned. "I thought we were going to pretend last night didn't happen." He mimed, zipping his lips, but his damn smile was still stretched wide across his face. I waved goodbye and ran the hell out of there. I didn't even stop when Dad shot me a curious look at how frantically I was trying to escape the B&B. It was only when I was inside my car and all buckled up that I let myself stop for a second to think. I banged my head on my steering wheel. Maybe if I did that hard enough, I could smack the last 24 hours out of existence. A second later, I didn't feel like I shifted into a different timeline, so the whole headbanging thing probably didn't work. It was fine. Everything would be fine. I'd take the afternoon to myself, get everything on the list, and come back acting like nothing was wrong. I would not overreact. But first things first. Food. I grabbed a burger at our local diner, which thankfully was served quickly, then headed to the local grocery store to do some shopping. It was a few hours later that I finished getting everything on the list and once again filled my car with bags. My poor car and I were getting a workout today. Dinner at the B&B was busier than lunch, with some guests tired from a long day out and wanting something chill. The Ta group was once again in the dining room, having an early dinner. This time, they dragged some of our other guests to their table. It was a young couple who checked in for a long weekend trip. They listened to Marta with amusement as she recounted her youthful adventures. I quickly slipped into the kitchen with the bags, not wanting to catch their attention. I was usually the social butterfly, always down to have conversations with our guests. People were interesting, and I enjoyed hearing about their life experiences. But today, I was all peopled out. It didn't help that my body still felt like lead. I was never drinking that much again.
"Oh, hey, welcome back,"
Andy said, looking up from his workspace when I walked into the kitchen. He had something simmering on the burner, making the whole place smell like a cozy dream. "Hey, what are you cooking up?" I asked, as I dropped the bags on an empty counter.
"Just some chicken noodle soup. You looked tired earlier, and I figured you might still be a little hungover from the night we won't speak of,"
he said. The teasing smile was back again, but I couldn't even be mad. "You made soup for me?" I asked. "You didn't have to do that."
"I know, but it's slow tonight, and I had all the ingredients,"
he said. He wiped his hands on a dish towel, ladled some soup in a bowl, added a bit of green garnish on top, and then handed it to me. "That's so fucking sweet. I don't even know what to say." This gesture was so unexpected that I didn't know how to react. So I accepted the bowl he held out and filled my senses with the mouth-watering aroma. How did he make it smell so good? I discreetly wiped away my drool, hoping I wasn't, once again, making a fool of myself in front of this man. Andy chuckled and handed me a spoon. I settled on a stool that was tucked in a corner.
"Your reaction is all the thanks I need. Though, if you have some time, I'd love it if you could look over the tentative menu I created. I want to make sure I don't have anything too out of pocket."
"That I can do," I said, then dug in. I had chicken noodle soup before, but his soup made all the previous ones pale in comparison. I never knew soup could be so healing and flavorful at the same time. A moan sounded in the kitchen, and it was only when I heard Andy's chuckle that I realized the sound was coming from me.
"I'm glad you're enjoying it,"
he commented as he continued putting the grocery items away. I tried to hide my blush by gulping down the rest of the liquid.
"Want another bowl?"
"Yes, please," I said sheepishly. "But I can get it myself."
"It's fine, Sid. You've been running around all day,"
he said. He snatched my bowl before I could get out of my seat and refilled it for me. We didn't speak as I worked on my second bowl of soup. Instead, I watched him move around the kitchen. He moved fluidly, as though this wasn't his first time here. While he wasn't my usual type, I'd always been attracted to confident men, and the way he moved around like he owned the place had heat pooling in the pit of my stomach. Or maybe that was just the hot soup warming me up. I patted my belly, warm and content, after finishing my second bowl. Andy had finished putting the rest of the groceries away as well and came over with the menu he'd put together. We spent a few minutes discussing the week's menu, tweaking it so that there were some familiar dishes along with the new ones. My dads weren't lying when they said Andy knew what he was doing. The menu he put together was fit for one of those snazzy places you saw in the city, which had me wondering what he was doing working at our tiny place instead of a famous restaurant in New York. I was never the type to curb my curiosity, so I asked him, "With your skill and experience, what are you doing here?" He looked surprised by my question, and in that split second, I wondered if I'd fucked up by reminding him he could do so much better than a job in a little business like ours. Way to put my foot in my mouth when our B&B really needed him.
"Quite honestly, I thought running my own kitchen would be good for my resume. This position offered me creative freedom that most other places don't give, and I plan to make this B&B the best eatery around these parts while I'm here," he said with his chest puffed up. I smiled. At least that meant any awkward experience with me hadn't scared him off, and he was planning to stick around for the rest of his contract. "Well, if your other food is anything like your chicken noodle soup, there's no competition. Don't tell anyone I said this, especially the people from town, but that soup was the best thing I've put in my mouth." Silence followed that statement. "I didn't mean it like that. Shit, sorry. I must still be fucked up from last night," I quickly added. Seriously, I needed to find a hole to bury myself in for the day, because I was saying all the wrong things. "It's okay. I know what you meant,"
Andy said with a laugh. There was a twinkle in his eye that told me he found me amusing and wasn't off-put by my randomness.
which made me think he was a good person. Frankly, who cooks soup for a person they barely knew if they didn't have a kind soul? Maybe having him as a roommate wouldn't be so bad after all.
Chapter 7. Andy. I wasn't too sure how living with a complete stranger would go, especially after finding out the person I was to stay with was the same man I took care of after finding him drunkenly passed out at the bar. But to my surprise, it wasn't too bad. Levi wasn't what I expected. He looked like one of those dudes who were chill about everything and didn't take anything too seriously. But that had to be the complete opposite. In the almost 2 weeks that I've been living with him, I barely saw him at home. I swore he left before the sun came up and had everything set up at the B&B before my shift started. Then he spent the morning doing the daily chores, or if any guests had tours scheduled, he was the one showing them around. He'd be in the dining area around lunchtime, helping Julie, the B&B's only waitress, or if most of the guests opted to eat in town, he'd cover his dad's so they could have a meal together. Same went for dinner time. I'd see him running around, filling any roles that were needed. With the way he seemed to be everywhere all at once, I wouldn't be surprised if someone told me he'd somehow managed to make multiple copies of himself. It wasn't like he got off early either. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find that he'd only just returned, which made me question when, if ever, the man slept. It was hard to believe we were the same age, because we definitely didn't have the same level of energy. Wednesday night, I was surprised to find him at home in the kitchen. He was all dressed up in tight jeans and an equally tight t-shirt that accentuated his lean body and compact muscles. "Going out?" I asked. He looked shocked to see me and almost spilled the glass of water he was drinking.
Yeah," he replied and placed the glass safely on the counter. "Sorry, I wasn't expecting you, though that's silly since you do live here now."
I shrugged. "I get it. We barely seen each other in the house. I was starting to think you didn't actually live here," I joked. He smiled at my attempt to lighten the mood, and his entire face lit up. Levi had a cupid's bow like me, but with his full bottom lip, he had a naturally pouty lips thing going on. It looked better on him than it should have. Sexy, almost.
"What are your plans tonight? I don't think I've seen you do much else besides work since you got here."
"I visited the town for a bit on my day off yesterday, but I mostly stayed in," I said with a shrug. Even when I lived in New York, I wasn't the kind of person to explore the city. My friends liked to joke that even a tourist knew the city better than me, who was born and raised there. They weren't wrong.
"Now that won't do. You can't just hide here for the rest of your 6-month contract. Come on, we're going out tonight. Go get changed,"
he said and started pushing me toward my room. "You don't need to play host. Besides, don't you already have plans tonight?" I tried to argue, but he didn't stop until we were in my room. He waved my words off.
"I'm just meeting some friends down at the pub. They won't mind if I bring you. Now go get changed,"
he instructed, leaving no room for argument. Since the only plan I had for the night was to put on a show to fall asleep to, and I probably shouldn't be a complete hermit, I changed as he instructed. 20 minutes later, Levi had driven us to where we first met. Considering it was a Wednesday night, I was surprised to find Duff's Fountain to be as packed as it was. Levi must have seen my shock, because he turned to me and laughed.
"It's the only establishment in town that serves hard liquor, and there isn't much to do at night around these parts,"
he said with a shrug. I nodded, like I understood when I really didn't. I was the type of person who'd stay at home if there was nothing to do in town. Did that make me a homebody? We waded through a crowd of people who'd made the middle of the pub into a makeshift dance floor. Couples in skimpy clothing danced, grinding against each other like this was a club. Maybe I was too distracted my first night here, but I didn't remember the place being this active. I was surprised to find how many same-sex couples I saw dancing together too. From what I heard, small towns were usually closed-minded about homosexuality, but apparently not this one.
"Oh, this is a popular hookup spot too,"
Levi mentioned casually. He leaned in close. Hot breath tickled my ear, causing a shiver to go down my spine. It reminded me it had been a while since I'd last gotten laid. Maybe it was a good thing I came out tonight, after all. I could relax with some friends, then find someone to release some steam with. I glanced at the dance floor again and saw a few women who'd caught my eye. They were all dressed up in their club outfits, makeup and hair done to perfection, and the way they were surveying the floor, I knew they were out on the hunt tonight.
"My friends are over there," Levi said, tugging my clothes to get my attention.
I followed him to a booth in the back, where two men were sitting almost in each other's laps. They were snuggled against each other, talking and laughing, and their hands all over each other.
"Hey, guys,"
Levi called out, and they looked up as we approached the table, but made no move to get off each other. I guess clinging like this was normal for them. There must be something in this town's water for all the couples here to be so damn sweet.
"This is Andy, our new chef. I hope you don't mind that I brought him,"
Levi introduced me as he slid into the booth opposite them. "A friend of yours is a friend of ours," the bigger man stated. "The name's Jim, and this is my boyfriend, Austin." The smaller of the two nodded at me and gave me a soft smile.
"You must be the one from New York,"
he said, then waved down the passing waiter for another glass. "News travels fast around here," I commented, and accepted the glass of beer he poured for me.
"Not many secrets around these parts. Plus, my job is basically just listening to gossip,"
Austin said with a chuckle. I stared at him blankly, not sure what kind of job that was. "He's a taxi driver," Jim supplied, "and you'll be surprised to know the kinds of secrets his passengers spill." I leaned closer to the table. "Do tell," I said with a curious smirk. Laughter came from beside me as an arm landed around my shoulders.
"I didn't know you were the type interested in town gossip. You'll fit right in,"
Levi joked and brought his beer up for a cheer. I clinked glasses with him and took a swig of the alcohol. The conversation moved to talking about everyone's day. Jim worked at a local farm and animatedly told us about the antics one of their roosters was getting up to. "I swear, Big Boss is getting beakier each day. Used to be he'd only peck at me if I went near him. Now he's scouring the farm just to attack me. Fucking asshole," Jim complained, but his lips curved up in a smile. He might grumble about the rooster, but he obviously had a soft spot for him. "Enough about him. He'll probably perk up his tail feathers if he knew he was the lead role in our topic of conversation. He's such an attention whore," Jim said with a shake of his head. Austin chuckled and patted his boyfriend on the chest in an almost comforting gesture. He then leaned against the table and turned toward Levi.
"Guess who I dropped off at the airport today?"
Levi raised a brow in question.
"Who? Someone I know?"
Austin nodded. He paused to take a sip of his drink, then said,
"I debated on whether I should tell you, but I thought it might help you move on. It was Jack. He said he's moving to the city."
I could physically see Levi freeze. He digested the news, then let out a mocking laugh.
"Wow, was I so bad that I'd run him out of town? Did he think I was going to bug him or something? Beg him to get back with me? Well, fuck him. He's jack shit."
He finished his rant by draining the rest of his glass. Austin and Jim watched him with concern.
"Sorry, I probably shouldn't have brought it up,"
Austin said. Levi shook his head.
"It's fine, and you're right. I do need to move on. There's plenty of fish in the sea."
He waved across the pub to where people were mingling, probably looking for hookups. Levi looked dejected again and reached to refill his drink. Austin held up a hand to stop him.
"Maybe you should slow down. You don't want a repeat of last time,"
he said and glanced at me. Am I missing something?" I asked with a brow raised. Levi let out the loudest sigh in the history of sighs. He put his whole body into it and slumped down back into his seat.
"The night I met you, I was dumped."
Then softer, like he hadn't meant for me to hear, he muttered,
"I always get dumped."
With all that bitterness in his tone, there was definitely a story there. "Hey, like Marta said last week, men are meant to be used, then thrown away," I joked and clapped him on the shoulder. My attempt to comfort him seemed to work, since he barked at a laugh that had the other two asking for context. We told them about the group of snarky and hilarious old women who stayed at the B&B last week. The place was noticeably more quiet now that they'd left. Levi seemed less tense as he relayed the story about how those ladies tried to match him up with one of their grandsons. "I think they have the right idea. You have to keep putting yourself out there until you find the right man," Jim stated.
"Easy for you to say," Levi muttered. "You hit the jackpot for your soulmate to be the first man you were ever with."
Jim laughed and scooped Austin into his arms. There was a gentle look in his eyes as he held his boyfriend close. "Yeah, I am lucky." Austin gazed back at him with so much love in his eyes. It was obvious these two were head over heels for each other.
"But it wasn't always this easy. Before we got together, there was a whole lot of pining,
especially on my part," Austin said, clearing his throat as he spun back to look at Levi. "So, what if you have to kiss a ton of frogs before you find your Prince Charming? Your perfect guy's out there somewhere." Levi wrinkled his nose. "I hope not. Frogs aren't really my thing. Silver foxes, on the other hand." His words trailed off, then he suddenly sprawled on the table with a plop. "Finding someone isn't the issue. It's the keeping them part I need help on." "I'll help you," I blurted out before I had time to think it through, which was very stupid of me. I didn't have time for this. I should be focusing on making the B&B menu better or honing my skills, literally anything besides helping Levi date. I was just about to take back my offer and play it off as a slip of the tongue, but then Levi turned his big eyes to me. "Really? How can you help?" He sounded skeptical, but hopeful. I couldn't let him down after that. Curse me and my big mouth. Chapter 8. Levi. "You like men, and I'm a man. I know it's not as simple as that, but I'm sure if we put our heads together, we can figure out what the issue is. Because, while we might not have known each other long, I don't think you're the problem." Andy spoke like he firmly believed his statement. Austin and Jim nodded in agreement, but I still had a hard time believing it. "I'm not too sure about that," I muttered. It was hard to think that the issue didn't lie with me when I was the one being broken up with in every single relationship, and the fact they all used the same excuse, too. It said something when every single man I'd been with stated that I wasn't the kind of person they wanted to settle down with. "Come on, you just need someone to gas you up, and that's where I'll come in. I'll be your wingman and dating advisor," Andy stated. He took a sip of his beer, looking all self-assured, like this was a foolproof plan. I had my doubts. "I think it's a great idea. Coming from a big city like New York, I'm sure Andy can give better dating advice than we can," Jim commented. Jim and Austin had been best friends for years before they eventually got together, so I knew their situation wasn't applicable to me. I wasn't looking to date my best friend, Felix, who'd moved to a different small town last year. I didn't think Felix's new boyfriend would appreciate that. From what Felix told me, Bruce was the possessive type and wouldn't let anyone get in between the two of them. Thinking about how all my friends were matching up, finding the loves of their lives, I smiled. I was ecstatic they found their happiness with people who loved them as they deserved to be loved. And then there was me. "Okay, fine. I obviously need all the help I can get. How do we start?" I said. It wasn't like I had anything to lose. Worst case, I'd get rejected again, and it wasn't like I was short of those. Andy studied me, his gaze hot as he looked me over. I wasn't unused to being checked out. I knew I was easy on the eyes, and maybe that was a reason why the sting of rejection hurt even more when I'd always been told I was stereotypically attractive. I didn't want to only be a pretty face that warmed someone's bed for the night. I was looking for the person who saw me, really saw me, like the way Jim and Austin were for each other. They didn't have to hide themselves or pretend to be someone they weren't. They accepted each other as they were. Full stop. I wasn't lying when I said they were fucking lucky to have each other. "Well, what's the verdict?" I asked after a minute under Andy's scrutiny without him saying a word. Jim and Austin were watching us too. Andy leaned back into the seat, all nonchalant and easy. How he made sitting look cool was beyond me. "It's definitely not your looks that's deterring the men. You're easy on the eyes, for sure," he commented. And now I was feeling all shy. I wasn't expecting a compliment from him. "Thanks. You're not too bad yourself," I replied, and Andy gave me a knowing smirk. It wasn't as smug as I'd expected after hearing my compliment, but more like he knew he was handsome and owned it. That confidence, though, it was sexy as hell. "So maybe it's your approach that's the issue. I'll have to see you in action for myself," he said, and gestured toward the bar. "Wait, you mean now?" I croaked. Tonight was supposed to be time for me to unwind and hang out with my friends, not to have my first lesson on dating. "No time like the present," Andy replied coolly. Austin and Jim voiced their agreement. "Unless you don't see anyone who catches your eye," Andy added. I looked around the room. It wasn't as busy as a weekend night, but I preferred nights like these. It felt more intimate and less intimidating than a fast-paced night filled with horny people trying to get laid.
The only issue with it being a random Wednesday night was that, besides the regulars, there weren't many new faces, much less that fit my ideal type. Andy must have seen the conflict in my expression, because he suddenly suggested,
"How about this? I'll go to the bar, and you pretend to pick me up."
That had me flinging my head toward him with wide eyes.
"What? Am I not attractive enough to be hit on by you?"
Andy said with a smirk. No, I mean, yes. Why do I feel like this is a trick question? I groaned and banged my head on the table. Gentle laughter sounded from beside me. I turned on my cheek to see Andy watching me with amusement. I'm glad you find this situation funny, I muttered. He stretched out his hand and swept my hair out of my face. His hands were large and calloused, but his touch was surprisingly gentle as he rubbed my tousled hair.
"Maybe it'll be less pressure on you to try to pick up someone you know won't be trying to get into your pants,"
he said. I hummed in reply. I closed my eyes, enjoying the way he was playing with my hair. He could lull me to sleep with those fingers.
"I think we're gonna head out,"
Jim suddenly said. I straightened in my seat to see Austin and Jim scooting out of their side of the booth. I followed and stood too. Already? It's still early, I protested. Jim usually had early mornings at the farm, but even still, they were leaving earlier than usual.
"Austin has an airport pickup scheduled for the wee hours in the morning, and I don't want him falling asleep on the wheel,"
Jim said gravely. He helped Austin with his jacket, then turned back to face me.
"But I like Andy's plan. It'll be good practice for you."
Agreed. Let us know how it goes, Austin added. He glanced between me and Andy. Something passed through his eyes, but it was too quick for me to see. We'll see you next week. Yeah, definitely. Drive safe tomorrow, I said, and gave them both hugs. They clapped hands with Andy, inviting him to our next weekly get-together before leaving. Austin and I had gotten close before he and Jim were a thing. After they coupled up last year, the three of us became closer and started our weekly meetups.
"So?"
Andy started. He stood beside me, his hand slipped in his pocket, stance relaxed.
"Is it time to play strangers?"
We're really doing this, huh?
"Yes, I think so."
He frowned.
"Unless you don't really want to."
No, you're right. This will be good practice, I replied. He flashed me a white smile.
"All right, then. I'll see you at the bar, stranger."
He threw over his shoulder, then left me standing there. I watched his departing back through the sea of people. He walked with purpose, eyes on his destination, and completely unfazed by the interested glances his way. He found a stool near the edge of the bar and waved down the bartender. Jude was the bartender on staff tonight, and even at this distance, I could see the flirty laughs and pretty smiles he shot at Andy. I couldn't blame him. Andy had a way of commanding the room without even trying. Maybe his effortless confidence was normal in New York, but here, it left him with more than one or two admirers as they watched him interact with Jude. And now I was supposed to go up to him and flirt with him. Even the most confident person would be a little unnerved in this situation. I swore I could feel all eyes on me as I followed the path Andy took. My heart pounded against my chest, loud even under the brimming noise of the pub. I didn't stop until I slid onto the free stool beside Andy. I'll have whatever he's having, I called out to Jude, gesturing toward Andy's way. Then I twisted my body toward him and rested my head on my hand. Andy watched me, an amused smile lighting up his face.
"I hope you enjoy water,"
he said. What?
"Water. That's what I ordered,"
he repeated, just as Jude came by to drop off 2 glasses of, as he'd said, iced water. My head nearly slipped off my hand. That was how uncool I currently felt. To hide the shame of the unsuccessful use of a pickup line, I grasped my cold glass and took a long gulp. The cold water slid down refreshingly, helping mask the burn of embarrassment. So, what brings you to town? I turned my focus back on Andy, scooting closer to him and finger mindlessly drawing tiny circles on the hardwood bar. Andy watched me with a tiny smirk. He took a drink out of his glass too, then licked the splatter of water that stained his top lip.
"Work,"
he finally replied. What do you do?
"I'm a chef over at Fated Encounters B&B.
That's a good place to work. I know the owners, I said. I couldn't help but puff up with pride at the mention of our family's B&B. I'd always been proud of the place. It was a family legacy, one that I was excited to take over one day.
"Oh, yeah?"
Andy twisted his body toward me as well. He was playing along with my questions and answer game, but he clearly found this funny. I cleared my throat, giving him a gentle reminder to stay in character. This was his idea, after all. Yeah. Have you explored the mountains behind the B&B? There are some fantastic trails that lead to the most breathtaking vistas. Maybe I can take you sometime. Andy frowned.
Do you always invite strangers to the middle of nowhere where they can do who knows what?
I raised a brow, but that only made Andy cross his arms.
What? It's not safe, you know. Stranger danger is a thing,
he said in a huff.
And, speaking of, we need to talk about how you got so drunk all by yourself the night we met. What would have happened if I wasn't there?
His reaction had me barking out a laugh. First, we're not mentioning that night, remember? And I think living in the city has made you too cynical. Nobody around these parts is going to do all these scary, unimaginable things you're mentioning. Andy looked at me skeptically.
It only takes one bad seed.
Even if they do want to try something, I can handle myself, I said, and raised my arm to flex my muscles. I wasn't bulky in the way of a bodybuilder, but that didn't mean I was weak either. Andy eyed me. His dark gaze moving up and down my body had the beers in my stomach heating me up. He poked my arm.
Okay, Mr. Big Strong Man.
I rolled my eyes and smacked his hand away. You're out of character. You're supposed to be the hot stranger I'm picking up, remember?
If you think inviting a man into the middle of the woods is picking them up and not the prologue to a horror movie, then I think we have very different definitions of what flirting is.
Well, if you're such an expert on flirting, then why don't you show me how it's done? I gritted out. Then suddenly, he was all in my space. His hand landed on my arm, all hot and firm. His thumb rubbed tiny strokes against my forearm that did something to the chemistry of my brain.
Instead of the outdoors, I'd much rather you show me someplace more intimate. Maybe with a nice dinner and wine first.
Hot breath hit my ear, making it hard to distinguish between what was part of the act and what was real. My voice lost its way and seemed to have no plans of returning, so all I could do was nod.
Chapter 9. Andy. Good. Let's go then, I said, draining the last of my water before sliding off the bar stool. The room was feeling a bit hot. Or maybe it was Levi's reactions that were making me feel a bit stuffy. It was clear by his action that he wasn't flirted with often, which was a shocker, honestly, since he was, by any and all definitions, hot. Though what I wasn't expecting was thinking he was cute, too. The way his eyes went all wide and shining was too adorable and had me feeling way too tight. I needed some fresh air.
Where are we going?
Levi asked, his brows knitted together in confusion. Home. I think that's enough for tonight, I said, then used his elbow to guide him out to grab our jackets and leave the pub. I didn't let him go until the blast of cold air brought some clarity to my now foggy mind.
Did I do something wrong?
No. Why would you think that?
I don't know,
Levi shrugged.
You just seemed different suddenly.
I felt different. I shouldn't be feeling all confused by a man. One who was basically my boss to boot. I definitely shouldn't be imagining licking those damn dimples whenever he smiled all innocently at me, or the way he pursed his lips when he wanted to argue back, making his already pouty lips look even more pouty, more suckable. Yeah, those were things we weren't thinking about anymore. No, you didn't. It's getting late, and I think we've accomplished what we set out to do tonight, I said, tucking my hands into my pocket.
We did.
His confused expression had me laughing, which only made him frown. I swung an arm around him and pulled him toward the parking lot in the back. Yeah, we learned that you, my friend, need a whole refresh on this whole dating business. So that's where we'll start, with a date. He looked conflicted, almost as if he wasn't sure if this was a good idea or not. Well, me neither, buddy. I didn't come here to give dating lessons to my new boss. I had more important matters to focus on. But Levi was so earnest in his efforts to find a boyfriend, making it almost impossible to leave him to his own devices. It wasn't until we settled in the car that Levi spoke.
Thanks for agreeing to help me,
he said, his voice soft and almost vulnerable. And that I didn't do. So I ruffled his hair, purely to break the moment. It definitely wasn't because I liked the way his soft hair tickled my hand. Definitely not. I figured since I already helped you twice, I should keep that trend going. He frowned.
I thought we weren't going to bring up that first night again.
I chuckled and ruffled his hair again. Levi smiled too, only wide enough for one of his dimples to peek through. At least that meant he wasn't actually pissed about me bringing up our first encounter. Looking away, I watched the dark shadows outside the window the entire drive home. That was better than wondering just how deep I could stick my tongue into his dimple. Was having a dimple fetish a thing? Because, damn, I never knew they were so sexy. We said our goodnights when we got back to his place. Levi lived in a small 2-bedroom cabin that was about a 10-minute walk from the B&B. It was a cozy place surrounded by nothing but nature. Maybe being out here was the reason he thought it was okay to ask a stranger out on a hike. He obviously didn't watch enough horror movies. Or maybe he was right, and my judgment had been too clouded from growing up in New York, and everywhere else had a more relaxed stance on going out with strangers. It was true people here were nicer, even the tourists at the B&B. There was no yelling in the kitchen for having too much or too little sauce. Nobody complained about their food being too hot or not having an acai bowl on the menu because it's a New York staple. Not in an Asian fusion restaurant, it wasn't. Instead, I was getting compliments to the chef, something that rarely happened in the previous restaurants I'd worked at. People here trusted me with their food. They trusted the menu I put together and took their time to genuinely enjoy the meal. There was none of that in-and-out attitude here. It was a slower pace. I was starting to get behind. Sure, the volume of customers was vastly different from what I was used to in the city. That was to be expected, with this being a small B&B, and most people were out exploring the little town for lunch. But that just meant I could give special attention to the people I was serving. And whenever I had a lull in customers, I had time to try out a new cooking technique I'd learned or a recipe that I'd been wanting to test, which usually went for the staff meals. Henry and Peter were ecstatic about all the new food I was feeding them. They told me that at least a few dozen times in the couple of weeks I'd been here. Levi was still running around, so I didn't see him much within the last week. He would come by the kitchen to grab food, but he never really had time to stop to enjoy it. It was completely different from the vibe of everyone else here, and it made me wonder why he was so busy all the time. We hadn't really talked much since the night we went out to the bar, nor had we made plans to go on the practice date I'd mentioned, which a part of me was disappointed about, but another part of me said this was for the better. Offering to help him date in the first place was a foolish idea. It wasn't like I was an expert on dating. All the relationships I'd had consisted of quick hookups behind seedy bars or one-off dates that felt too troublesome to continue. But I was a man, and while I might not be attracted to other men, I had a general inkling of what men like. Maybe that would be useful in helping him because I did want to help him. Which was why later that night when I saw Levi was actually home at a reasonable time, I sat beside him on the couch. "Hey."
"Hey,"
he replied, lifting the blanket covering his legs to make space for me. I hesitated, not really used to sharing blankets with a friend. But maybe this was just something they did here, and who was I to question that? So I thanked him and scooted close, letting the blanket warmed from his heat fall over my legs. It was cozy, and not at all entirely bad. Levi smiled and returned his eyes to the TV. He had Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas on. "Watching Christmas movies before Halloween? That's diabolical." Levi did a slow turn as his eyes narrowed on me.
"Christmas movie? Oh, don't tell me you're one of those people. This is obviously a Halloween movie, and what better time to watch it than at the start of October?"
There was a lot to unpack in that statement. First, he was completely wrong about the genre of movie. And second, it was October already. That meant it was almost a month since I started working here. I hadn't even noticed all that time had passed, which was a rarity for me. I was usually always conscious of the passage of time, worrying that I wasn't making the most out of it. Now that Levi mentioned it, the familiar slow rise of panic drummed under my skin. I was behind in life, and completely not where I wanted to be. My peers were out there winning awards or starting businesses that would then win them even more awards. And where was I? It had been almost a month since I'd arrived here, and what had I accomplished? Nothing nearly close to the goals I'd planned for myself. I needed to make my mark here.
I needed the raving recommendations so that when I returned to New York, I could show everyone that I could make something of myself. I wasn't a waste of space. Hey, a warm touch fell on my arm, drawing my focus. Are you okay? The teasing smile on Levi's face was replaced with concern as he watched me. His hands did slow strokes against my skin that did something to calm the anxiety that always came with comparing myself with the timeline of others. Another minute under his touch, and I could breathe again. All the while, Levi gave me the time I needed to gather myself. He didn't push for an answer, just stayed there with his hand moving in a slow, rhythmical beat that guided my heartbeat. Yeah, I replied, surprising myself by how true the answer was. I was able to believe that I'd be okay. I sank deeper into the couch, relaxing under his touch. I didn't move my arm, and it didn't seem like he planned to stop his soft actions either. So, you're obviously wrong about the movie. It's definitely a Christmas film, I said, continuing our earlier conversation. Levi was silent for a second, and I was worried he'd push for answers. Thankfully, he dropped it. Are we watching the same thing? Just look at it. There are skeletons and zombies. Hell, their dog is a freaking ghost. Grinning, he snatched the bowl of popcorn from the coffee table and settled it in the space between us to share. He grabbed a handful and shoved it into his mouth before eyeing me and nudging the bowl as if telling me to join him. I laughed and took his hint, making myself completely comfortable. The word Christmas is in the title. It's obviously a Christmas film, I insisted, which led us to arguing about which one of us was right as we watched the movie. By the end of it, neither of us had conceded their point, but I felt light and happy. I had fun spending time with him. As the credits rolled, Levi turned to me. That was totally a Halloween movie, he said cheekily. I rolled my eyes and threw the last piece of popcorn at him, but the man had fast reflexes and caught the popcorn in his mouth. Yum, he exclaimed. My gaze moved to his mouth as I watched him chew. The action pushed his cupid's bow deeper, drawing me in until I was full-on staring at his lips. It wasn't until the TV went silent that I grew conscious of the fact that I really should not be staring at another guy's lips. So, I cleared my throat and forced my gaze away. I haven't forgotten about helping you with your dating life. Yeah? Levi's shoulders went stiff. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. You really don't have to help me. I'm sure you have other stuff you need to do. I did. I had a whole list of things I'd planned during my 6-month stay here. Sure, the B&B had been slow recently, but I knew business would pick up when all the winter tourists came running to town. Henry informed me that we were completely booked out starting next month, and I wanted to have the menu perfected by then. I'd also talked to Peter about opening the restaurant to the general public, and he was receptive to the idea. But that meant there would be even more on my plate with all the planning, logistics, and marketing to get that plan up and running. Julie was happy to have more hours, but if we were to be full service to the public, we'd need more than just one waitress. And I needed to give Peter a solid plan showing this endeavor would work to give him a reason to add another person to the staff. So, I already had my hands full. He was giving me an out, and if I were a smarter person, I would take it. Well, I never claimed to be smart. Chapter 10. Levi. It had been a few weeks since the night we'd gone out to the bar, and when Andy didn't mention again about being my wingman and helping me navigate dating, I figured he'd forgotten about it. Or that I was such a train wreck when I pretended to pick him up that he regretted his decision and tried to sweep it under the rug. I wouldn't have blamed him. If I was in his position, I wouldn't want to teach me how to date either. That was why, when I'd been asked about it at the last couple of weekly gatherings with Jim and Austin, I hadn't known what to say. They had invited Andy to join us, but I hadn't seen him around recently, and he never sought me out either. I didn't think he was intentionally avoiding me or anything like that. I'd been busy with the B&B, as usual, and he'd had his own duties to take care of. I also heard from my parents that Andy was thinking of a new plan to expand our kitchen service, which probably kept him more than enough busy. I was a little surprised when he joined me to watch the movie tonight. It had been a long day cleaning an accident one of the guests had. Their toddler, who they thought was potty-trained, wasn't so potty-trained after all, and thought that going in the middle of our vintage rug was a good idea. And guess who was the lucky person who had to spend all afternoon cleaning that up? Lucky me. The parents had been very apologetic and offered to reimburse us, so I wasn't mad at them or anything. Kids were messy, and there were bound to be accidents. I understood. But that didn't mean I enjoyed spending a couple of hours on my hands and knees getting the yellow stain out. Thankfully, it did come out, though, after a very thorough wash of the entire thing and drying it in the sun for a few days. It should be good as new. After that, all I wanted to do was go home and watch one of my favorite comfort movies. What I didn't expect was for Andy to join me and have an enjoyable time bantering with him about the genre of the movie, which he was catastrophically wrong about. The Nightmare Before Christmas was obviously a Halloween movie. Nor had I expected him to bring up the date, fake date, we talked about. No, let's do this. I said I would help you, and I want to. I'm off tomorrow, so what do you say we grab dinner tomorrow night? Oh, wait, you have the weekly meetup with your friends, right? They'll understand if I skip a week, I quickly added. Not that I didn't want to see my friends, but I could see them any time, and I really wanted to go on this not date with Andy. If tonight was anything to go by, I already knew I enjoyed spending time with him, and his offer to help me with dating was very tempting because I did want to find a meaningful relationship with someone who thought I was worth keeping. Andy eyed me, that amused glint in his eyes again. I thought he would tease me about how I was overly excited about this dinner, which, stupid, Levi. I really needed to learn how to keep my cool. Instead, he replied with a soft, okay. That had me feeling almost giddy about tomorrow night's plan. We both returned to our rooms not long later, but there was no way I could sleep with how much I was looking forward to this. I'd gone on plenty of dates before, but those dates always had an underlying expectation in them. The men I dated knew they'd get me into their beds at the end of the night, and now that I was thinking about it, had I ever dated someone who wanted to actually get to know me, and not just the me underneath my clothes? Man, that thought was depressing as fuck. Tomorrow would be good for me. I'd have a nice time pretending to date someone who had absolutely no expectations from me besides wanting to help me, and maybe I'd learn a thing or two about him as well. Somehow, I was able to fall asleep and actually get enough sleep to not be dead on my feet the next day. Andy might be off, but I had a full workday ahead of me. The first thing I did was check on the rug that had been left outside to dry overnight. It looked as if it had never been peed on, if I did say so myself. Today was a sunny day, so I let it do a little more sunbathing while I finished cleaning the rest of the room. We only had 4 of the 10 rooms booked for tonight. I used this opportunity to do a little deep cleaning on the empty ones before more guests checked in next week. October wasn't as busy as November and December, but we usually booked out the week leading up to Halloween with families who felt safer in our small town for the holiday. Plus, Wintertown did a kick-ass Halloween. The residents here never passed up an excuse to decorate, proven by all the spooky decorations that were already displayed in town. It helped that most folks here gave out candy for the excited trick-or-treaters, making our town a popular spot for Halloween. After the morning chores were done, I grabbed a quick lunch from the kitchen. "You seem chipper today," Pops commented when I grabbed a few sandwiches from the platter. The only one in our family who could cook something that wasn't half burnt was Pops, so he was usually in charge of meals when we didn't have a chef, or, like today, when Andy was off. And while I loved Pops, he could only cook the most basic foods, and they were nowhere on Andy's level. "Just having a good day," I commented as I bit into the chicken salad sandwich. It was a little over-seasoned, but still better than the alternative. I got the rug cleaned and managed to get all of the other rooms ready for our weekend check-ins. Pops watched me take a few more bites. "There's something else," he said, squinting at me like he was trying to read me. I didn't meet his eyes. Pops had always been the more astute one out of my dads. When I was younger, I could never hide anything from him. He'd take one look at me and know that I, in fact, was the one who stole the ice cream out of the freezer in the middle of the night. As a kid, I thought my thievery was flawless, but Pops always knew. And now he was looking at me with that same look, like he'd steal my secrets from the depths of my eyes. I didn't think my dads would be too happy to know I was going on a date with our new chef. Not a date. God, I really needed to remember that. It didn't even cross my mind to lie. To tell him I was excited about meeting up with Austin and Jim tonight, or that I'd met someone new and was grabbing dinner with them. Pops could smell a lie a mile away, and I didn't really want to get into my dating life with him, or more accurately, my lack of dating life.
If you don't want to tell me, fine. But if you do have happy news, I hope you'll share it with your Baba and me. We love you and just want you to be happy. No matter how old I was, I would never stop feeling mushy when my parents showed their care for me. I really won the parent jackpot to have two of the most amazing, kind-hearted people as my dads. I dropped my sandwich on my plate and wrapped Pops in a bear hug. He yelped at my surprise attack, laughing and patting my back, hard at the hug. I love you too, Pops, I said into his hair. He was about half a head shorter than me, the perfect height for me to rest my head on top of his in this position, though he hated it when I did that, claiming it was a crime that the men in this family towered over him. I know, my little boy, he said. I pulled back and gave him a pointed look that stated the obvious fact that I wasn't little anymore. Pops's gaze didn't falter as he looked up at me, almost like he was the biggest force in the kitchen right now. He wasn't wrong. Put me in charge of a kitchen, and the only thing you'd get out of it was burnt toast. Better to leave all that to Pops. The rest of the day flew by while I busied myself around the B&B. There was always something to do, a broken light bulb needing changing, or an endless stream of laundry waiting to be folded. If I didn't force myself to stop, work would never end. And it wasn't just me. My dads almost never got a day off either. It didn't help that they lived in the living space on the top floor of the B&B, so there was practically no work-life balance. Dad liked to joke about retiring and taking Pops to travel the world, but he was too much of a workaholic to actually retire, and both Pops and I knew that. The final task I liked to end my workday with was chatting with our guests in the general living area, where people could hang out, watch TV, play board games, or just socialize. It was also the rooms where we held our events, like our weekly movie or arts and crafts nights. Those were especially popular with the kids. I enjoyed taking time out of my day to chat with the people staying here. They would tell me about their hometown, why they were here, and even sometimes their hopes and dreams. Every person had their own story to share, and I loved absorbing it all. I'd always loved talking to people, and the little connections we'd formed with our guests at the B&B fueled that for me. And, of course, this was a productive time to hear about areas we could improve in as well. Sure, the B&B was a business, but I like to think we were creating a home away from home for these travelers. We became their extended family while they were here, and we wanted them to be as comfortable as possible. I was stupidly happy on the walk home after listening to a little girl excitedly tell me about all the hidden doves she'd found around the B&B. The Doves of Destiny was a known symbol here, representing the love between the two founders of our town. Usually, it was depicted as two doves with their beaks touching, as if kissing, but the dove's motif was used as decorations in general. I wasn't sure who started it, but doves were hidden in the most random places at the B&B. There were the obvious ones, like the statue of the kissing doves in the reception area, but there were also dozens, if not hundreds, of tiny doves hidden in plain sight. On the baseboard of the stairs, the decorative topper on the door hinges, those were my idea, little sun catchers on the windows that shone pretty spots of rainbows inside. The little girl was absolutely brimming with energy as she told me she'd counted at least 50 and listed every place she remembered seeing one. It was little things like that, tiny moments of joy from our guests, that really lit up the fire inside my heart to continue bringing my best to the B&B. Humming a happy tune, my head was in the clouds through my shower routine. It wasn't until a knock came on my bedroom door that I realized I'd forgotten something. Towels still wrapped around my waist and water droplets tickling as they slid down my skin, I opened the door to find Andy standing there, all dolled up in tight pants that deliciously hugged his thigh muscles, and a long-sleeve casual sweater that made his forearms look even bigger. I could just drool.
"Ready?"
he asked, his voice low and smooth. Had our day apart made his voice somehow sexier? Fuck. Despite looking forward to it all day, the last couple of hours chatting with the guests had me forgetting all about our date. Not a date, Levi. Get it together.
Chapter 11. Andy.
Give me 5 minutes,
Levi stammered out before shutting the door in my face. The way his eyes bulged out when he saw me, then his frantic movements, had me unable to contain my chuckling. I'd obviously caught him by surprise. I heard him return home earlier, humming some chipper tune and looking like he was in his own little world. I gave him an hour before checking in on him, since I'd made reservations at a restaurant in town. I wasn't expecting him to still be in only his towel, nor had I expected my reaction to seeing those sexy tight muscles he'd had hiding under his clothes. Levi was all man.
There was no doubt about that, but there was something sensual about the hot slide of condensation down his bronze skin, and the slight tint of red I caught peeping on his neck right as he closed the door. It was like he knew exactly how to activate a man's sex drive, which was exactly the thing I shouldn't be thinking about. Levi was one of my bosses, and tonight was all about helping him, not ogling him while he was naked and deliciously wet and warm from the shower. I shook my head and glared at the now slight bulge in my pants. Maybe I should change to a pair that wasn't so tight, but then I remembered the way Levi's gaze lingered on my thighs, obviously checking me out, and the thought of changing completely left my mind. The attention felt good. I didn't consider myself an attention whore, but it had been a while since I had eyes like that on me. I hadn't tried going back to the town's only pub to pick someone up because, well, living with my boss made the whole hookup thing a bit more difficult. Perhaps I needed to drive into the city on a day I wasn't scheduled to work. As I was thinking about plans for my next day off, the door opened again, and Levi reappeared. This time, he wasn't naked under his towel, but his new outfit might as well just be as deadly. If I thought my pants were tight, they had nothing on him. His black biker pants looked almost painted on to accentuate that he was all man. I didn't know if men were size queens, as some of the women I dated, but if they were, he definitely didn't have any issues on that end. And his top, too. The man obviously knew how to dress, which was a surprise considering I'd mostly seen him in casual blue jeans and t-shirts this past month, but there was none of that tonight. He had on a button-up with the top buttons undone to show his prominent collarbone. The little sexy sneak peek was wrapped up with a brown cardigan, which he'd also left the top buttons free. He looked both cozy and tempting at the same time. I didn't even know cardigans on men were a thing, and now I was wondering why more men weren't wearing them.
"Do I look all right?"
Levi suddenly asked. He played with the loose thread hanging from the edge of his cardigan. I'd had to force myself to look at his face instead of continuing to check out his body. Yeah. Did my voice just crack? I cleared my throat. You look good. Levi smiled, a big one that had both his dimples making an appearance. I dropped my gaze to the floor, only looking up when he walked closer.
"So, where are we going for dinner?"
he asked. I made reservations for a place in town, I replied as we headed to my car.
"A reservation? I thought this would be something casual,"
Levi replied with obvious shock in his voice. He buckled his seatbelt from the passenger side and turned to face me. I said we'd do a proper date, and that's exactly what I intended to do, I replied as I turned on the car engine. Levi opened his mouth, but whatever words he'd been planning to say died on his tongue. We were silent the entire drive into town, which, to be fair, was only 10 minutes. The reservations were for the Nest. It was the only restaurant around these parts that even took reservations. The inside was decorated tastefully, with the town's doves as the primary decoration inspo. And when I said that, I wasn't even exaggerating. The first thing we were greeted upon entering the restaurant was a floor-to-ceiling mural of doves in Victorian dresses out on a picnic. Beside the giant piece of art was where the hostess stand stood, except for a wooden stand that was usually the norm. It was the sculpture of, yep, you guessed it, a dove. And somehow still, they managed to make it look elegant and fitting for a fancier restaurant. You guys take your doves seriously around here, I said to Levi once we were seated. He laughed.
"That we do. We're pretty proud of our history, so the doves are pretty important to us."
Before I could reply, the waitress came to introduce herself and fill our water glasses. She left after reciting tonight's specials and handing us menus that had doves embossed on the edges. I fingered the little birds and peeked at Levi. So, what is up with this town's obsession with doves? Levi had half his face covered by the menu, but when he heard my question, he pulled back like I'd hit him with a shocking truth.
"Don't tell me you've been here an entire month and not a single person has told you about the doves of destiny."
I shook my head, which only made him balk even more.
"Well, that does it. You can't leave until you know our town's history,"
he said, then told me about the pair of lovers that had started this town. The founder had been trekking in the forest in the dead of winter, which sounded like a freaking terrible idea. Levi confirmed it by telling me how the idiot wandering around in the snow-covered forest had gotten separated from his companions,
He was cold, hungry, and all alone. Well, what did he expect? I said. Honestly, he was too rich for his own good if he thought that would be a fun idea. Levi scowled at me, and I held my hands out in surrender.
As I was saying, the founder had no clue what he was going to do when suddenly a dove showed up.
A dove? In the middle of a snowy winter? I asked with a healthy dose of skepticism lacing my question, which only earned me Levi's glare. Okay, sorry. Continue. Levi watched me, waiting to see if I'd interrupt him again. I mimed zipping my lips shut, which seemed to appease him as he continued telling me about how the dove guided the founder to a cabin in the middle of the woods. There was something about another dove welcoming them with the person who lived in the cabin, thus saving the founder from what would have been a very unfortunate and cold death.
They founded this town together and lived happily ever after, Levi finished with a hand to his heart.
The chandelier above our heads, which had two doves dangling from the middle, of course, swayed as if responding to the finale of his tale. It was a ridiculous thought, and the tiny glass movement was probably from the AC blowing over it, but something about the way it sparkled was unnerving, so I looked away and focused back on Levi. Can I speak now? He eyed me.
If you must,
he replied, the corners of his lips lifted ever so slightly. Do people here actually believe in a story like that? It seems also manufactured, like they're trying to sell you a dream, I said. Levi shrugged.
I can't speak for everyone, but most of us here do. We think the doves will bless us and lead us to our destinies.
He took a sip of water, then added,
Besides, even if it's not real, that doesn't mean it can't give us hope.
Hope that these little birds will somehow point you to who you're supposed to be with? I asked again.
Hope that there is someone out there who's meant for me,
he said softly, and so full of emotion that it made my heart break for him. I covered his hand with mine, and he looked up at me. Hey, there is, I said. You've just had the bad luck of the draw so far. He smiled, but along with those hidden dimples, I knew the smile was just to hide the hopelessness he was feeling about the entire situation. Levi might think all his failed relationships were his fault, but there had to be another reason. Or maybe it's the type of men you're dating that's the issue, I hedged, the question that had been tickling my brain now out there. I remembered the first time we met, when he was drunk off his ass and trying to pick up a man who had to be over 20 years older than him, and the night out with friends, they were talking about his dating history and how the men he dated were all at least 10 years his senior. Have you tried dating someone who's, your age? Someone who might be able to understand you better? Levi seemed startled by the question.
I've never thought about it,
he said, taking another sip of his water. His fingers slid against the glass, chasing a bead of condensation. He watched it for a moment before fixing his gaze back on me.
I guess I've always just been attracted to older men.
I leaned against the table, cheek resting on my hand. So, you're saying your obsession with silver foxes started as a kid?
I guess you could put it like that,
he said with a laugh.
There was that one time when I was like 10 where my dads took me to get a picture of Santa, and whoever was in charge that day had decided that instead of the stereotypical Santa with the big belly and grandfather vibes, they decided a daddy was the way to go. I begged my dads to go back every day so I could sit on Daddy's lap.
I laughed as I watched him animatedly recount all the ways he tried to bribe his dads to take him back to see sexy Santa. He'd even tried to use his saved allowance to pay Henry to drive him, knowing that Henry was the easier target out of his two dads. But Peter had caught them in the act and threatened to cut off his allowance for the next 6 months.
And then there was Gomez, the man of all men. He was my crush that defined my entire teens,
Levi said with a sigh and a dreamy look in his eyes. Gomez? I prompted, not really sure who he was talking about. I hadn't met anyone with that surname since coming here.
Gomez Florencia Adams. From the Adams family.
He spoke like I was the one in the wrong for not following his train of thought. I smirked at how defensive he was getting about this movie. It made me want to rile him up even more. Are you talking about that movie about that creepy family? His eyes practically bugged out of his head at my words.
Creepy? You did not just call them creepy. They are only the iconic goth family, one that is truly misunderstood, I might add. Sure, their means might be unconventional, but they display the true meaning of love and family. And Morticia and Gomez, they are the ultimate couple goals, always keeping an open mind and supporting each other. Their love is what love is, in its purest form. He got that dreamy look again, one where his eyes were all glazed and a goofy smile plastered on his face. It was hard not to smile along when faced with this version of Levi. I didn't know how tonight was going to go, since the entire reason for this date was to help Levi out. But we hadn't even ordered yet, and I found I was really enjoying being in Levi's company. Chapter 12. Levi. I knew I was getting a little too passionate about Morticia and Gomez. Nobody wanted to hear about the obsession teenage me had for Gomez. While the other kids my age had posters of their favorite superhero or showed their support to Team Vampire or Werewolf during that phase that seemed to have overcome almost everyone, my bedroom walls were covered with posters of the Addams Family and Gomez. My dads never really understood why I loved the movie with such dark tones when I was a fairly sunny kid back then, but they just didn't get it. My little heart had been captured by just how romantic the movie was, and since then, I dreamed of having a romance just like the heads of the Addams. And maybe somewhere in my childish mind, I thought I'd be able to experience that love if I found someone older, more mature like Gomez was.
You know, I've never seen anything from that franchise, so I guess it's just hard for me to understand.
Andy suddenly commented. I stared, wide-mouthed at him. How have you never watched The Addams Family? It's a classic, and there are like a dozen adaptations. The animated series and live-action TV shows and movies, though I think the 1991 movie is the best. It just gives off such cozy vibes. He looked at me skeptically.
Are we talking about the same Addams Family? Because if you think they're cozy, then we have vastly different meanings of that word,
he said with an incredulous expression. I shrugged. You won't understand until you watch it for yourself, which you will be doing as soon as possible, I stated with a pointed look toward him. He chuckled.
Oh, I will I? And who's going to make sure that I do?
Don't forget I know where you live. I'll tie you to the couch if that's what it takes, I said, only half joking. I took my favorite film very seriously.
We're talking kinks already, on the first date. Don't you think that's a little presumptuous?
Andy said with a wink. I knew he was only teasing, but I couldn't help but think that this was already the best date. No, non-date that I'd been on in a while. Maybe Andy was right, and the issue was the men I was dating because I'd never been as comfortable on a date as I was now. The passion was definitely there in my previous dates, but there wasn't much else besides that. No joking around or teasing banter. Hell, I couldn't even get them interested in listening to how my day was. I knew that wasn't the fault of the generation I was dating, but my own poor choices in picking men. And I was only now realizing that because of Andy's comment about kinks. If this was a first date with anyone else, we would be chatting about kinks and what we enjoyed in bed. It was expected, since we both knew where the night would lead. Then the swirling voice in my head telling me I was only good for my body reared its ugly head. It was hard not to think like that when all my previous dating experiences only supported that fact.
Hey, are you okay? Did I say something wrong?
Andy asked, hand over mine again. I wondered if he was even aware of the action, or if he was just a touchy person in general. It's nothing, I replied, and tried to focus on the heat of his hand instead of the nasty thoughts that only brought me down. Andy raised a brow at me, giving me a look that told me he could see my bullshit from a mile away. That wasn't the only thing I noticed about him. He didn't sugarcoat things or shy away from things that were difficult. He faced them head on, kind of like what he'd been challenging me to do with this whole introspective dating thing. I blew out a shaky breath and tried to force myself to face the truth, because the way I'd been dating wasn't how I wanted my foreseeable future to be, so something needed to change. And that change needed to start with my mindset, and maybe talking it through with Andy would be the mind opener I needed. It's just the thing about kinks and first dates, I said, feeling a little shy now that I was actually going to say the words out loud. Let's just say it wasn't an unusual topic of conversation for my first dates. Andy raised a brow as he looked at me, but there was no judgment in his eyes. He looked at me the way he did when he was assessing something, trying to find out the core of the issue before he spoke.
I think I see the issue now. The problem is you're dating jerks. You've been nothing but a gentleman this entire time. You're funny, down to earth, and you care. The only thing you're doing wrong is picking guys who don't deserve you," he said after a minute, and there was no way to stop the nervous laugh that came out of me. He squeezed my hand, because yes, his hand was still hot over mine.
"Well, I'm not saying talking about your preferences isn't important, because it is. Getting to know the person you're on a date with is important too. And before you say anything, you are worth getting to know."
His words had all the air leaving my lungs. My insecurities lay out there in the open, and Andy was casually slaying them until I was forced to face the truth of his words. I didn't know how to reply when it felt like, for the longest time, these men I dated treated me like I was a disposable fuck toy. I wasn't usually an insecure person. I had amazing people in my life who always showed how much they loved me for being me. But they knew me, and the men whose attention I tried winning had never even bothered to try. So here I sat, across from Andy, staring at him because I still hadn't figured out the right reply to that. Did I thank him? Or tell him that, if my dating history was anything to go by, he was completely wrong? I didn't do either of those things, and just continued to stare. Andy didn't seem to mind. He wasn't the kind of person who fidgeted under someone's gaze. He sat up straight, confident, as he bathed under my attention, like it was all part of the natural way of things. Maybe it was for him, because, holy hell, he was a handsome one. He had to be popular with the ladies, especially the ones who had a thing for the stern-looking men. Even with the caring expression he was now shooting my way, his brow was still furrowed in such a crease that I was starting to wonder if it was there permanently. And his eyes, unwavering as they practically stared right into my soul. He was intense in a way that made me crave more of his attention. So I stared and stared. Andy looked back, patiently waiting for my reply. Or perhaps he was using the silence to ensure his words sank in. But the words weren't the only thing that was sinking in. His hands. His hands were still on mine, hot and burning, drilling in the fact he was still touching me with his magnificent, large hands. Was it a good time to blurt out that I found his hands sexy as fuck? And not just his hands, but those drool-worthy forearms of his. They screamed power, enough power to hold me down with ease. I wanted to trace the path of those strong veins with my tongue. "Have we decided what we're having tonight?" A voice chirped to my right. I jumped at the sudden question, my hand jolting out from Andy's. He gave me a questioning look before telling the waitress we needed a few more minutes. Damn him for still being all cool and collected while I was feeling like twisted yarn inside. The waitress topped off our water and left again to give us some more time. I'd been so caught up chatting with Andy that I hadn't even looked at the menu yet. "We should probably decide what we're having tonight," I said and cleared my throat, hoping it would dislodge those inappropriate and very confusing thoughts I was having about Andy. He wasn't old enough to be my type, and most importantly, this wasn't a date. Andy opened his mouth, and I worried he'd say something about the moment earlier, and dear God, I hoped I hadn't been giving him googly eyes, because explaining that there was this confusing attraction toward him was the last thing I needed. Thankfully, he didn't bring it up, and we started chatting about the food the restaurant had to offer. Andy was impressed by how fancy the meals they had were, and went into detail about the difficulty of some of the dishes. He lit up as he spoke, brow still furrowed but somehow more gentle now, as he named dishes I couldn't even pronounce. I quietly listened, occasionally nodding, though I had no clue what he was talking about, which didn't bother me. I could probably listen to him talk all day. The mellow cadence of his words was soothing, capturing me in a hazy spell.
"Sorry, I probably sound like a food snob,"
Andy said suddenly. I shook my head. "You're passionate about your cooking, which I think is cool since I can't cook to save my life," I joked. Andy grinned.
"Henry told me about the time you tried cooking porridge and almost burned right through the pan."
I groaned. Dad had been sick and craving Pops' comforting porridge, but Pops had been out of town for the weekend, so being the good son I was, I tried making it for him. "I'm never doing anything nice for him again," I muttered, which earned me a deep rumble of a chuckle from Andy. At that moment, the waitress returned to take our orders. I didn't miss the appreciative glances she shot at Andy. I couldn't blame her. Serious-faced Andy was hot, but laughing Andy, the way his dark eyes sparkled as he was experiencing joy with every part of his body, He might as well be sucker punching me with how fast my breath was leaving my body. We quickly placed our orders, and the waitress gave one last lingering glance at Andy before leaving. I had to push down the desire to block her view. "So, you must know how grateful we are to have you," I said, bringing the conversation back to him so that I could have a little time to calm down. Andy sobered as he took a deep gulp of his water. Neither of us had chosen to get any alcohol tonight, him probably because he was the one who drove, and me because I didn't need the booze fucking with my judgment anymore.
"Trust me, I'm the grateful one. You guys are giving me the freedom to really build something during my time here,"
he said, fists clenched on the table and jaw tightened. I hesitated on whether I should cover his hand with mine, but chose to do it in the end. He'd comforted me in the same way, and I wanted to show him I could be there for him, too. "This really means a lot to you." He nodded and looked at my hand with a strange expression, but didn't break our connection.
"We didn't have much growing up, and when you grow up dirt poor, it's hard not to feel helpless, like you'll never be able to break that vicious cycle,"
Andy said with a sigh that shook his entire body. I squeezed his hand harder.
"And most kids in my neighborhood don't. Escape, I mean. They fall into the same trap as their parents. Drugs, gambling, anything to give them that tiny bit of high to forget about their miserable lives, even for a moment. We'll never make anything for ourselves, so why even try, you know?"
He flipped his hand under mine, unfurling his fist to thread our fingers together, and suddenly we were holding hands, and I found it hard to breathe. But still, I didn't pull back because Andy was now playing with my fingers, and the action seemed to comfort him, and he needed that right now. So I stayed like that, frozen and barely getting enough air into my lungs as I continued listening to his soft voice.
"I vowed that wouldn't be me. I'd make something of myself, even if I didn't have a fancy college degree or professional training. I'd put in the effort and work my way up. I'd prove to everyone who doubted me or told me I'd fail and may as well give up right then and there. I'd prove them wrong."
He finished, his eyes piercing me with determination. My heart broke for him, for the fact there were people in his life putting him down like that. I was fortunate to have parents who believed in everything I did, no matter how many times I stumbled or fell. They encouraged me, telling me I didn't need to rush to find my path. I hated that not every kid had that. I especially hated that Andy didn't have that kind of support. "You will. You are," I insisted, hoping I didn't sound like I was saying the words with no weight to them. I meant them. I might not understand the background he came from, but there was one thing I was absolutely certain about. Andy knew his way around the kitchen. The B&B had never gotten this many compliments about our food before. Our previous chef was good, but she was no Andy. She didn't make everything that came out of the kitchen taste like literal magic. My words seemed to have gotten to him. He squeezed my hand, gentle and appreciative. He smiled and, probably for the first time since I'd met him, his furrowed brow smoothed completely. His brow might be smooth now, but the same couldn't be said for the strange knot in my stomach.
Chapter 13. Andy. I didn't know what prompted me to basically spill my life story to Levi, but there was something about him that screamed trustworthy. Maybe it was the way his face spilled all his emotions. I hoped he never gambled, because he had a shit of a poker face. Or perhaps it was the calm energy he seemed to exude. It was so different from the hustle and bustle I'd been used to in New York. There, we didn't have time to sit and spill our guts. We were always moving and pushing closer to the next goal or risk being left behind. The familiar anxiety of never doing enough had followed me all my life, but next to Levi, I allowed myself to breathe. At least, just for the moment, and it worked. The rest of the dinner turned lighter, and maybe that was because we got the heavier stuff out of the way in the beginning. We chatted, laughed more often than not, and exchanged praises for the food. I ordered the pot-au-feu, which I had no complaints about. It was rich and hearty, but not overwhelming. It was the perfect fall comfort food. For dessert, we got a soufflé to share, since neither of us was huge on sweets. It was light and fluffy, and delectably gooey in the center. Everything we ordered was so on point that I wouldn't have been surprised if the owner of the restaurant was a Michelin star chef, though I had to wonder what a chef with this much talent was doing in a small town like Wintertown. This place had its charm, but it was no New York or Paris, or any of the high-scale metropolises. When I spoke my thoughts out loud, Levi shrugged and replied, "Not everyone wants that kind of life. Some are happier with the simple lifestyle our small town has to offer." I knew he was right, but I had a hard time understanding. My world was filled with people pumping out attention-seeking social media posts, only showing the best parts of their world for the likes and comments that boosted their ego until the next post. It was the reason I stayed off social media when my friends insisted it was an important part of getting my name out there. I saw the way social media had a grasp on people, constantly checking their phones and basing their self-worth on the number of likes their post received. No, thank you. I already struggled to find my self-worth on a normal day as it was. I didn't need social media's help on that front.
I'm not saying the big city life isn't good either,
Levi quickly added. He must have taken my silence as me being offended, so I reached out and took his hand because, apparently, we were doing that now. He relaxed at my touch, then said,
"It's just different."
I nodded, agreeing with him, but still not really understanding. I thought about his words for the rest of the week. It was different. It was a simple observation, one anyone could infer from having any length of time here. Wintertown was nothing like the big city life. The people here didn't yell if you walked too slowly, and nobody honked either, which surprised me. In my tiny New York City studio apartment, cars honking was practically the white noise I fell asleep to. And out here at Levi's cabin, that might as well be nestled in the woods. All there was blissful silence. Enough silence to hear my own thoughts and realize that they weren't as scary as I sometimes believed them to be. And even if there was noise, be it here or at the B&B, it was usually the happy chatter of the excited guests or Levi. Nowadays, my ears perked up whenever I heard Levi's voice, which wasn't often. The B&B had been busy with the end-of-the-week rush as people checked in for the weekend. It was good for business, and I've been getting a lot more guests dining at the B&B restaurant. And the more people I could keep eating at the B&B instead of in town, the better it was to convince Henry and Peter that my plan to open the restaurant to the entire town was one worth exploring. But being this busy also meant that I hadn't been able to spend any time with Levi since the faux date, and I found I missed talking to him. It was completely out of the norm for me. Even with my best friend Casey, it wasn't like we talked all the time. Life was far too busy, and that was just a fact of the matter. It had never bothered me before, but with each passing day, barely even getting a glimpse of Levi despite living together, I started hating how busy we were. And that thought only irked me even more. I wasn't here to make friends. I should be putting together a well-detailed plan to expand the restaurant. I still needed to finalize the menus, too. I wanted a special menu to serve around the holidays. There was a ton of work waiting for me if I wanted to create something newsworthy during my time here, something tangible I could show off during my interview for one of the more luxurious restaurants in Manhattan. I hadn't picked where I wanted to work next, so maybe I'd shoot for a Michelin-star restaurant if my plan here succeeded. It would be a huge leap in my career, an undeniable proof that I'd made something out of myself. And that was all I'd ever wanted. Wasn't it? Tuesday night, I found Levi home before me. It was a rare occurrence, since the man seemed to work all hours of the day most of the time. What was even more shocking was to find him all snuggled up on the couch in an oversized sweater. The collar hung low against his chest, and that damn collarbone peeked through so temptingly. He looked criminally adorable. He lit up with a dimpled smile when he saw me.
"Hurry up and get changed, then come join me."
I stared at him, brow raised. "Did we make plans I forgot about?"
"Yup."
He nodded with bright eyes. He looked so excited I was starting to feel bad about these forgotten plans, though I still wasn't sure what exactly they were.
"You said you've never watched The Addams Family, and I said we'd remedy that as soon as possible. And since you don't have work tomorrow, and it's October, what better time than now to have a marathon?"
"You were serious about that? I thought you were joking."
"I never joke about Gomez Addams," Levi said gravely.
I laughed, which was interrupted by a pillow to my face. "Okay, fine. I conceded with my hands up. I'll jump in the shower and be out in a bit."
"Great. I'll make the popcorn."
Levi jumped up from his seat and ran to the kitchen. "Don't burn the kitchen down," I called out. His footsteps paused, and I thought he turned around to tell me off, but only his hand appeared at the kitchen entranceway with his middle finger pointed sky high. I laughed again, then went to wash up. After a quick shower and changing into my soft red and black checkered PJ pants and an old t-shirt I'd probably had since high school,
I returned to the living room to find Levi already back on the couch with a large bowl of popcorn in his lap.
"Took you long enough,"
he quipped, though it couldn't have been more than 15 minutes. I snorted in reply. Levi grinned and lifted the blanket covering his lap, making space for me the same way he did the first night we'd watched a movie together. Like last time, I didn't think much of it and scooted to his side. Cozy warmth radiated off him, and even through our layers of clothes, I could feel his heat through our thighs. This was also strange, but at the same time, not strange at all. Levi faced me, half his face a shadow from the black light coming from the TV.
"Ready to watch the best movie of your life?"
he asked with a tilt of his head. "You're setting the bar high," I said with a laugh. "What if I hate the movie?"
"That's impossible,"
he said with finality, then pressed play on the remote. I didn't know much about the Addams family besides the details their song described. Creepy and kooky. It seemed spot on when, within the first few minutes of the movie, we watched the family pour boiling oil on a group of carolers. Cozy. This is what you call cozy. I gestured to the screen where the family was laughing and taking enjoyment from the screams. Levi shrugged.
"They were trespassing."
He grabbed a handful of popcorn and munched happily on it. "Remind me to never get on your bad side," I said, and stole a few pieces for myself. There's some real darkness hidden beneath that bright and sunny exterior. When I faced the TV again, something bounced against the side of my head. The item slid down and landed on my lap. I turned back to the culprit with a bored expression. Food isn't meant to be played with and wasted. Levi looked unfazed as he flashed his pearly whites at me, reached down onto my lap, and retrieved the wayward popcorn. Was it me, or did his hand linger near my very private parts a little too long? Longer than necessary. Great. Now I couldn't stop imagining those big hands reaching for something a lot bigger and harder between my legs. I really needed a night out to get laid. Levi was completely oblivious to my inner turmoil and casually plopped the popcorn into his mouth before returning his focus to the screen. I tried to do the same, to focus solely on the movie, but I couldn't stop thinking about how close he was to me. So close, I was starting to feel a bit too heated. Then my nose caught onto a scent that wafted in the air that wasn't the butter from the popcorn. No, it was pine and sunshine, and so delicious.
"What are you doing?"
Levi's voice sounded far too close, like he was practically on top of me. It was only then that I realized I'd unknowingly leaned my face closer until my nose was inches away from that delicious smell that seemed the strongest behind his ear. I instantly flinched back, almost knocking over the bowl of popcorn. Thankfully, Levi held it tight and stopped a giant mess from happening. Sorry, I... What was I supposed to tell him after basically sniffing him up like a dog in heat? Sorry, I was just trying to figure out what perfume you use so I can buy some to jerk off to later. Yeah, because that would go over well. I'd be lucky if Levi didn't kick me out if he found out I was lusting for him. Shit. That revelation hit like a bull charging at a red flag because all of this was a red flag. This wasn't me. I wasn't attracted to men. I wasn't. But then, here was Levi, smelling so freaking good. I was having a hard time just thinking. His eyes were honest as they looked at me, saw me, and, dear God, did he see me? I squirmed underneath those eyes that seemed able to stare right into my core. I feared what he might find there. My mouth was dry with no reply. It became even drier still when Levi placed a hand on my thigh. I looked at the hand, and my thigh, which might as well be a foreign object to me with how it was burning with the weight of Levi's hand.
"Hey, I wanted to thank you for dinner the other night, for trying to help me,"
Levi said. His voice was soft, a bit shy, as he looked at me through his lashes. It was such a random thing to bring up, but I welcomed it. I needed the reminder that I was supposed to help him with dating someone who wasn't me. And I really needed to chill out, which I was finding very hard to do with how searing Levi's hand was on me. I cleared my throat, trying to focus on anything but where he was touching me. Yeah, I'm happy to help, I said. I tried to stop my words there, because I knew I would ramble if I didn't, but I was unsuccessful. Though I feel bad since we ended up chatting and having fun at dinner instead of focusing on your dating habits. We should set up another time so I can help you.
I mentally berated myself. Sure, I'd love to help Levi with a problem he obviously seemed down about, but the last thing I needed right now was to go on another date-like outing with him when I couldn't even help myself stop these stupid hormones from raging at his scent. A bigger part of me was reluctant to continue and said I needed to back out of this, even if I came off like an asshole. "About that," Levi said, his hot hand still resting on my thigh. His voice was low and almost had a raspy air about it. "If you don't mind, maybe you could help me now?" My heart lurched, and my fists clenched to my sides. I should tell him no. Tell him I didn't want to help him try to snag another man because I was feeling weirdly possessive of him right now. But I didn't say any of those things and nodded silently. My eyes fell to my lap, looking anywhere but him. "Well, I was hoping I could run something by you. Maybe I have a problem with the way I kiss, so if it's no trouble, maybe you could test it out for me?" My body registered the words before my brain could. Before I knew what I was doing, I was pressing against him, actually knocking the popcorn bowl over this time, but I didn't have the mind to care. Instead, I crashed my lips against his, hard, eager, and wanting to taste more of him so badly. That delicious pine and sunshine and all his goodness invaded my senses, making me dizzy and unable to think about anything but the way his lips felt against mine. There was no mistaking he was pure man with the way his short stubble scratched my skin, or his rough hands that pulled me closer to him until my body was flushed against his, and his reaction. It all led to one undeniable fact. I kissed a boy, and I liked it. Chapter 14. Levi. Hot breath tickled against my skin as he moved his mouth across the edge of my chin and down to kiss the pulsing vein against my neck. I was hot, so fucking hot with lust that I found it hard to think. Along with these confusing emotions for Andy, who I definitely shouldn't be making out with, it meant it was time to just shut off my brain and feel. And feel I did. The way his mouth slid against my hot skin was tantalizing, but when he stopped at my exposed collarbone and just nibbled, I swore it was a direct shot to my cock. I was painfully hard and needy for more of that mouth on me. My fingers slid through his hair. It was still damp from his shower, and little strands of his long bangs fell onto my skin during his exploration. The edges were prickly, but the coolness from the damp hair might as well have caused a sizzle from how hot my skin felt. It wasn't enough, and I pulled his head up for another kiss, moaning at the taste of him. My hands cupped his ass and pressed him harder against me. I was pleased to find I wasn't the only one having a reaction to this kiss. That knowledge spurred me on and had me take it further than I had the courage to do earlier. Apparently, I hadn't learned from my past mistakes. Things never worked out well when I got too greedy. I tried slipping my hand under his t-shirt, wanting to feel more of his silky skin, but Andy suddenly jolted back, as though my touch scorched him. He sat back on his haunches, still on top of me, but now everything was completely different. He couldn't have hidden the horrified expression on his face if he wanted to. It was a damn cold slash of cruel reality. There are no issues with your kissing," Andy said with a nervous chuckle, but he wouldn't look at me. He tugged his shirt down, probably trying to hide his erection, though I found that a bit pointless when he'd had it pressed against me just seconds prior. I opened my mouth, ready to say something, anything to remedy the situation, but the words died on my tongue. Andy suddenly stood, still not looking at me. "Sorry, I need to call it a night," he said, then turned to leave. The scattered popcorn on the floor crackled under his feet as he fled, an auditory representation of how I currently felt. Broken. Unworthy. I slumped onto the couch as I watched his door shut firmly closed, feeling horny, confused, and cold. Even the voice of my dear Gomez and his delectable cara mia couldn't thaw the block of ice that had once been my heart. I didn't even know how I got to bed last night, but when I woke up early the next day, the spilled popcorn had been cleaned from the floor, and the living room looked neat and tidy. It looked so normal that I could almost trick myself into thinking that absolutely nothing had happened last night. And when I bumped into Andy at the B&B later, all he shot me was a bright smile and gentle greeting. I doubted if I'd imagined the entirety of last night's interactions. The rest of the day went by on autopilot.
Thankfully, we didn't have any scheduled tours today, so I was able to do the mundane tasks that didn't involve needing to think or socialize. I'd been working here for so long that I didn't need to give a single thought to my actions, and was able to let the rest of the day pass like this. Pops caught me zombie walking around and used his hand to check my forehead for a fever. Concern marred his face when he sent me home early with clear instructions to get some rest. I crashed as soon as I got home and woke hours later to the outside world already covered in darkness. The only sounds in my house were my deep breaths and the steady thumping of my heartbeat. But that was quickly shattered by the sound of a door shutting. That had me scrambling out of bed. I couldn't see Andy, not when I was still all tangled up about what happened last night, because it did happen, and right now I couldn't face seeing him pretend it didn't. So when I heard a shower turn on, I slipped out of the house and headed to Dove's Fountain to meet up with Jim and Austin. The place was filled with the regulars and tourists. If this was any other day, I would be scanning the room to see if there was a hot stranger to chat up. Tourists were fine for hookups, but I tried only dating people from neighboring towns since it was easier, distance-wise. Tonight, I couldn't muster up the energy to even see which regulars were hanging around today. I went straight to the back and found the booth Jim and Austin had occupied. They were practically sitting on top of each other, as usual. Seeing their mushiness had always left me wishing I could find my special person like they had. But tonight, the idea didn't appeal to me. I was just tired.
"Hey, we missed you last. Are you okay?"
Jim asked when I plopped down opposite them in the booth. "I'm fine. More than fine. Just peachy," I grumbled, then accepted the glass of water Austin poured for me. And just to prove to them how just fine I was, I stole one of his fries. Jim and Austin shared a look of concern before Austin pushed all the appetizers closer to me. Jim topped off my water. Great. Now they were going into Papa Bear mode and making sure I was being fed and watered like a child who couldn't take care of themselves. Well, I could take care of myself, thank you very much. I was just fine on my own. I grabbed another fry, pointing it at them to emphasize my words. I don't need anyone. In fact, I'm done with the whole trying to date thing. From here on out, Levi Huxley only plays the field. Munching on the salty fry and the strong statement I threw out, I watched Jim wave down a waitress.
"We're gonna need something much stronger than water tonight,"
he said with a glance my way, and then proceeded to order a round of shots. Alcohol sounded like the perfect idea right now. Screw my vow to never get drunk again. That wasn't nearly as important as the need to dull the ache inside my chest whenever I remembered the easygoing smile Andy threw at me earlier today. He looked so collected and unaffected by last night's kiss. A kiss that might as well have been the best one I'd ever had, and yet Andy acted like it meant nothing. I drained a shot when the waitress brought them to our table, then snatched the second and third ones and drained those too. The two men across from me stared at me with their mouths hanging open. Austin had his hand out toward me like he'd been about to stop me, but it was too late. "What?" I asked, which had them instantly snapping their mouths closed. "Nothing," Austin squeaked, then pushed my full water glass closer to me. I sighed and drank it, just so I didn't have to hear them nag me about staying hydrated. "You know what we don't need? Men. Berta was right. They only serve to be used and thrown away, and I plan to live by that motto starting right now," I said, slamming my empty glass on the table. Austin and Jim gave each other a look again. They knew each other so well, they didn't even have to use words to communicate. God, their love was just so infuriating. I pulled the plate of fries toward me, wrapped an arm around it to claim it as mine, and started munching. At least that gave me something to focus on. "So, I'm guessing you had a good week," Austin said with a nervous chuckle. "Yep, just the greatest," I deadpanned. The thing was, my week had been great. The date with Andy was everything I didn't expect it to be. I had fun, and I felt like we had a connection with how he was opening up about his past. Everything had been great up until Andy sprinted away from me like I was poison ivy. I squirted some mustard and ketchup on the side of the plate, and used a fry to mix up the sauces. I usually liked my fries plain with salt, but since I was planning to become a new, reformed Levi, I figured, why not? Jim grimaced as he watched me make my concoction. I grinned at him as I gathered a big dollop onto the fry and popped it into my mouth. It didn't taste as bad as it looked.
"So, do you care to explain where all these—"
he started, eyeing my ketchup mustard disaster.
changes are coming from.
You know, we're always here to listen, Austin added with a supportive nod. I sighed and supported my head up with my hand. Men suck. Jim smiled in amusement, and I knew it was coming, but still, I wasn't able to prepare myself to hear it.
You bet we do,
he said with a grin. I groaned and banged my head on the table. That was on me for giving him such easy material to work with, and I would have usually laughed along. I never claimed I was mature, but I just didn't have it in me today. A soft touch landed on my shoulder, and I looked up to find Austin on my side of the booth, looking at me with gentle eyes. Did something happen? Maybe with a certain new chef in town, perhaps? Damn him for being so perceptive. Nothing happened, I lied, then stuffed more fries into my mouth so I didn't start blabbing. Sure, I was mad at Andy and the entire situation, but I was also feeling weirdly protective of him. If I told my friends what had happened, they'd get defensive over me and get mad at Andy. No matter how messed up it was to leave me after a soul-sucking kiss like that, I didn't want them to think badly of Andy. He was probably going through his own thing too, thinking he was straight his entire life, then going around kissing me, a man. He had to be too stunned to say anything, and that must be why he was acting like nothing had happened. That, or I was just a pushover, making up excuses for someone who didn't need my sympathy. God, I really needed to stop thinking about Andy and that amazing kiss and constantly asking myself, why? Why did he pull back when we were both obviously into the kiss? Why did he act like nothing happened after? Why wasn't I ever good enough? That question led down to a dark spiral I wasn't interested in exploring. I let out a huff of air, then said, I just think maybe not everyone needs to be in a relationship, and by everyone, I mean me. From here on out, I'm a one-and-done kind of man. Austin patted my arm. His brow was furrowed, obviously worried about my state of mind. Jim, on the other hand, reached over and patted my shoulder.
I think that's a great idea,
he said in a booming voice. You do? I replied, flabbergasted, then quickly added. I mean, of course you do, because it's a great idea. The best idea. Austin still looked uncertain, but Jim had a blinding smile as he looked between me and his boyfriend.
Yeah, in fact, we shouldn't dawdle on this. We'll go to the nightclub next week to help you find someone new. And you should invite Andy to come with and do his wingman duties.
The idea of Andy trying to help me get into someone else's bed had my stomach lurching. Alcohol and fries were currently the only thing in my system, which didn't help matters either. I stayed silent and looked at my clenched fist. Austin bumped my shoulder and in a soft voice said, A night in the city wouldn't hurt. He was right. It wouldn't hurt anything, except for maybe my heart, if I had to go home with another man with Andy watching. But maybe that was exactly what I needed, to show our new chef that I was desirable and I wouldn't get hung up on being rejected by a straight guy. Or maybe Andy would refuse to go to the club with us and I wouldn't have to worry about anything besides having a fun night out with my friends.
Chapter 15. Andy. I fucked up. In the world of assholes, I was definitely up there right along with all the other douchebags, because what I did to Levi the other night was messed up and downright cruel. I shouldn't have been fooling around with him in the first place. He was my boss, and I lived in his house, and he was a he. Kissing him when I really shouldn't have was such a stupid move. So why did I enjoy it so much? There was no hiding the reaction my body had to tasting Levi. If I'd thought he smelled good just sitting next to him, I hadn't been anywhere prepared to have a scent consume me like he was trying to fill every single one of my pores. I couldn't have mistaken him for a woman, even if I wanted to. The way his body felt under mine, all sculpted to pure perfection. The sounds he made as I kissed along his supple skin, deep and throaty, especially when I nibbled on that collarbone that had been haunting my vision. There was no doubt he was a man, so I couldn't even use that excuse to explain why I'd been so turned on by him, or why I was freaking out so much about this. I had plenty of friends in New York who were gay, bi, and any other variation of the rainbow. Being anything but hetero was practically the norm in the big city, but I guessed I never thought I would be attracted to a man when I didn't feel any particular way after that one kiss with my coworker. But kissing Levi was on a whole other level than that awkward kiss had been. It was a kiss I melted into, craved more of him.
And as soon as I'd realized that, I pulled back. I had to. It was a whole complexity of emotions that I had a hard time navigating, so I called up my best friend. There were a couple of hours before I needed to head to the B&B to start the breakfast shift, and Levi wasn't home, so now was the perfect time to talk to someone to work out what I was going through. Casey picked up on the first ring, despite it being early enough for the chickens not to be up yet.
"Hey, man,"
he answered, sounding too chipper for someone who'd just gotten up. Sometimes I wondered if the man ever slept.
"How's the small-town life treating you?"
I laughed. It was nice to hear his voice for the first time since I'd arrived. We weren't the type of friends who kept up with our day-to-day life, but I knew Casey was someone I could count on the day he stood up for me against our manager back when I was bussing and Casey was waiting tables. We'd only worked together for a year before he quit and got a degree in culinary arts, but we'd kept in touch and ended up getting closer than when we had worked together. It's so slow here, but I'm starting to see the appeal in that.
"Oh, shit. Is our boy converting? Don't tell me you're leaving me in the big city behind to live in that farm town,"
Casey joked. "Fuck you. It may be a small town, but there's no farming being done around these parts. At least, I don't think," I said with a laugh. Casey chuckled too.
"So, what's up? Did something happen?"
he asked. "Maybe I just wanted to call and see how my best friend's been doing," I retorted, though I knew he wouldn't buy that bullshit, and I was proven right with his snort in reply. We were never the type of friends to call to check up on each other. It was usually through text, or we'd make plans to hang out. I blew out a breath of air, knowing it was pointless to keep delaying, especially when I'd called Casey to talk about this. But the feelings were already confusing without saying them out loud, and I felt like if I did speak them aloud, it'd make them all too real. So I started with the facts that couldn't be denied. I kissed a guy.
"No shit. Wow, good for you, man,"
Casey replied with a laugh. I wasn't afraid of telling him because I knew he wouldn't judge me. Casey was a free-loving type of guy and didn't discriminate who he dated based on gender.
"So I'm guessing if you're calling me, that means you liked it a lot more than you thought you would, huh? More than that one time with the hot mustache dude?"
Mustache dude was the coworker I'd drunkenly kissed that one time and had told Casey about. He'd teased me about being so picky since hot mustache dude was a solid 10 in his words. "Yeah, I did," I answered. It felt almost relieving to admit it out loud for the first time. "I did. A lot," he replied with another light-hearted laugh.
"Congrats. Welcome to the rainbow," he teased. "I'm guessing you like the guy, so what's the issue?" "Wait, if he's underage, and that's why you're all twisted up about this, then I don't want to know. I don't condone that shit."
"What? Fuck no. Levi's my age, man. Do you really think I'd do something like that?" I said with horror.
"Just gotta make sure," Casey replied, sounding lighthearted again. "So he's legal. You're legal. What's the problem?"
"The problem is, I don't have time for this. The 6 months here are supposed to focus on advancing my career, making a name for myself. This is not the time to be discovering my sexuality, and the guy's my boss and I live with him." My voice went quieter at the last part. Casey barked out a laugh, and I could practically hear him shaking his head.
"You never do things the easy way, do you?"
"My life started in hard mode. Figured I might as well keep it up," I joked, but Casey didn't laugh. He was quiet for a moment before saying,
"Andy, you know you don't need to prove anything to anyone. You can let yourself be happy. You deserve to be happy."
His words settled in the silence. It wasn't the first time he told me this, and I gave him the same answer as I always did. "I'll be happy in my penthouse, drinking to all the awards I've won, and reading about myself in those prestigious magazines." I didn't need to be a mind reader to know that Casey was shaking his head again.
"Well, obviously something has changed if you're calling me about some person you had a fling with. How long have we known each other, and not once have you ever questioned being with someone? So I have to ask, why now? Why him?"
I thought about Casey's question. It was true. I'd never been so conflicted about someone before. In the past, if I was interested in them, I'd go for it. And if being with them conflicted with my interest, then it was never a hardship to end things. But with Levi, without realizing it, I'd started liking Levi a lot more than what was allowed for someone working for him. I'd gotten lost in him. That must be why it was so hard to let him go, and that was much too dangerous when I had a goal to reach. I knew what I had to do, so I thanked Casey for clearing the fuzz in my head. He sounded skeptical when I told him I'd worked it out and made a snide comment, betting that I wouldn't return to New York. Well, fuck him very much. He wasn't funny at all. I had big dreams that didn't align with a small-town life. White picket fence with a husband and 2.5 kids. That wasn't anywhere in my future of a penthouse with a view and all the luxuries the city had to offer at my fingertips. So even if I had to hurt Levi by pretending that beautiful, delicious kiss hadn't happened, it was for the best. We both needed to move on, and that was what I kept telling myself, even a week later. I focused back on plating the finished order and rang the bell for Julie to deliver the food. More people had stayed to have dinner at the B&B. I like to think it was because of the reputation of my fantastic food. It was cocky, but it was hard not to be when I was getting as many compliments for my food as I did. It wasn't something I was used to back in the city, but it was very welcome. Julie popped into the kitchen, long blonde hair tied back in a neat bun, and a pearly white smile shot my way as she loaded her tray with the prepared plates and carried them away with a sway of her hips. Julie was hot, exactly my type, in fact, but I couldn't even enjoy the show she was putting on for me. My mind kept returning to the slim waist and tight abs of the man who had been pushed under me. I waved my hand, thinking it might dispel images of a very sexy Levi lying under me. It didn't. In fact, I almost thought my imagining of the man had become so intense that I'd somehow caused him to materialize in front of me. When I reached out to touch him, my hand was met with warm skin that had me jolting back. "Sorry," I said, and tried to pretend like I hadn't overreacted just now, because why not? I was apparently the king of pretending these days. "I wasn't expecting you." I hadn't really talked to him since that night, which wasn't abnormal. He was a busy man, and even before kissing him, catching sight of him was a rarity. But in the period that I hadn't seen him, he seemed to have gotten even more handsome. More glowy, if that was even possible. Levi's face was harder now, so unlike the openness I'd gotten used to since knowing him. My nails dug into my skin, hating that I'd been the one to do that to him. His fingers curled around the base of the sweater he wore today. It wasn't big like the one he'd worn that night, but fit him like a glove and accentuated his trim waist and curves. I forced myself to look at his face instead of continuing to check him out. He looked good, if not a bit guarded, but good. Now that he was here in front of me, I knew I couldn't keep chickening out. He deserved a proper apology, and maybe I couldn't explain why I acted the way I had, but an apology I could do. "Listen, I actually wanted to talk to you about—" Levi held his hand up, cutting off the rest of my words. I obediently shut my mouth. His plump bottom lip snagged under his teeth before loosening again. I tried forcing my eyes away from those delectable lips. I really did, but it was painfully obvious that I'd failed when Levi cleared his throat to catch my attention. He had a brow raised and a hand on his hip. He obviously knew what I'd been staring at, but instead of accusing me of being the hypocrite I was, of wanting him but pushing him away, he said, "My friends and I are heading to the club tonight. If you're free, do you want to come? As my wingman?" Levi shifted on his feet, looking both nervous and another emotion that I couldn't grasp. Meanwhile, the ground felt unsteady under me. Being Levi's wingman was the last thing I wanted to do right now, but I couldn't very well refuse him without a good reason when I'd said I'd help him. I was enough of a jerk already without going back on my word. So I held my tongue and my feelings and nodded. Levi replied with a casual, "Good," before leaving me alone in the kitchen. The room was still warm from the oven, but the chill still crept under my skin. I threw myself into cooking, finishing up the orders for the night, then scrubbed every pot and pan until they were sparkling to try to get my mind off of tonight. But it was useless. Images of Levi's sexy body grinding up against someone else's on the dance floor left me feeling a tiny bit confused and a whole lot hollow. I didn't want him to go to the club tonight, nor did I want to be his wingman. Maybe this would be a good thing. It wasn't like anything could happen between Levi and me. We needed to keep a strict professional relationship, and okay, that might have veered a little bit off track, but I was sure we could salvage this. And the first step was to be the damn best wingman the world had ever seen.
That was the plan I'd been so determined to follow, but all of my perseverance flew out the window when I returned home to find Levi already dressed for a night out. If I thought the pants he wore on our date were tight, they had nothing on the leather ones he wore tonight. They were practically a second skin on his long legs, and his top, if it could even be called that, was a black, sparkly mesh material that left nothing to the imagination. His chest was hairless, with just a hint of an expanse of delicious skin. Each hard ridge of his defined abs was out for the world to admire, and those tight brown nips peeking through his shirt had my mouth feeling both dry and watery at the same time. Levi caught me staring. Of course he did. I wasn't being subtle about it, and like earlier, he didn't comment on it, though a part of me wished he did. Maybe if he had, I could have convinced him to change into something less revealing. A winter parka would be perfect, in my opinion. Better yet, I'd convince him going out was a terrible idea altogether, and that it would be much better to stay in and finish watching the movie about his favorite spooky family. Instead, I kept quiet.
Austin and Jim will be here to pick us up soon. You better get ready, he said in that same tone of careful indifference. I hated how closed off he was right now. It was so different from the animated Levi I'd gotten used to. Whether it was when he was delighted or even pissed off at me, it was better than this solid barrier he put up between us. I made a quick sound of confirmation, then escaped to my bathroom to take the hottest shower of my life, hoping the water could burn away some of the ache that had settled around the edge of my heart. I didn't feel any better after the shower, and numbly dressed in a pair of jeans and a button-up I thought were good enough for tonight. I left the two top buttons undone, copying the way Levi had it the night we went out to dinner, but it didn't look the same on me. Pushing my hand through my hair, I let my bangs fall and styled them until they framed my face. This was as good as it was getting, so I spritzed on some cologne and exited my room. Levi was sitting on the couch playing on his phone when I came out. He looked up when I entered, standing as he slid his phone into his pocket. I was shocked to learn those skin-tight pants even had pockets. You look good, he rasped out. His compliment relit the fire in my soul. I stood a bit straighter, smiling a real smile for the first time in what felt like forever. Thanks, I replied. You too. You look mouth-watering, bewitching, so damn beautiful I don't want anyone else's eyes on you. Stunning, was what I ended up saying. It seemed the least incriminating of the adjectives that floated around in the front of my mind when I looked at him. Levi's gaze fell to the floor, and a sweet-looking pink crawled up his neck as he murmured a soft, "Thanks." His hands played with the loose thread at the base of that mesh shirt. I wondered if I pulled on it and kept pulling, would it unravel the entire shirt until he was forced to change into something else? Though before I could get an answer to that question, the sound of a car horn jolted the both of us out of the moment. That must be Austin and Jim. You ready? Levi asked. I wanted to tell him I wasn't, but nodded instead. We shrugged into our jackets by the door and headed to the truck parked outside. Jim and Austin greeted me warmly, like they hadn't been told about what had happened between Levi and me. I was honestly surprised Levi hadn't bitched about me to his friends. I would have completely deserved it, and the fact he hadn't showed, once again, the kind of person Levi was. The kind of person I'd hurt. And that made me hate myself just a little bit more than I already did. Chapter 16. Levi. Jim and Austin kept the conversation going the entire ride. The closest gay club was an hour away from Wintertown, and I spent the whole time pressed against my side of the window, trying not to breathe in Andy's scent. He'd sprayed something spicy and delicious that warmed up my entire body, so I tried to sit as far away from him as possible in the tiny back seat of Jim's truck and reminded myself that he was off limits. The entire reason for tonight's outing was to find someone else, someone who wanted me, and I'd best remember that. I'd only been to the club a few times before. They weren't usually my jam. I preferred the more laid-back atmosphere of a pub, where it was actually quiet enough to have a conversation with someone and get to know them. Here at the club, the booming music rang so loud I could barely hear myself think. There was no mistaking what the folks who came here wanted. Bodies, clad in the tiniest outfits, writhed against each other. Couples made out, grinding, practically fucking right in the middle of the dance floor, if not for the thin pieces of fabric that separated their privates. If I wanted to hook up, then this was definitely the perfect place to do it. Austin tugged at my arm. His mouth flapped open and closed, but the music was so loud I couldn't make sense of the words he was saying. "What?" I yelled back at him, which had him smiling and mimicking downing a shot, then pointing at the bar. Alcohol sounded like a fantastic idea right now, so I followed them to the back. I was surprised to find it was a lot quieter back there. The music wasn't ear-shattering, and I could actually hear my friends speak. "I see a lot of great potential." Austin nudged me in the ribs as he nodded toward the bar. Jim had gone up to order for us since he was designated DD tonight and wasn't drinking. He stopped next to an older gentleman who was sitting with his back against the bar, drink in hand, as he watched the floor. He was good-looking, with light blue eyes and dark hair, with a little gray peeking through. He had his button-up rolled at the elbow to reveal thick, sexy forearms. He was exactly my type, but no matter how charming his smile was, when Jim spoke to him, I couldn't muster up any excitement. Andy didn't speak either, though he was close enough to hear our conversation. I wasn't looking at him, but I knew he was looking at me by the burning gaze I felt coming from his way. Jim returned holding 3 shots in one hand and a bottle of water in the other. He handed us our drinks, and Austin lifted his with cheers. "To finding Levi a sexy hookup." I clinked my tiny shot glass to his, not really feeling the enthusiasm, and Andy didn't hide his reluctance when he joined in. His reaction to this entire thing was heating me up more than the prospect at the bar. Heating me up with anger. He was the one who said he'd be my wingman. He was the one who'd rejected me, so he didn't get to have opinions about what was going down tonight. I tossed back the shot. The vodka burned on the way down, but it lit a fire under my ass about what I needed to do. I would find the sexiest man here and have a night of fun.
10 minutes here and I might have already found the perfect man for you. Jim leaned in and said with a huge grin. "See the guy I was talking to over there?" He pointed to the hunky silver daddy by the bar. "Said he was here looking for a good time." Jim finished his words with a wink.
Austin slid up to me and hooked his arm through mine. "He's a cutie. You should totally go for it." I groaned. "You guys are making this awkward. Now it feels like my dads are trying to set me up," I said with a hand over my face. I felt a heavy weight on my shoulders and looked up to find Jim grinning at me as he pulled me closer to him. Since Austin had his arm hooked through mine, he was pulled along too.
"Since your dads aren't here, that means we have to take care of you in their place. And I think we make great parents. Isn't that right, babe?"
Jim looked over my head to glance affectionately at his boyfriend. Austin looked back up at him, starlight in his eyes. "We'd make the greatest dads." I shuddered and pushed them both away from me. "Can you two please not use me as an excuse to flirt? And for the love of God, don't do it right above me." They laughed and found each other. Arms slipped around the other's waist, and sides pressed as tightly together as humanly possible. Austin fit perfectly into Jim's side, like it was exactly where he was supposed to be. They were already lost in their own world, looking at nothing else but each other. That ache in my heart started again, wishing that I had a beautiful relationship like theirs. I shook my head and those longings away. I wasn't supposed to think about it, especially tonight. I had a goal, so I turned my focus back on the sexy man at the bar. He had his back to us now and was chatting with the bartender, making them laugh. He was obviously a charmer and perfect for what I needed tonight. Andy caught my gaze. I debated on whether I should just talk to the guy myself, but decided since Andy wanted to be my wingman, he should be up for this job. "I'm thinking about him tonight," I said, going to his side and nodding to my target. Andy's brows furrowed even more than the default they were usually at.
"I don't know if that's a good idea."
"Oh? Why's that?"
"Well, he just looks like a player," he finished.
I crossed my arms. "Sounds exactly what I'm looking for," I said, adding a low purr to my tone, just to really get the point across. Andy stiffened, and I wondered if he was uncomfortable with the fact that I was going to hook up with another man. That thought almost had the hurt of his rejection lessening a bit. "If you don't want to help me, then I'll go myself," I said, then took a step closer to the bar, but a hand grasped my arm to stop me.
"Wait, maybe we should think about this some more. I'm sure there's someone better out there for you. Someone like..."
I raised a brow, waiting for him to finish his sentence, but he never did. His mouth shut firmly closed again, and I scoffed. "That's exactly what I thought," I muttered, mainly to myself. What did it mean when the guy who didn't want you couldn't think of anyone I could be matched with? What a blow to my ego. I shook his hand off with a glare, then turned back to my target, only to find the silver fox was already chatting, very intimately, with a twink. I knew this wasn't a direct rejection since the man hadn't even known I was going over to chat him up, but I still couldn't help but feel like it was another shot to my ego. My shoulders slumped, having a bad feeling that this was just a preview for the rest of the night.
See, what did I tell you? He just wants a piece of ass and wouldn't give a flying fuck about you,
Andy said gravely. There was a roughness in his tone that had me rolling my eyes. For fuck's sake, I'm not looking for someone who's going to sweep me off my feet and fall madly in love with me. What part of hookup do you not understand? I emphasized the two words with jabs at his chest. He grabbed the finger I'd used to attack him, either to stop my assaults or what, but he grabbed hold of it and didn't let go.
But you deserve so much more than that. You deserve what your doves promised you. The one who will cherish and adore you and see you and only you.
And there was that pesky ache again. He voiced everything that I'd always dreamed of ever since I really understood what love was. First, it was through examples from my dads. And yes, they were always mushy even when I was a kid. They showed me what unconditional love and support really were. Then Gomez and Morticia taught me that passion could be added into the mix too. Not that my dads weren't passionate with each other, but I doubted they wanted to show that side of their love to their child. I longed for a romance like theirs, and I'd always heard from my friends and families that I was a good man and deserved it too. But I was tired of people telling me what I deserved when it felt like a curse to a love that would always elude me. If I really deserved something, then it shouldn't be this hard to obtain it. Exhaustion crept into my bones. This wasn't how tonight was supposed to go, and I glared once again at Andy for touching my sore spot. He still looked at me, eyes wide, and focused completely on me. If only the reflection of myself I saw in his eyes was a reflection of reality, and that Andy did see me, but I knew I was just seeing what I wanted. I snatched my finger out of his hand and turned away. I'm going to dance, I called over my shoulder to my friends and Andy, then fled to the dance floor without looking back. The crowd of bodies swallowed me up, and before long, I felt someone press up behind me. I glanced back to find a giant of a man with a long beard and biker vibes smiling at me with definite interest in his eyes. He settled his large hands on my hips and pressed my back flush against his front. He was cute, and I was desperate for a distraction, so I ground back into him and tried to just enjoy the feeling of another human against me. We danced like that for a few minutes, his hands holding me tight, music thrumming through our bodies, and the hardness in his pants that grew the longer we danced, showing me he was definitely interested. I needed that stroke of ego right now. I spun around, wrapped my arms around his neck, and leaned up to his ear to suggest to him we take this somewhere a little more private. Biker Dude enthusiastically nodded and led us off the dance floor. I caught sight of Andy out of the corner of my eye and hoped he was watching. See? Someone did want me. Sexy Biker guided me to the back, where it was quiet enough to hear the pounding of my heart. This wasn't my first hookup by a long shot, but I'd never slept with someone to prove something to someone else, and I couldn't help but feel like this was what this was, which wasn't fair to either of us. Maybe Biker Dude wouldn't mind being used as long as he got some tonight, but it sure didn't feel good, and I was now second-guessing my decision. Before I could apologize to the guy and call this off, someone grabbed me and stopped our advance to the bathroom. I turned back and glared to see it was once again Andy.
Levi, wait,
he said with a frantic look in his eyes.
Can we talk?
I think you need to look up the definition of wingman, Andy, I hissed, taking a step closer to him. Because it sure as hell doesn't mean cock-blocking the person you're trying to help.
Can we talk? Please.
He was giving me that intense look again, staring right at me. But it was the desperation in his voice that had me pausing.
Is he bothering you?
A booming voice sounded from behind me. My supposed-to-be hookup had his beefy arms crossed as he glared at Andy. He was already much taller than both of us, but when he stood up even straighter, he looked like an impenetrable wall. Andy looked wary, but I was impressed by how he didn't back down. They had a stare-off. Andy's brows knitted even tighter together, and the biker was now scowling and fully on guard. I feared they might really start fighting, so I quickly stepped in between them, or at least moved as much as I could with Andy still gripping onto my arm. It's fine. I know him. Sorry, we need to have a talk, I said. I wasn't up to date on hookup culture, but I knew it was a buzzkill to think you were getting some, then have the other person change their mind and say never mind. Even if he got angry, I hoped the stranger wasn't the violent type. To my surprise, and contrary to his rugged appearance, he didn't get mad. He smiled, teasing and casual as he said,
"Sure, sweetie. Come find me after if you're still looking for a good time."
He threw a hard glance at Andy before returning to the dance floor.
"Who says sweetie these days?"
Andy grumbled. His grip on my arm tightened. I sighed and headed toward an empty corner in the back, and since Andy was still holding on to me, he naturally followed as well. "So, spit it out. What did you want to talk about?" I leaned into his space, boxing him against the wall. It was only when I noticed Andy's brown eyes dilate until they were full-blown black that I realized I was much too close. Close enough to catch the spicy scent of his cologne, now mixed with a muskiness that I knew was all him. He smelled fucking divine. I had to take a couple of steps back before I launched myself at him. Andy looked dazed too, and his eyes kept flickering to my lips, which, of course, made me instinctively wet them with my tongue, which in turn had him staring harder at them. It was a vicious cycle, and one I didn't actually hate. If this was anyone else, I'd have already given into what both of us wanted and kissed him. But this was Andy, and that made things a whole lot more complicated. I took another step back, and that seemed to help him find his voice.
He
paused and bit his lip. And now I was the one doing the staring. In a trance, I found his lips getting closer. I wasn't sure who moved first, me or him, but neither of us stopped until our lips touched. The second time I kissed Andy Morris was just as explosive as the first. Chapter 17. Levi. A hot mouth with a hint of alcohol mixed with mine, hands running through my hair, and a hard body pressed against me were proof that this was very real. Our tongues tangled and lips clashed so hard I worried they might get bruised. The kiss with Andy was all-consuming, and I worried if I didn't pull back, I just might pass out from the lack of air. But I didn't want to stop. I wanted more of him. Even when every cell in my body screamed at me that this was a terrible idea, I couldn't stop myself. It was like Andy had become my drug, and I was addicted, always coming back even if I knew I'd get hurt in the end. As if giving myself the ultimate jinx, Andy broke our lips and pulled back. Again. Fuck. I really was a fool. He must have seen the immediate hurt that rushed through me, because he quickly pulled me to him, like he was afraid I'd run away. I wanted to snap that he was the one who ran away the last time, not me.
"Wait, fuck. Sorry, I'm messing this all up,"
he said, sounding anxious. Andy was a few inches taller than me, the perfect height for me to rest my chin on his shoulder in our current position.
"I didn't mean to kiss you,"
he said softly. Now the hurt turned into anger again. He was so good at ping-ponging my emotions that I had to wonder if he was doing this on purpose. I turned my head toward him, and, seeing his exposed neck, I couldn't force down my instinct to bite. The angrier I felt, the harder I bit.
"Ow, wait! That's not what I meant. I don't regret kissing you, but can you please let me explain?"
Andy groaned in either protest or from the pain, but he didn't try to push me off him, and in fact, held me even tighter. Feeling bad, I released his skin to reveal obvious teeth marks. I didn't break the skin, but there was no hiding that someone had been munching on his neck. I pressed a soft kiss to the spot as a silent apology. His warm skin trembled under my lips, which turned my frown into a smile. At least I knew I still had some effect on him. Andy had his gaze downcast, watching my every move when I pulled back. I tried to step back so I could look at him face to face, but his hands were still clasped around my waist, so I wasn't able to retreat much. Just enough that our chests were still pressed together, and I could meet his eyes. "Are you finally going to explain what this is all about? You kiss me, then pretend it doesn't happen, then agree to be my wingman tonight, but actively cockblock me, then kiss me again. You're giving me too many mixed signals," I said with a huff.
"I know. I'm sorry,"
he said, hanging his head. I scoffed. "You've apologized so many times already, but you still haven't given me what I need. I want answers, Andy. I can't keep doing this."
I know.
His voice trailed off as he cleared his throat. When he spoke again, he sounded much more confident,
I like you,
he blurted out. My mouth opened and closed like a goldfish blowing bubbles, because that was not what I expected at all. I half expected him to give me excuses or bullshit answers about how he wasn't gay or bi or whatever, and the kiss had only confused him to the nth degree. The last thing I expected out of his mouth was to admit that he actually liked me, to confirm that the connection I felt between us wasn't only in my head, and he felt it too. Whatever hurt he'd put on me this past week didn't feel so painful anymore. In fact, I was so giddy I was practically floating. The only thing keeping me grounded was Andy's hold on me. I like you too, I replied. I wasn't the type of person to hear a confession of someone's feelings and just leave them hanging, especially not when I really, really liked the person.
Fuck, your dimples are gonna kill me,
Andy groaned and pressed his forehead to my shoulder. I hadn't even known I was smiling until he mentioned that.
It's not as simple as that,
he muttered when he stood straight again. I frowned. Is this because you're straight?
What? No, and obviously, if I have feelings for you, then I'm not straight. But I'm not talking about that. Your dad's might be the one who hired me, but you're still one of my bosses, Levi. We work and live together. Plus, I'm here on a 6-month contract, and I plan on returning to New York when it's over. And during that time, there's so much I need to do that I don't have time for anything definite. I'm not staying. He blurted out the words like he'd recited the speech a dozen times beforehand. It took a minute for what he said to sink in. Honestly, most of those points sounded like he was trying to convince himself that this was a bad idea instead of pushing me away. And the way he emphasized how he was leaving Wintertown at the end of the 6 months, it sounded more like he was trying to warn me so I didn't get hurt. That showed me exactly the kind of person he was. Andy cared, and that was why he was trying so hard to dissuade himself from this. I laughed. It was funny that the person who kept telling me I deserved better was the better he mentioned, but he kept saying he was unavailable while blocking me from other people. I'd never been in such a bizarre situation. Okay, I said when my laughter calmed down. Okay, he repeated. What does that mean?
I slid a hand between us and rested it on his chest. Even with the music booming through the walls, I could feel a strong heartbeat, as steady and constant as he was. It means we don't have to define anything. We'll enjoy ourselves and have fun hanging out with each other. We'll keep work and our personal lives separate. And when the time comes, we'll go our own ways with no hard feelings, I replied. It was probably a stupid idea. I was definitely going to get attached, but if it meant I could have him for a bit, maybe it was worth it. At least he was being upfront about this, unlike all the other guys who strung me along without a single regard for my feelings.
Are you sure?
Or I can go back out there and go through with what I plan to do with sexy biker man, I teased. His grip tightened. I smirked at the realization that the reason he'd been acting this way all night was because he was jealous. Glancing down, I saw the veins on his forearms straining even more with his elevated emotions. I used a finger to trace along the thickest of the veins, starting from his wrist to his elbow, then followed a different vein down again.
What are you doing?
Andy asked, watching the lazy movements of my finger. Just touching you. Is that not allowed? I said and blinked innocently at him. His breath hitched as his gaze bore into me. His chest heaved with effort from either getting his next words out or holding himself back.
It's more than allowed. But Levi, I don't want to hurt you,
he whispered. I glided my finger down his arm until it reached where his hand was resting on my hip and gently pried it off me so I could hold it. I know, I replied, just as softly as the tone he'd used. But I want you, and I know what this thing between us is. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. Placing a kiss on the back of his hand, I looked him straight in the eye, hoping I was giving him my most seductive look. I prayed he'd just follow his desires and turn off his brain. And for once, my prayers were answered as Andy flipped us around until my back was against the wall, and he was chasing me down with his lips. He kissed me like he'd been starved for years, practically devouring me until I was all hot and malleable under his hands. That was when he lifted me by my butt and I wrapped my legs around him. I gasped in surprise, breaking the contact of our lips, but he didn't falter and continued pecking, kissing my cheek, chin, anywhere he could reach.
I held on to him tighter. My back was pressed against the wall, and my front only had his hard body to lean on. He was the only thing preventing me from falling. His hands cupped my ass, supporting me and holding my lower half, that was snuggled right against him. In this position, his reaction prodded my underside, and that lit my body up even more. He could definitely feel the hardness in my very tight pants currently rubbing against his stomach. I claimed his mouth again and got lost in his taste and the feel of him. My hips rocked, craving more friction. The action earned me a sexy rumbly groan from Andy.
Fuck. We have to stop before I lose every ounce of my control.
I grinned and swept back his bangs, which had him looking up at me. Put me down, I ordered, and he obliged. He took a couple of steps back, which gave me a front row view of the very impressive boner inside his jeans. The muscles of his arms strained, and I knew he had to be putting in a lot of effort to keep himself together right now. I laughed and grabbed his hand. Come on, I threw over my shoulder as I pulled us through the hallway.
What are we doing?
Andy asked when I dragged us inside an empty bathroom. The club, thankfully, had individual bathrooms lined up together instead of one giant room with a bunch of stalls. The layout was too tempting to not use for a quickie. Considering the club was full of horny drunk people, I took that as the club owners giving permission to do as we wished. I didn't answer Andy's question, and instead, as soon as the bathroom door was locked, I scrambled to unzip his jeans and get to my prize. I was just about to drop to my knees for him when Andy caught a hold of my arm.
Wait, I don't think that's a good idea. Who knows what's on those floors?
Andy stated with a grimace. Way to ruin the moment, I said with a huff. I hadn't been thinking about that at all, but now that he brought it up, the floor did look suspiciously yellow in some parts. Thank God Andy stopped me before I ruined my expensive leather pants. I'd gotten these as a splurge when I visited the city with my best friend a few years back. Felix had said they made me look good enough to eat, and he was proven right by the hungry look Andy faced me with when he first saw me in them tonight back at home. It didn't matter that I was still hurt and angry at him. It had taken everything inside of me to not jump him right then and there. A chuckle sounded, and a soft caress on my spine had me shivering. My attention focused back on Andy. His hand slid down my side. His touch felt electric. Every place he touched burned for him.
Then let me help you get back in the mood.
His breath tickled my ear, and the shiver started again. I didn't know what it said about me that it took me no time to be once again inundated with lust. Or maybe Andy was just that irresistible. Yep, that was what I was going to go with. Andy's hand moved over my mesh top, which, to be so for real, the shirt was practically non-existent, and I could feel even the tiniest bumps on his hand. They were calloused, probably from working in the kitchen, but I didn't mind the roughness. In fact, I loved the itchy sensation they brought, my skin lighting up under his fingers. They traced up and down my smooth chest, then circled around my areola before pinching my nipple right through the mesh layer. I had to bite my bottom lip to stop myself from moaning. The club music was still blaring outside, but who knew how soundproof the bathrooms were? What if some perv had seen us enter together and now had their ear pressed up against the door? The thought of someone listening in or getting off to our sexual exploit had me arching even more under Andy's touch. His hand roamed down until it landed at the base of my stomach, right above the massive tent in my pants that was practically begging to be freed. My breaths came out deep and ragged as I watched him stare. I dearly hoped that he wasn't having second thoughts now that he was faced with the reality that he was actually going to see another man's dick up close and personal. Thankfully, he didn't let my doubts swirl for long. His hand went back into action, quickly undoing my pants and pulling down the tight jockstrap I'd worn under them. Andy's breath hitched again when my dick finally sprung loose. It greeted the man with a stream of needy pre-cum dripping down the side. "Did I scare you off?" I asked with a nervous chuckle. Andy let out a deep exhale as his gaze fixed on my dick. With his attention right on him, my dick was having a little problem keeping from crying with want and desire.
"I don't scare easily,"
was all Andy said before smashing our lips together. When I felt something velvety warm and hard pressed against my cock, then wrapped together inside his large hand, I couldn't stop the moan that escaped into his mouth. I wanted to watch our dicks rub together as his right hand jerked us off, but Andy's left hand kept my head in place and his tongue held me prisoner. All I could do was relish his attacks from both top and bottom. His lips made me dizzy with desire, His hand worked his hard cock together with mine, and the calluses added another layer of sensation that drove me to the finish way too soon. Even I wasn't prepared for the orgasm that shot out of me. My body shook from the force, feeling weightless. Andy was the only thing keeping me standing. He swallowed the majority of my moans, but if someone really did have their ear pressed to the door, there was no way they didn't hear me with how loud I was. A grunt sounded from Andy too, and I felt his release splash over my dick, which sent another wave of pleasure through me. He kissed me through his orgasm, our tongues and lips moving in a slow tangle as if he was savoring every bit of this moment as I was.
Shit. That was...
Andy started when he pulled back, but he didn't finish his sentence. I was starting to think that was a common occurrence with this man, but I didn't mind right now. Not when he looked all sexed out, as he looked at me with a loopy smile. Yeah, I agreed with a chuckle, then pressed a kiss to his chin. He was clean-shaven, though his 5 o'clock shadow had peeked through.
It's definitely a lot messier with 2 dicks,
he said with a chuckle, and held up his right hand. It was covered with our combined jizz. I looked down at our bodies and realized he'd been rational enough to cover the heads so we hadn't dirtied our clothes. He grabbed some toilet paper and wiped his hand clean. A tiny bit of regret shot through me at all the wasted cum. If I'd been quick enough, I could have lapped it all up for him. That very intimate thought was blown away when Andy grinned at me like he knew what I was thinking. That would have been impossible, or at least I hoped it was. He took his time tucking me back into my jockstrap, then pulled my pants up and made sure I was presentable. He wasn't nearly as attentive for himself, as he quickly had his jeans buttoned, not even caring to tuck his shirt back into his pants. I was still a little cum-drunk, feeling all fuzzy and cared for under his attention that all I could really do right now was watch as he washed his hands. His beautiful, wonderful hands had felt amazing on me, and I couldn't stop wondering when the next time I'd be able to feel them again.
Ready?
He asked, drying his hands with a paper towel. I nodded, and he grabbed my hands, threading our fingers together and making my heart almost beat out of my chest. I was so ridiculously happy that I couldn't even bring myself to care at the curious stares shot our way when we exited the bathroom together. Strangers smirked at us, clearly knowing what we'd been up to, but I couldn't pay them any mind. My focus was completely on Andy's wide back as he guided us back to the main area to find Austin and Jim. They'd been looking for us too, so it didn't take long to meet up with them. Their eyes immediately landed on Andy and my combined hands, but Andy didn't let me go. That made something inside of me flutter hard until I was practically floating as I walked. It wasn't until we went to retrieve our coats that Andy let me go to put his on. Austin used this chance to hook his arm through mine again and pressed against my side as he whispered into my ear, "Had a good night?" There was a knowing twinkle in his eyes as he watched my expression. Yep, he definitely knew something happened with Andy tonight, but I didn't care. I was still on the high of the orgasm and planned on enjoying it for as long as I could. Yeah, I really did, I answered with a laugh. I wasn't going to think about the future or the ticking clock that would signal the end of this fun thing I had with Andy. I was determined to just enjoy the moment. Maybe if I kept telling myself that, I'd get better at protecting my heart.
Chapter 18. Andy. I had never considered a man's body to be sexy, but it seemed Levi was set on proving every single one of my preconceived ideas wrong. In fact, I believe the word sexy was created just for Levi. He was sculpted to perfection, tight muscles under his lean frame, curves with the sole purpose of tempting me, and soft skin that reacted so deliciously under my hands. I couldn't keep my hands off him. It didn't help that Levi was set on seducing me with his choice of clothing. I'd only got a sneak peek at his jockstrap that night at the club, but it definitely wasn't the last time he'd strutted around in them. Apparently, he had a whole collection that he was pulling out now with the sole purpose of making me lose all rational thought. The number of times in the past week he'd stroll into my sacred kitchen, needing to grab something that just so happened to be on one of the top shelves, and his shirt would just so happen to ride up to reveal a sexy strap hanging high on his hips, teasing me of the delicious sight that lay underneath his jeans. I was only a man, and apparently a weak-willed one when it came to Levi Huxley, because for him, I defiled my sacred space more times than I could count.
We never went further than heavy kisses in an unassuming corner, and only when there was nobody around, because we were obviously professionals, but still, it was the principle of the matter. There should be absolutely no hanky-panky in the kitchen, but Levi was too addicting, and I only had enough self-control to end it with kisses sweet enough to melt away all my priorities. Levi was a distraction that I definitely didn't have time for, but I couldn't bring myself to end things either. Which was why, at home, with just the two of us inside the four walls, we rarely kept our hands off each other. Even on the nights Levi came home late, like tonight, it was an unspoken agreement that I'd wait up for him, and he'd come find me in my room, usually wearing nothing but the jockstrap he tempted me with earlier that day. We'd been intimate many times, so much so that I knew what his cum tasted like, and knew I didn't dislike it. It didn't taste good, definitely not, but the flavor was so fucking sexual that it served to arouse me. I never thought I'd one day say I enjoyed sucking dick, but God, it was such a high to have Levi under me, putty under my hands and tongue as I brought him pleasure. Then after, Levi never hesitated to return the favor. He was so much more experienced at giving head than I was. He could swallow my entire length with ease. Gag reflex, what? Because Levi sure as hell didn't have one. My hand gripped his hair hard as I shot my load into his mouth. Levi didn't protest about the taste of sperm, but sucked hard, fondling my balls until he'd thoroughly drained me. I fell back onto my bed, exhausted from the orgasm. It was the best one yet, which didn't say much, because it seemed like each time with Levi was better than the last. That thought should worry me, since this hookup arrangement was set to end when I left. I had until the end of February to get Levi out of my system, but would I ever get enough of him? Levi pressed kisses up my body, lighting up that fire inside again. If I wasn't sucked dry, I'd be worked up again by the delicious press of his lips. He planted a loud smack at the edge of my chin, then snuggled into my side. I stretched on my arm under him so his neck was supported and bent my arm so that my fingers could mindlessly twirl his hair. Levi was running his finger up and down my other arm, tracing the veins. If I wasn't sure he liked them before, I was certain by now. He used every excuse to touch them when he could. We stayed like that until our breathing blended to a slow pace. I was falling asleep, feeling so comfortable cuddled against him. I thought Levi was already sleeping, since his hand movements had stopped a while ago, and it was now resting on my hip bone. But then Levi shifted, almost on top of me. He rested his chin on my chest, and peered through his lashes to look at me. I grunted, wrapped both my arms around him, and pulled him until he was completely on top of me. Levi wasn't a small man, but his heavy weight was comforting, like a weighted blanket.
"Are you free tomorrow night?"
he asked, breaking the quiet inside my room. I peeked an eye open to give him a curious glance. I don't know. I've been a pretty popular man lately. Don't know if I'll have any time to spare, I joked. Levi grinned a grin that was full of evil malice, then leaned over to bite the base of my neck. Ow, okay, uncle, I said, and pinched his beautifully naked ass. Both my hands landed on either side of his cheeks, because how could they not, and kneaded his soft ass to ease the sting of his bite. The bite mark Levi had left on me at the club took at least a week to fade, enough where I didn't need to wear a giant Band-Aid at work. I was never more happy than when I stopped getting questions asking what happened to my neck, especially from Levi's dads. It wasn't like I could tell them their son had happened. Hell no. If they found out I was sleeping with their son, I'd probably be booted from the B&B faster than I could say boo. At least Levi had thoughtfully chomped low enough to hide the mark under my shirt this time. He licked the spot he'd bitten, then returned to his position of resting his chin on my chest and watching me. Has anyone mentioned you have a nasty biting habit when you're mad? I commented, and pinched his ass again. He glared at me, but with how cozy and sleepy he was, he looked more like a grumpy kitty with his fur ruffled than anything intimidating.
"Stop it. You're making me hard again,"
he said, wiggling his butt, which had him grinding his half-mast cock against me. Knowing he was up for another round, had mine hardening to catch up too. That sounds like a non-issue to me, I said with a smirk, and continued rubbing his supple skin. When my hand glided up his spine, he let out a soft moan and shivered, which had me completely hard again. His hand reached around his back to stop mine from moving.
"Wait, I didn't even get to say what I was going to say yet,"
he protested. I placed my hands on his round butt again, but kept them still and nodded for him to speak. Tomorrow night at the B&B, we're having a pumpkin carving event. I was wondering if you wanted to join us if you're free. Of course, you're not obligated to since it's after your work hours, plus working events aren't part of your responsibility, but I think it'll be fun if you join.
He was rambling, which was something he'd never done before. That had me thinking this wasn't something as innocent as carving pumpkins with the other guests at the B&B. This was spending time with each other doing something other than sex, and the rational part of me said to tell him I was busy and couldn't go, because we didn't need to blur the lines anymore. It was already enough we'd spend most nights sleeping in each other's beds. We shouldn't make this more complicated than it already was. But then I caught Levi's eyes. He was watching me carefully, brown eyes warm and sparkling as he waited for my answer. Any thoughts of rejecting him flew out the window, so I nodded. Levi's eyes brightened even more as his mouth curved with a smile. His dimples appeared. He was the most beautiful sight I'd ever seen. I flipped us over so I was on top and plopped a smooch on his right dimple. Levi laughed as his hands roamed down my chest, following my treasure trail to his eager prize. I'd never been this horny for someone since my teens, but Levi had me burning and wanting more of him. This round was quick, as we were both tired. I jerked us off until he came screaming into my neck, and I followed soon after, painting both our chests with white-hot essence. Feeling boneless, I was tempted to sleep like this, cum drying in my pubes and all, but Levi seemed just fine as he shot out of bed. I groaned in protest, wanting him to come back and snuggle so I could have a good night's sleep. I determinedly ignored the implications of needing him with me to sleep well. It was because his sleeping beside me was ASMR, a sleeping mukbang, if you will, and that was exactly what I was going to keep telling myself. Levi smoothed back my bangs and pressed a kiss to my forehead. "I'll be right back," he murmured, then turned away. I watched his hips sway and butt jiggle seductively with every step. If it was physically possible, my dick would probably stand up tall and wag like a dog's tail to let the entire world know what a whore it was for Levi. A couple of minutes later, Levi padded back into the room with a hand towel in his hands. It was warm and damp against my skin as he gently wiped me clean. Nobody had ever taken care of me like this, definitely not my parents. They left me to my own devices as soon as I was able to take care of myself and haven't shown me any parental care since. My past lovers usually saw what I could do for them rather than the other way around, so Levi's actions were foreign, almost unnatural to me, but also so warming, like he'd wrapped up my inner child in a bubble of warm cotton and love. Love. I quickly pushed that thought out of my head, because the word love shouldn't be used anywhere in this relationship. It was just casual, having a little fun before I had to get back to my real life in the city. He tossed the hand towel to the ground before crawling back into bed. He tugged the covers over us, making sure to tuck one end under my empty side, and tucked himself into my other side. Pressing a kiss to the area he'd bitten earlier, he whispered a soft, "Good night," and then snuggled closer into the nook of my neck. A few minutes later, soft snores came from him as his warm breath hit my skin. I fell asleep, feeling warm and comfortable, and thinking that this felt anything but casual. But I didn't hate it either. Chapter 19. Andy. The next day, I debated whether I should bail on the pumpkin carving event with Levi later. Things had felt a little too personal last night, and though I didn't hate it, I was worried that maybe I was getting a little too attached. Maybe some space would do both of us some good. I could tell him I was coming down with something. That would be a good excuse to sleep separately too, but the thought of not having him tucked into my side tonight didn't appeal to me at all. And whenever Levi dropped by the kitchen when he was free, excitedly chatting about the pumpkins that were just delivered, or the fact that all 10 rooms at the B&B had signed up for the event tonight, I couldn't bear to be the one to ruin his mood. Time slowly ticked down until the evening service was over, and I still couldn't bring myself to bail on tonight. I cleaned up the kitchen while rattling sounded from the dining room. Levi had popped in to say he was going to set up for the pumpkin carving, which would take place in the dining room, since it was the largest room in the B&B. I quickly finished my task and headed out to help Levi set up. Peter and Henry had taken an early night and went out to town for a date, so Levi was the only one running this event. He had already set a large tarp on the floor in the middle of the room and pulled the tables together to make one large one. We carried about 30 pumpkins into the room and lined them up against the back wall for our guests to choose the one they wanted. They ranged from being as big as an Instant Pot to tinier ones that were probably meant for the kids.
Afterwards, we readied each spot with the tools needed for tonight. "Have you carved a pumpkin before?" Levi asked as he set the last station with tools. How they even had this many pumpkin-carving utensils was a wonder. Nah, my family never really celebrated Halloween. Or any holiday, for that matter, but I didn't tell him that. Levi's eyes bugged out at my answer, and I laughed, remembering that he must be fond of this holiday if he thought The Nightmare Before Christmas was a Halloween movie and not a Christmas one. "We're definitely going to change that tonight," he exclaimed, then ran to where the pumpkins were lined up and examined them until he found one he was satisfied with, and proudly brought it back over to me. "I picked the best one out for you. Don't worry, with me to guide you, you'll be a pumpkin-carving pro in no time," he said with a confident pat on his chest. I laughed. "Isn't it unfair to our guests if I get the first pick?" "I won't tell if you don't," he replied with a mischievous smile. I couldn't help myself and planted a kiss on those sexy lips, right there in the middle of the dining room, where anyone could see us. Levi was naturally surprised by my sudden action, as was I, but then those brown eyes warmed and melted away all my anxiety. There wasn't time to think too deeply about why Levi's smile had a calming effect on me, since the guests started flowing in at that moment. The B&B had been booked completely full for the last couple of weeks, and tonight was no exception. Guests from all 10 rooms came in, some with children leading in front of them, filling the room completely. Everyone chose their pumpkins, and Levi took center stage as he demonstrated how to start the carving process. Apparently, it wasn't as easy as just taking a knife to the orange squash. Levi went around the room, giving a hand to anyone who needed a little extra help. He was practically glowing with how animated he was, laughing and chatting with everyone as he helped them with their pumpkin. Some were older guests who visited every year, and others were experiencing Wintertown for the first time, but Levi still treated them like old friends. It was so clear that he loved people. It made sense why he worked so hard for the B&B and put his all into the place. It was because he loved the little community they built here. The guests might change, but the sentiment always stayed the same. Levi was so popular, even the kids pulled him away to brainstorm what to carve on their pumpkin, that I didn't get a chance to talk to him again until after I'd finished cleaning out my pumpkin and scooping all the seeds into a container to bake later. I'd never tried roasting fresh pumpkin seeds before, so it'd be interesting to see how they'd turn out. "That's a nice pile of pumpkin guts you have there," Levi said, popping up beside me, holding a mini pumpkin in his hand. I peered at him as he cut a hole at the top with ease and expertly scooped out the seeds. "Way to make it sound sinister," I teased. He turned to me with a goofy grin. His hair was tossed every which way, but on Levi, it looked like it had been meticulously styled on purpose. He looked put together, even after running around all day. The only thing that broke his perfect illusion was the stray pumpkin seed that had somehow made its way onto his forehead. "You got a little something," I commented, and gestured to where the pale yellow seed still covered in orange flesh stuck proudly on his skin. He used the back of his hand to wipe the area, completely missing the seed. I laughed and wiped my hands with a towel before stepping closer to him and reaching up. "Here," I said, and took the seed off. My thumb rubbed against his forehead. I didn't know if it was intentional or not, but Levi's eyes fluttered closed for the briefest second as he rubbed up against my palm. The action made it feel like time had stopped. Then his lids opened again, eyes focused on me, and the chatter and sound of excited kids starting their carvings faded away. Nothing else existed but Levi and me, and there was a sinking feeling that I was well and truly fucked for this man. No matter how much I tried to deny it, I'd already done the one thing I said I wouldn't do. I'd gotten attached. Then a kid tugged at Levi's clothes, bright-eyed as he asked for help with carving a dinosaur and breaking the spell that Levi always managed to cast over me. I pulled my hand back, mostly shocked by the child's interruption more than anything else. Levi shot me an apologetic look before leaving with the child to his station. The child had picked a pumpkin twice the size of his head, but it seemed his parents were working on it together with him. They placed the squash on the ground, so the kid had easier access to it. Levi squatted and took a marker to quickly sketch out a T-Rex's head. It was my first time seeing his artistic abilities, and I was surprised at how quickly the image appeared. It wasn't too detailed, which would make it hard to carve, but the image was definitely recognizable as the roaring dinosaur with its little arms. Levi bent over at the knees to get up butt first. I tried really hard not to stare at that ass, but it was really hard with how his jeans curved around that butt so deliciously. It was like every piece of clothing the man owned was tailor-made to fit him. The kid practically squealed when he saw the finished product and jumped into Levi's arms for a hug before tugging at his mom's shirt to show off his new design. Levi chatted with the parents for a while, smiling affectionately as the child ran to the other kids with a goofy smile to show off his new pumpkin. Of course, that led to the other kids requesting Levi's help too. He nodded patiently as he went to each child's station and drew their requested image. He left behind a group of happily laughing kids as he walked back to me with the brightest smile on his face and picked up his own tiny pumpkin. I had finished scooping out the rest of the seeds and cleaned the inside so it was ready to be carved. When Levi noticed, he bumped my hip with his. There was a shy smile on his face as he thanked me.
"Sorry, I invited you, but I've barely had any time to spend with you," he murmured.
He was focused on his pumpkin and moving quickly as he drew an outline for his carving. "It's okay. I'm enjoying myself," I replied, realizing that I meant it. This wasn't how I imagined my first carving experience, but I had fun watching Levi interact with everyone like old friends. I didn't get to spend much time with him, but I got to see another side of him, and that felt big. Levi smiled, shy but dimply, as he capped the marker he was using. I took a glance at his pumpkin and shouldn't have been surprised to see two doves with their beaks touching, as if kissing. The doves of destiny, who ambushed me everywhere I went and signified Levi's hope to find the person who was meant to be his. I didn't know if the birds were real and actually blessed people's love lives, but at that moment, I hoped it was, and that Levi would find someone who deserved him. And a little part of me whispered that that person was me. I laughed, thinking how silly this all was. At the club, I listed all those reasons, telling Levi that I was going to leave eventually so that he wouldn't get involved with me and risk his heart. But it looked like Levi wasn't the one I should have been worried about.
"What?"
Levi asked with a small smile and curious glance. "Nothing. It's just, you're amazing, you know that?" I answered, and that earned me an almost blinding beam from him. He stepped closer, all the way into my space, and leaned in to whisper so that only I could hear.
"I can show you just how amazing I am later tonight, when I have all the time in the world to teach you new skills to make up for neglecting you on your first pumpkin carving experience."
My heart skipped a beat at his implication, or at least what I thought he was implying, because the only thing we hadn't done in the bedroom yet was penetrative sex. The words got stuck in my throat, and all I could do was nod and pretend like I wasn't hard just thinking about having anal sex with Levi. Honestly, I didn't even know how I got through the rest of the pumpkin event. I was in a daze until I realized Levi and I were the only ones left in the dining room, and the fucking doves of destiny had been carved on the pumpkin I'd been working on too. I had some awareness of carving my pumpkin, but didn't realize what the design was until now. I tried to hide the pumpkin among the few that were left in the room when Levi wasn't looking. Some guests took theirs with them, while others couldn't since they had flown here. I thought I'd gotten away with the perfect crime, and if Levi saw the doves on the pumpkins, he'd think it was a tourist who'd copied the town's motif instead of pinning the work on me, because I surely couldn't explain why I'd carved the stupid doves when I made such a big deal about their lore being a scam. Levi grinned at me, and the twinkle in his eyes told me he knew. But at least he didn't bring it up, so I was very happy to keep pretending too. We cleaned up the stations and set the tables back where they belonged. After removing the tarp from the ground, we picked up the carved pumpkins to line them by the front door on our way out. Once home, I couldn't spin around and pin Levi to the door fast enough. He kissed me back, but mostly laughed at my eagerness.
"Wait, I'm covered in pumpkin guts,"
he moaned when I kissed down his chin to the sweet pulse by his neck. I had learned over the weeks that he didn't use any cologne, and the smell of pine and sunshine was purely him. I couldn't get enough of it. "I don't mind," I said. In fact, the slightly sweet and earthy pumpkin scent mixed nicely with his. He smelled good enough to gobble right up. Levi apparently had much better control of his desires, because he calmly pushed me back a few steps.
"Let's wash up quickly, and I'll meet you in my room, okay?"
I let out a huff of air, pouting in case that would serve to convince him that falling in bed right now was very crucial to my dick. Levi only laughed and pressed a soft kiss to my cheek.
"You better hurry,"
he shot over his shoulder before sidestepping me and disappearing into his room. That shot me into action as I took the fastest shower in my life.
I used both hands, foaming myself up until my entire body was like a giant bubble of soap, and scrubbed every single possible crevice. It wasn't until I was rinsing myself off that I felt silly for how impatient I was being. If my best friend saw me, he'd tease me for acting like an inexperienced virgin, and sex was anything but new for me. Then I thought about how I was going to get to experience it all with Levi, and it did feel new. I'd never been this excited to have sex with someone, even as a teen, so forgive me if I'd padded to Levi's room, hair still dripping wet, and did nothing but the towel that did a poor job covering the boner between my legs. I knocked on his door, just in case Levi needed more time for himself, but was never more glad when I heard him calling for me to enter. Opening the door, I stopped breathing at the sight that greeted me. Levi was fully naked, chest pressed against his bed, ass in the air facing the door and giving me the full view. He looked over his shoulder, the movement jiggling his ass so seductively that it felt like a sudden force of air pushed right through me again.
"You're finally joining the party,"
he purred. He slid his hand around himself, finger landing on his thigh, then slowly dragging it up the delicious smooth skin, past his butt cheek, and down his crack to his pink hole. It was only then that I realized he was already lubed up. A tiny bit of the slippery lubricant oozed out as he slipped a finger inside. The way his hole swallowed it up, as if seeking something more, had me feeling feral. A deep rumble went through me as I strode to him and grabbed hold of his hand to stop him. "That's mine," I said as I pulled his finger out of his hole. "You're supposed to be teaching me, not taking away my learning opportunity." Levi grinned over his shoulder, but didn't protest. He used his other hand to toss me the bottle of lube that was beside him.
"Okay, student. I guess the first step of any teacher's job is to gather what level said student is at. So," he peered at me with a questioning glance, "have you done anal before?"
I quickly lubed up 2 fingers, impatient to get my fingers inside of him. "I've done anal before, but never with a man," I stated as I slipped a finger inside slowly, so I didn't hurt him. Levi didn't even react when I slipped in past the knuckle. He'd definitely gotten the party started before me, and that had me feeling so jealous I was pushing in my second digit without giving him time to adjust. A tiny gasp escaped him at the sudden action, but his hole quickly sucked me in, still greedy for me as he tried to swallow my fingers as deeply as he could. He was so soft, but also gripped me so tightly that I knew he'd feel like heaven around my cock.
"It seems like you know the basics,"
Levi said with a chuckle.
"But there's one important difference between a man and a woman."
"You mean this?" I commented, and gave him a hard stroke down his hard cock. Levi's cock was a thing of beauty, and I never imagined I'd use that adjective for a dick. But his was a blush pink that turned a deep, erotic color when he was turned on like he was now. A bead of pre-cum stained my skin when I rubbed my thumb over his head, but I didn't linger there long and stroked down again. He shivered when I fondled his heavy balls. They were so full, I knew he'd come hard later. Another delicious sound escaped Levi's lips as he watched my action. He reached his hand through between his legs until he touched mine.
"Well, yes, obviously, but that isn't what I was talking about. You see, men have this wonderful thing called a prostate."
He placed his hand over mine and slipped 2 fingers inside his ass along my own. I could barely breathe at how his pucker swallowed up the 4 digits, the edges slightly puffy from the stretch, but he was taking it so good. When he was in the correct position, he used his finger to bend mine down, searching for something. I knew exactly what he wanted to show me when the tips of my fingers bumped against something smooth and rubbery and had him shaking on impact. He used his fingers again to guide me, to quirk mine, to hit that spot once more, and a bit harder this time. The shiver that ran through his body was accompanied by a throaty moan. His balls felt tighter inside my hand, more full, if that was even possible. His legs became unsteady as I continued hitting that beautiful spot inside of him, and Levi had turned into a blubbering mess. His fingers had slipped out of his ass at some point, and he was now pressing both hands beside himself to keep in position.
"Andy,"
he whimpered a needy sound that had the last thin thread of my self-control breaking. "Fuck," I said. My fingers slipped out of him with a pop as I flipped him over and crashed our mouths together. "I need you," I demanded between messy kisses.
"Yes. Fuck yes.
Condoms over there. He breathed against my neck. Hot breaths tickled my skin as he gently mouthed my pulse. Fuck, I cursed again when his legs wrapped around my waist and he started grinding his erection against my stomach. I quickly tore the condom packet and suited myself up before Levi wanted to end this party all on his own. He only stopped moving when he saw me lubing up. His eyes burned hot as he watched me. His chest heaved with each of his deep breaths, and his damp hair clung to his forehead. This was the first time he didn't look perfectly put together, and he was fucking beautiful. He couldn't get any more beautiful than this, was what I thought. But then he crooked his leg outward, raising it in invitation. You're gonna kill me, you know that? I rasped out and spread his cheek out so I could get a good look at my target. His hole twitched as if calling for me, and who was I to deny it what it wanted?
Well, let's see what we can do about reviving you then, he said, and scooted his ass to the head of my dick.
I groaned when he shook his hips, teasing me like the little cock tease he was. A smirk lined his face as he watched me, but was quickly wiped away when I spread his legs wider apart from me. I steadied my base and looked at him for permission, hoping to God that he was ready because my body was begging to be inside him. The heavens answered my prayers when he nodded. It was all the permission I needed as I started the sweet slide inside of him. Our eyes locked, never once breaking, as I entered him all the way to the hilt. There was an emotion in those browns that looked a little too familiar, an emotion that was feeling a little too overwhelming and demanded attention no matter how much I tried to ignore it. Right now, I didn't worry about stuffing those emotions into a tidy box and used my body to show him how I felt instead. You feel so good, I breathed, rocking my hips experimentally. Levi hummed in appreciation. His hips bounced up to meet me, pushing me deeper inside of him. My lids closed at the overwhelming sensation. He felt so much like heaven that literal stars were shining under my lids. Then he was pulling me closer and bringing our lips together again. I kissed him with everything I had, savoring his taste and the perfection of this moment. When the kiss broke, our eyes met again, and we went quiet. Our eyes did the talking. His browns sparkled with the same emotions that must have shone in mine. Care, tenderness, affection, and maybe something more.
Chapter 20. Levi. The way Andy looked at me wasn't the way someone looked at their hookup. That was something I knew for sure, but before I could analyze the confused emotions in his eyes that looked suspiciously like what I'd been feeling for him, Andy rocked his hips again. He went slow at first, thrusting experimentally until he changed his angle and hit that bundle of nerves that set fire through my skin.
Is it here?
He whispered, lips pressed against my cheek as he went on his knees and pushed my legs higher against my body. Then he went to town, ramming inside of me like he was on a mission to make me come. Well, he didn't have to work too hard, because the man forced my orgasm out of me. I was already so high on the emotions that all it took was another hard thrust against my prostate and his sweet lips swallowing my moans of pleasure. Andy wasn't far behind either. His hips shook off rhythm, all wild and desperate. His forehead landed on my shoulder, and with another thrust, he stilled and shot into the condom. As he calmed down from his orgasm, Andy licked and nibbled at the base of my collarbone. I swept his bangs out of the way so I could see his face and raised an eyebrow at him.
What? It's a sexy collarbone, he muttered and turned his head away from me and continued his licking and biting.
I laughed and flipped us over until I was on top. Andy yelped at the action, and his dick slipped out of me as well, but the sudden loss of him was worth being able to snuggle into his arms. Andy wrapped his hands around me, holding me safe, and with no complaint. It was very different from what I was used to in my past relationships. I didn't know if that was the thing with older men to not like cuddling, or if I just had really shitty luck, but it was like they had an aversion to snuggling, or maybe it was just snuggling with me. I liked how Andy didn't avoid it or push to sleep separately after sex. In fact, I had a feeling he liked sleeping together almost as much as I did. I'd come home late the other night, and Andy had already fallen asleep. I'd planned on sleeping in my own room that night, so I didn't disturb him, but I found Andy already curled up in my bed when I got out of the shower. He was such a sleepy thing, eyes not even opening as he wrapped all his limbs around me, like how he had the morning we'd met. I smiled at the memory, thankful that I'd gone home with Andy that night.
I knew Andy didn't believe our doves to be anything but fiction, but I like to think they had a hand in our encounter. Hell, we even met at the dove's fountain, after all. If that wasn't a sign, then I didn't know what was. There was also the fact that I'd never felt this comfortable with anyone else either. Things with Andy were easy, and that was refreshing when my past dating experiences were anything but. Andy liked to say that I needed to find someone who deserved me, and with each passing day in his arms, it was hard not to think he was that person for me. I liked him more than any casual arrangement allowed, and that was the thing. None of this felt casual. I might not be an expert at the whole dating thing, but all these nights with Andy, then sneaking kisses at work or finding time to have our lunch together, listening to each other's problems, and just being there. We might not be putting a label on anything, but this felt more like being in a relationship than all my past ones combined. And sure, I might not have the best track record. I fell a little too easily into a relationship, putting my all into making things work, but that didn't mean what I felt for Andy wasn't real and intense. I wanted to fight for this cozy spark I knew would grow if we cherished and nurtured it. I just hoped that, unlike all the other men, Andy was willing to pick me too. The next couple of days slipped through my fingers as I tried to figure out the best way to bring this up with Andy. We hadn't been any less intimate. In fact, it felt the opposite. Making out in the kitchen stockroom when things were slow at the B&B had always been a thing, but it usually never went past that. Now, I found myself pressed to the wall, and Andy on his knees for me, working me up until I was spilling into his eager mouth. I was so lost in the pleasure that even after he fixed up my clothes and brushed back my hair, I still felt weak in the knees. Meanwhile, Andy looked completely unaffected as he told me about the couple who'd come in for breakfast that morning. It was something about them being food bloggers and complimenting Andy's cooking. My head was still foggy, and I didn't catch most of it, but the way Andy lit up as he spoke was burned into my mind. I pulled him in, then kissed him, slowly and gently. I savored his taste mixed with a hint of my essence, and I tried to engrave his lips into my soul.
"What was that?"
he asked, and I could feel his smile against me. "You make me feel so much. I think I'm falling in love with you. You're amazing, so gosh dang beautiful that I wish I was the only one for you." "Nothing," was what came out instead. "Just a thank you for being you." Andy pulled back just enough to look at me. There was a softness in his eye that I'd never seen before, but by God did I want to see more of it.
"Thank you for being you too,"
he replied, and kissed me so sweetly it had my toes curling. It took almost everything in me to put myself together enough to return to work. Andy needed to start prepping for the lunch service, and I had some inventory I needed to do. The B&B was completely booked for the rest of the year, which was a nice change of pace, since we were usually slow around Thanksgiving time before picking up again for the winter rush. So I needed to make sure we were stocked with more than enough supplies. In the middle of sorting and organizing old sheets to be donated, Dad found me.
"Hey, son, got a minute?"
I folded the duvet cover that had faded after many cycles in the wash and nodded. "Hey, Baba. What's up?"
"Andy has a proposal for the B&B about expanding the kitchen. Your pops and I want you to hear him out and make the final decision."
My hand paused as I turned to face him. Ever since I'd started working at the B&B full-time, my dads had always included me in making decisions for the B&B, since I would take over one day, but this was the first time they wanted me to take full and complete charge of something. At first, I started panicking, thinking they might know what was happening between Andy and me, but if that was the case, wouldn't it make more sense for them to exclude me, so I wasn't biased? Dad must have seen the surprise on my face, because he chuckled and clapped me on the shoulder.
"You give everything you have to the B&B, and we think you're ready. Your pops and I think it's time for us to take a step back. We'll still be here to help, but we know you'll take care of this place."
I didn't chuckle with him. I didn't know what to say. We'd had many conversations about me taking the reins at the B&B, but I never imagined they'd spring this on me like this, with me standing in the middle of our linen closet, surrounded by black trash bags filled with donations. Dad laughed again, then gently pulled my arm to guide me out of the closet.
"Andy's waiting in the office right now to give the proposal, and we know you'll make the best decision for fated encounters."
That had my mouth hanging open again.
I was just starting to accept that they were going to let me take charge of the restaurant idea Andy had, but I didn't think he meant right this second. I was still processing by the time Dad led me through the lobby and to the tiny office behind the reception desk. The room was mostly used for admin work or the rare in-person interviews we got. Currently, Andy was sitting in the leather chair facing the desk. He turned around and looked as shocked as I probably felt when he saw me. Before I could say anything, the door behind me closed, leaving only Andy and me inside the room.
"What are you doing here, Levi?"
Andy took a step toward me and held out his hand, as if he wanted to wrap me up in his arms. My body moved closer too, as if automatically seeking him out, but Andy dropped his hand before we could touch. He looked behind me at the door with a nervous expression. We hadn't been particularly safe about not getting caught while messing around at the B&B, but even I agreed we should probably be a bit more professional here in the office. I cleared my throat and walked around the desk to sit across from Andy. "I'm here to listen to your proposal," I replied with my hands clasped in front of me on the desk. I probably looked very professional at that moment, if I said so myself. Andy returned to his seat and looked at me with confusion. It was clear what his expression meant. He was wondering why I was here instead of my dad's. "I'm also one of your bosses, remember?" I reminded him.
"I know,"
he said softly.
"Sorry, I just wasn't expecting you."
He looked at his lap and played with his hand. After a moment, he looked up again.
"I know you want to do what's best for the B&B, but—"
My heart beat loudly in my chest. Was he going to use our relationship to get what he wanted? I didn't think he was that kind of guy, but Andy had worked hard on this proposal for the past few months. He hadn't told me in detail what he had planned, just something about wanting to open the restaurant up to the public, but he was pretty secretive about everything else. If he was so invested in this idea, would he do everything possible to make sure the idea got the go-ahead? My fingernails pressed into my skin as he continued speaking.
"I hope you won't let what this thing is between us sway your decision. I only want you to approve of this proposal if you think this plan is ready to be implemented. If not, I'll redo the proposal as many times as needed until it is."
I loosened my fingers. This was the Andy I'd grown to adore over the course of his stay here. He didn't take the easy way out or try to find shortcuts. He charged toward his goal with steady determination and the belief that he'd accomplish everything he set out to do. My hand itched to reach out to grab his, but he was keeping things professional, so I needed to as well. I smiled, and with a nod, I replied, "I promise. In here, I'm your boss and the caretaker of Fated Encounters B&B, and nothing more." Andy sighed with relief, then returned my smile. I gestured for him to start his presentation, and he handed me the packet of papers for me to review. As I looked through the pages, Andy explained his plans in detail. I was surprised at the amount of research he put into this. I figured the packet would only contain logistics of how he planned on implementing the restaurant and the menu, but it also contained data on the restaurants in town. Apparently, he'd found time to speak with some employees from dining establishments all over town, found an area of necessity within the industry, and used that information to predict the probability of success for this plan. There were charts and business lingo that made my head spin.
"My best friend, Casey, helped me sort out some of the more technical side of the data. He's a food critic and has eaten at hundreds of fine dining establishments, and I can proudly say this idea has a seal of approval," he said, looking proud, but also sheepish somehow.
"Wow," I said as I absorbed everything he presented. Andy was thoroughly prepared to make this venture real, and had even canvassed the employment market for the influx of staff we'd need to make this happen. He'd already talked to a few high schoolers who were eager to get a part-time job and could start as soon as possible, and he'd talked to Julie about going full-time for the holiday season. "You say you also want to do special events during the holidays and give those in the community who don't have anyone to celebrate with a place to go?" I asked. I was very interested in this idea. The B&B stayed open during the holidays, and we usually did something small for them, but nothing on a grand scale like Andy was suggesting. He nodded.
"I found that most places in town aren't open during Thanksgiving or Christmas, which is fair, since they deserve to spend the holidays with their families."
He leaned in closer and put a hand by his mouth, like he was telling me a secret.
"I spoke to some of the town gossips and learned that there's a group of people who don't have family living in the area and usually spend the holidays alone. I think holiday events would not only bring in money for the B&B, and it would establish the place even more as a pillar in the community."
He paused,
looking a bit shy as he looked at me. And I think it'll be a wonderful thing to bring people together with food during a time when those who are alone feel the loneliest.
Fuck. This man was just too wonderful. The way he glowed as he spoke about this project showed just how passionate he was about feeding people. He cared about people, even if he tried to deny it. And there was one thing that was very clear. He loved cooking. I've been under the delusion that if I showed Andy how perfect we were together, I'd be able to convince him we were perfect here in Wintertown. But after hearing about this plan, this tiny part of his bigger goal, I knew it wouldn't be fair to him. I couldn't ask him to give up his dreams in New York to stay here with me, just like how I could never leave the B&B and Wintertown behind. Besides, we'd never discussed the specifics of our relationship, aside from agreeing that we wouldn't talk about it. So maybe the glimpses of affection I saw in those tender moments were all in my head and didn't mean anything at all. Andy had a home to return to, and I was lucky enough to have him for the short time he was here. I just had to remember that.
Chapter 21. Andy. My heart was loud in my chest as I waited for Levi's decision. He looked through the packet again, pausing to take a longer read on the page where I detailed out the holiday event we could host at the B&B. I knew it was a lot to ask for, and I was being presumptuous to make the B&B even busier than it already was during a time he might want to be spending with his family. But I've been one of those people who had nowhere to go on the holidays, besides a cheap fast food joint that didn't give a flying fuck about me. It was the shittiest feeling in the world to see everyone happily enjoying time with their families while feeling like wasted space. So, I was passionate about bringing this project to life at the B&B. Even if it was just this one holiday season, I could at least give them a sense of belonging for a little while. Plus, it would look good on my resume to put that not only did I spearhead the expansion of a restaurant, but I hosted events for the community as well. If I was being honest, I hadn't given my resume much thought recently. Gaining experience to show the fancy places in New York was the reason I was so determined to make the restaurant expansion work. But the more research I put into the idea, the less I thought about New York. I was having fun setting things up, chatting with the locals and hearing what life around here was like, and knowing that I could make a difference for the people here. There weren't many eatery options in town, so opening the B&B restaurant to everyone would be mutually beneficial to the town and the B&B's pockets. I knew this idea would work, but as I watched Levi review the material, doubts still formed. You'll never make anything of yourself. These voices that sounded like a mixture of my parents and my inner dialogue were loud in my ears. The doubts had always chased after me, but they were especially annoying in moments like these, tearing down my confidence despite having a solid plan. Levi finally looked up at me and smiled.
"Okay," he said. "Let's do this."
"Really? And you're saying that because you think this will actually work and be beneficial to the B&B and not because we're..." My words fell off, not knowing how to finish that sentence. Sleeping together. It was accurate, but it felt too cheap to describe our relationship that way, because Levi and I were more than that. We cared about each other and sought each other out whenever there was a free moment. Hell, we even slept in each other's arms every night. I might have been the one who told him I didn't have time to be distracted by our relationship, but I'd failed at keeping my distance from him. Levi and I were already in a full-blown relationship. We just hadn't put a label on it, and I was starting to hate my past self for agreeing to keep this casual. Past Andy should have known that once things started with Levi, I'd be captured under his spell. That was how it had always been since the first night I'd met him and took him back to the B&B with me. Then again, I couldn't resist agreeing to help him with his dating life, and we all knew how that went. Now, I didn't want Levi dating anyone except me, but thinking that and saying it out loud were two different things. Besides, the fact I was returning to New York come March still hadn't changed. Although, these days, I didn't think about the big city as much anymore. I still wanted to make something of myself, to prove my worth, but a small part of me wondered why I couldn't do that here. I glanced at Levi, who was staring at the packet of papers I'd put together and nibbling on his bottom lip. He hadn't said anything about my comment earlier. I wanted to know his thoughts. Would he even want me to stay? Because if he asked, I think I might agree. Levi looked up again, determination in his eyes.
"I'm agreeing to this solely based on the facts and data you provided. I think this idea will let our B&B expand. Plus, I really like the holiday events you want to implement. It's a great way to show the residents of Wintertown that we're taking being a part of the community seriously. So, what's our next step? Putting up flyers for more staff? And do you have the list of what we need to purchase since we're hoping to increase our customer base? I know we don't nearly have enough plates and cutlery for that. I'll place the order tonight. I want to be able to open our doors to the rest of the town as soon as possible.
He flipped through the packet to the page where I'd made a layout of the dining room to fit a few more tables. I watched, dazzled by him. He'd always worked hard for the B&B, but it always amazed me how he lit up when it came to the business. He loved the place, and it showed in every one of his actions. When I didn't reply, he glanced up and asked, "What?" "Can we put aside the professionalism for just a second so I can kiss you?" I asked, and then he lit up for another reason. Those dimples reappeared, teasing me as he leaned over the table and gave my heart exactly what it needed. The kiss was as sweet as the person in front of me. Over the next few days, Levi and I worked closely together to get everything ready to open the restaurant up to the town. The teenagers I chatted with while I was conducting research on my days off at the B&B were excited to get started as soon as possible. They could only work for the dinner service because of school, but I expected dinner to be our busiest time anyway. I thought it would take much longer to prepare everything, but by the second week of November, all preparations had been completed. Levi's dads had spread the word in the town that the B&B would open its restaurant to everyone, and I'd overheard them complimenting me on my cooking to the residents more than once too. The compliments made me self-conscious knowing they were coming from Levi's dads. I wanted them to like me, and it wasn't just because I was their employee. Levi and I hadn't been any less intimate these past few weeks, despite being even busier than usual with the preparations. Because we'd been so busy, I hadn't had time to sit down with him to have a conversation about our relationship, or how I wanted a clearly defined relationship with him, and not this limbo of dating but not talking about it. But there was just never the right time. Then, the first day of the restaurant's official opening to the town came, and we got even busier. It felt like half the town came to show their support. All the tables were full for lunch, and we were so busy that Peter was helping me cook. Henry had been put in charge of washing the dishes, and Levi was serving along with Julie. All of us were running around like a chicken with its head chopped off until the dinner rush was over. "I say today was a success," Henry said with a huge grin, then returned to the kitchen and snapped a picture of me. As soon as he was free, he got in his camera and started taking pictures of the happy customers and everyone working. It was for the memories, as he'd put it. I was caught off guard by the picture and made a face between a grimace and a smile when the flash went off. Henry took a look at his camera screen and laughed. Peter leaned over Henry's shoulder to take a peek and smiled when he saw what was on the screen. Henry flipped the screen over to reveal a photo of me with my bangs slick with sweat and my face with a constipated expression. I did look very funny, so I couldn't help but chuckle along with them. "What are you guys up to in here?" Levi asked, carrying a tray of dirty plates and dropping them off into the sink. "Just immortalizing Andy's big day," Henry joked. Levi came to my side and rested a hand on my arm. "It's a day to remember. You did great today, babe." We both froze almost in unison. I was shocked by the term of endearment, considering this was the first time Levi had called me that. I very much liked how it sounded. I just wished this wasn't happening in front of Levi's dads. Levi's hand snapped away from me as he hid it behind his back. His eyes flicked to his dad's. They were watching us now. Henry's eyes were wide with either shock or horror, though I hoped it was the former. Meanwhile, Peter was much calmer. His gaze flicked between Levi and me, as if trying to read us. He narrowed his eyes, and I feared he was about to cuss me out or kick me to the curb, but he didn't do either of those things. "I knew it," Peter exclaimed, looking a bit smug. "How long has this been going on?" "What are you talking about, honey?" Henry's eyes flicked between his husband and us. Nobody spoke, so it was just a four-person stare-off, which Henry broke with a slightly panicked look. "What's going on?" "Hush, honey," Peter told his partner, then came to take Levi's hands. "It's okay. You don't have to tell us now if you're not ready. All that matters is that you're happy, and you have been very happy lately. Now I finally know why." Peter glanced at me, but there was no malice or anger. He was assessing me like he was really seeing me for the first time, and there seemed to be approval in his eyes. Levi hugged him.
"Thanks, Pops. I love you,"
he murmured, with an armful of his pops. Even though the words weren't directed at me, hearing them come out of Levi's mouth had my heart tingling. Henry watched his husband and son, fretting a bit, then wrapped them both in his arms. They laughed as Henry started pressing kisses onto both of their heads. It was so obvious they loved each other, the way a family should, and though there might have been a hint of jealousy at the scene, I was mostly happy Levi had this support system.
"All right, let's leave them alone for a bit. Come on, honey. There's lots of cleanup to do out there,"
Peter said, breaking the hug, then dragging his husband, who was muttering about being left out again, out of the room. Levi and I stood a couple of inches apart. We looked at each other and then started laughing. "Well, I guess that means we have your Pops' approval," I said when the laughter died down. Levi looked at me with soulful eyes when he heard my statement. He bit his plump bottom lip, and the action had me closing the distance between us, wanting a taste too. I reached out and released his lip from the abuse. It was slightly red from his teeth, and I really had to hold myself back from kissing him. Levi met my gaze, searching for something, then asked softly,
"Is there anything between us that warrants approval?"
There was no doubt in my mind what I wanted, so I didn't even hesitate when I replied. "I want there to be." The smile Levi gave in reply, full of dimples and teeth, captured me like a sunflower drawn to the radiance of the sun. I wanted him, and most importantly, he wanted me too.
Chapter 22. Levi. The grand opening of the expanded restaurant was a success, and it wasn't the only success of the night. I hadn't meant to call Andy babe, especially not in front of my dad's, but I was just on a high from how happy I was about the successful day. Andy had worked so hard on this project, and I wanted so badly for things to work out for him. So when the day passed without a single pause in the flow of customers, I couldn't contain my excitement and blurted that word. And I was so glad I did, because we were now boyfriends. Officially. Although nothing in our relationship really changed, since we were basically dating without the title already. I was ridiculously happy. My dads were supportive too, when I told them Andy and I were dating. Dad was mostly surprised I was dating someone my age, which, fair. My love for silver foxes didn't go away. I just loved Andy more. Pops took the news well, which was surprising since he'd called it before Andy and I had even had a chance to really establish what there was between us. But Pops had been right about me being happy and how Andy made me happy, because he did. This wasn't like my past relationships, where I worried I was being too much of myself and would chase them away. Andy saw me for me, a workaholic who wasn't perfect, yet he still liked me anyway. My dads wanted to spend more time getting to know Andy after I told them about us, but besides a quick late-night dinner, there hadn't been time with how busy the B&B was, and now the restaurant too. Thank God we were able to hire more people in the last week because demand for the restaurant hadn't died down after the first day, which also meant that Andy hadn't had a day off since the restaurant opened. I suggested closing the restaurant a couple days a week, but he had been adamant about staying open since it was still so new. It was good for business, but it also meant we didn't have much energy after work for much more than quick hand jobs before falling asleep curled up together. Even though I was exhausted, I was also happier than I'd ever been. Every day was fulfilling. With more townsfolk dropping by to eat at the restaurant, it felt like we'd become a bigger part of the community too. And the best part of it all was doing this with Andy by my side, watching him thrive more every day as people got even more excited about his food. Thanksgiving was soon approaching as we got everything finalized for our first holiday event. Thanksgiving at Fated Encounters would be buffet style, and tickets for the event were priced just high enough to cover ingredients and waitstaff expenses. Andy had decided to do sign-ups for the Thanksgiving orders to give us a better head count of those who wanted to dine with us. And thank goodness he did, because it was only then that we realized there was a lot more interest than expected. The first day sign-ups went out, we already had enough people to fill our dining room completely. It broke my heart to know there were so many folks in Wintertown who didn't have a place to spend the holiday, and when more people came to ask about getting on the wait list, hoping to squeeze in a couple of hours to spend with the others that night, I knew I wouldn't be able to turn anyone away.
"What are we going to do?"
Andy asked when he looked at the full list and our limited dining area. His brow knitted together when another elderly couple asked my dad about a Thanksgiving meal the next day. I knew them from around town. They were a couple whose children lived far away and rarely came back to visit, and since they were getting up there in age, they probably had a hard time cooking elaborate meals just for themselves. Andy had on such a sad face as my dad explained our event was fully booked out and turned them away. I didn't want this either. I wished we could accommodate everyone, but the B&B was only so big. Then an idea popped into my head. I remembered that a few years back, someone booked the B&B out for a wedding. It was our first and only wedding here, but they had insisted on wanting it at the B&B since this was where they fell in love. We'd purchased a huge party tent with sidewalls and everything. It was in storage somewhere in the attic and hadn't been used since, but we could fit more people with it. It might be a little cold being November, but at least they wouldn't be completely out in the elements. We could borrow heaters and tables from our friends and neighbors, decorate with some sparkly lights to make it more inviting, and we could accommodate more people that way. The more I thought about it, the more feasible the plan became. "Wait!" I called out to the couple before they left and told them to come back tomorrow night for a feast. We didn't have much time to put this all together, but the bright smile on the couple's faces was worth it, even if I had to stay up all night.
"What do you have planned?"
Andy asked with a smile. Dad looked curious as well. I turned to Andy, determined that we could make this work. "Do you trust me?"
"Yes,"
he answered without hesitation. It was a one-word reply, but the sincerity I heard in his voice told me he truly meant it, and that meant everything. So I told him the plan for making more room for guests in the living room as well as bringing out the large tent to create more space. They were immediately on board. Dad went to find Pops to inform him of the plan, and Andy turned to me. There was so much trust when he looked at me, like he didn't doubt a single thing I did.
"What do you need me to do?"
he asked. "We'll need to borrow heaters and folding tables and chairs, and decorate too. We have to make it look nice. I don't want people to think we threw this together at the last minute, even if we did. Shit, maybe I was too eager telling the couple to come back when we don't even know if we'll get all this done in time," I said with a huff. The setup was going to take time, even with the four of us, and we still needed to finish the ingredient prep for tomorrow's big day of cooking. Andy pulled me into a hug, his scent immediately filling me and calming me down.
"Breathe. It's going to work out,"
he stated.
"I'll drive to town and talk to the restaurant owners to see if we can borrow anything from them."
I pulled back to look at him. "Since when did you get so close to the owners in town?" Andy shrugged.
"We chatted when I was doing research for the proposal, and we got to talking."
"Why aren't I surprised?" I said with a laugh. "You're making yourself right at home here." I immediately pressed my lips flat, regretting saying that out loud. I didn't want him to feel like I was trying to hint at anything. Andy and I were dating, but he was still leaving at the end of the contract. I couldn't ask him to stay, but I wasn't just going to let him go either. If it meant we had to go long distance to keep him in my life, I'd do it.
"Yeah, I am."
His words called to a selfish part inside of me that I'd hope I had no right feeling light up. But before I could ask him more about it, he pressed a kiss to my forehead.
"I need to head into town before the restaurant's closed for the night. I'll be back,"
he said. Then he was gone as he grabbed the keys to the B&B's truck. I was frozen in place until he was out of sight, but then I sprang into action. There wasn't enough time for me to dawdle here. We had a lot we needed to do tonight. I pulled up my phone and started going through my contacts to call in some favors. My dad's returned not long later with a giant folded-up tent. We quickly set it up in the back and connected it to the door at the back of the dining room, so it would be easy to move from one place to the next. It took us a good hour or two to set up, made harder in the dark of the night, but we got it up eventually. Pops and Dad went to call their contacts to see what we could borrow. Andy returned not long later, and I was surprised to see Jim's truck pull in behind him.
"Ran into them in town,"
Andy said. He came up and plopped a kiss on my cheek in greeting. My face heated at the intimacy in front of my friends, who were looking at us with huge grins on their faces.
"Andy told us the plan, and my bosses agreed to lend the outdoor heaters we use during the festivals,"
Jim said when he came closer.
"Just tell us where you want them and what else we can do to help."
"Just lending us the heaters is more than enough. You guys don't have to do anything else," I said. "We want to," Austin replied with a hand on my arm. I wanted to argue, not wanting to impose when they were probably tired from a long day at work. But if there was one thing I knew about my friends, it was that they couldn't be convinced otherwise when they were determined to do something. "Thank you," was all I could say as I gave them the biggest hugs and then instructed them on where to set everything up.
Andy had the tables and chairs in the bed of the truck, but I was surprised to find the cab of the truck filled with grocery bags.
"We're going to need more food if we don't want to run out tomorrow," he said with a smirk.
I was so focused on creating more space for people that I didn't even think about that. But thankfully, I had Andy. "We make a good team," I commented. Andy laughed and kissed me again, lingering this time. We didn't pull away until there was a sound of a throat clearing behind us, and Jim and Austin were back to carry more stuff inside.
"All right, lovebirds. We need to get to work,"
Jim teased. I laughed and dropped one last kiss on Andy's lips before helping them carry everything inside. Andy had brought enough tables to fill half the tent, and just as we finished placing them down, more people came to drop off what they could. Neighbors and friends from town showed up one after another, dropping off folding tables, so many chairs, and even things I hadn't even thought of, paper plates, utensils, and decorations. I was overwhelmed with all the support our community was showing us, and the kind faces of the people telling us we were doing a good thing for the community. I looked at Andy, heart-warm and very appreciative of the man, because none of this would have happened if not for him.
"I know that expression when I see it,"
a familiar voice said to my side. I turned to see my best friend, Felix, standing there in the flesh. I practically screamed when I saw him and ran to pull him into a hug. Felix had moved away last year to another small town named Christmas Falls. I teased him about trading one holiday town for another, but in reality, the move was good for him. He'd found the love of his life there, and had even started his own business with a friend. "What are you doing here?" I asked my friend when the hug ended. I looked him over. Felix was exactly as I remembered him. With his baby blue eyes and shining gold hair, he looked like a sweet angel. Beside him was a giant, grumpy man with knitted brows that could rival Andy's. Felix stepped to his side, and the man visibly softened. "We came to visit my parents and heard you needed help. Plus, I wanted to officially introduce you to Bruce," Felix said with a bright smile as he showed off his boyfriend. Bruce nodded with a greeting, then Felix sent him off to help set up, which Bruce obeyed without a word. The man was clearly wrapped around Felix's finger. "Is that okay? Making your boyfriend help when he doesn't even know me?" I asked, as I watched Bruce walk up to Andy. Bruce said something to him, then nodded towards us, probably explaining the situation. Felix waved my question off, then hooked his arms in mine. "It's fine. Bruce may look like that, but he's a big teddy bear who loves to help. But more importantly," Felix paused and looked at me again, "you've been holding out on me. You're in love." Things had been so busy at the B&B that Felix and I hadn't been able to catch up in a while, and it was only now that I realized a lot had happened since the last time I spoke with him, so I nodded. The squeal Felix let out right by my ear was dizzying. "Oh my God, who is it? Is he here?" he asked, looking around. I glanced at where Andy was, and Felix must have caught my line of sight because he smirked and hung an arm around me. "He's cute, though a lot younger than I expected. He looks around your age. What happened to your silver fox obsession?" Felix teased. If you asked me a few months ago, I would have said that Andy was nowhere near my type. But now, my type was him and him alone. "He's the same age as me, actually, but he'll become a silver fox one day," I replied with a smirk. Just thinking about it sent warmth through me, and I realized it was something I really looked forward to. Growing old with Andy? That sounded like a dream. Felix just smiled knowingly. "We need to get together another day so you can tell me all about him. But you look happy." "I am. I really am," I replied, which only had Felix's smile shining brighter. He laughed and patted me on the back. "After all these years of seeing you chase older men, who would have thought you'd fall in love with someone your age, and I'd be the one in an age gap relationship?" I agreed and laughed. Fate really worked in mysterious ways, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Chapter 23. Andy. I didn't doubt that we'd be able to get everything ready for Thanksgiving, but we got it done a lot faster than I expected, all thanks to the people who came to help. Some could only stay for a little while, as it was getting late, and they had their own Thanksgiving preparations to do, but we were thankful for any help we could get. The community here was something I'd never experienced before. It wasn't like this in New York, where everyone was their own personal island. Here, there were no such things as strangers. People were willing to do what they could to help, as seen by everyone bringing their folding tables and chairs to lend us, and then staying to help get everything ready. It was late by the time we finished,
But Levi's friends, Austin, Jim, Felix, and his boyfriend, Bruce, all stayed until both the dining room and the outside tent were set up and decorated. This was the first time I'd met Felix and Bruce. Felix was apparently Levi's best friend, who had moved away last year. I could tell they were close as they chatted animatedly while they worked. They glanced my way a few times, which made me wonder if Levi was talking about me. And by the smiles and cute blush that graced Levi's skin when he peeked at me, I hoped it was something good. "Were you talking about me with your friend earlier?" I asked Levi later that night as we slipped into bed. Levi took his spot snuggled by my side, his head resting on my arm. Or at this rate, it was quickly becoming his arm.
"Maybe,"
Levi hedged with a grin.
"Felix says he'd love to go on a double date with us before they leave town. He wants to get to know the man who makes me incredibly happy."
I rolled him over so he was half on top of me, making my body as warm as my heart was feeling right about now. "I make you happy?" I asked. His pops had mentioned something about that before, but I couldn't be sure that I was the source of Levi's happiness.
"You do. You make me so happy,"
he admitted, eyes shining with joy. Levi had always worn his emotions on his sleeve, and right now, he was showing just how much he felt for me. And fuck if it wasn't tugging my own feelings to the forefront. "I love you," I blurted out, and those sweet dimples appeared on Levi's face. I hadn't meant to tell him that now since we should be sleeping, especially if we didn't want to be running on only a couple of hours of sleep for the event, but it felt right. Levi was always so honest about his feelings, and he deserved that I gave him the same.
"I love you,"
he said, pressing the words into my mouth, and it was everything. I almost told him right then and there that this was what I wanted, to be with him, here, but I didn't want him thinking I was only saying it because I was caught up in the moment. I'd been thinking about it for a while. I kept telling myself, Levi, and everyone else that I was leaving once my time here was up. I had big dreams that led me back to New York, but these days, when I thought about the penthouse in the city, all I felt was the coldness of being alone. When I imagined working in some fancy restaurant, making my name known, it suddenly didn't seem as fulfilling as the heartfelt compliments from the guests who'd visited our tiny restaurant these past few weeks. Staying in Wintertown hadn't been the plan, but neither was falling in love with Levi. Now, however, these two things were all I could see myself wanting. So I held Levi tight as I drifted to sleep, planning to tell him tomorrow that I wanted this life with him, if he'd have me. We knew the Thanksgiving event would be packed, but the turnout was beyond our imagination. It felt like there was an endless stream of people coming as soon as the event started. I was so busy in the kitchen that I didn't even have time to take a peek outside, but from what I heard from Levi, the dining room, living room, and the tent were at max capacity. Yet there were still more people wanting to stay for dinner, so they'd had to set up chairs in the lobby for guests. It was only hours later, when new guests finally stopped showing up, that I got a chance to look around. Henry and Peter had helped me in the kitchen earlier, but they were now sitting with a group of familiar faces from town, finally getting a chance to have their Thanksgiving meal. Guests who were staying in the night at the B&B were mingled with the Wintertown residents, chatting like they were old friends. Levi came to my side and tucked himself under my arm.
"We did it,"
he whispered, looking around at all the happy faces. Singles, and even couples who would have spent the holiday by themselves, had all come together to enjoy the evening as a community.
"It's beautiful, and none of this would have happened without you."
Levi faced me, happiness blooming on his face. "No, we made this happen. It wasn't just me," I replied, and plopped a kiss on each of his sweet dimples. Levi laughed, but sobered not long later.
"You say that, but without you, we wouldn't even have any food to feed everyone. I don't know what we're going to do next year."
"Well, I might know someone who's willing to cook for next year's holiday event, and maybe even all the ones in the foreseeable future," I stated with a grin.
"Who?"
"Me." Levi flapped his mouth open, closed, and then open again to ask,
"Are you saying you'll come back for the holidays just for the events?"
I pulled him into my arms, chest against chest, and breaths mingled as I said, "No. I'm saying I want to stay here with you. I don't want to leave when my contract is up. In fact, I was hoping we could make a more permanent arrangement." The utter shock on Levi's face had me smiling with amusement.
"But
What about your goals? Your dreams back in the city? You can't give that all up for me. Levi's voice cracked at the end, and it broke my heart to hear. It was obvious Levi's exes had made him feel like he wasn't someone worth choosing, and that couldn't have been more wrong. Levi said I made him happy, but he also brought more happiness into my life than I ever could have imagined. He loved me when I felt unworthy of it. He saw me, and he cared. Levi's exes were fools to have let him go, but I was thankful to them because now he was mine, and I would never take him for granted. Staying here doesn't mean I'm giving up on my dream. I wanted to make something of myself, to prove that I was worthy. I found that here every single day with you and the small-town residents who acted like my food was the best thing on this damn earth. That made Levi smile. So, staying here with you, working at the B&B, I consider that a dream upgrade. Because now, I get to do everything that feeds my soul with the man I love by my side. I choose you and this life. Levi's eyes were bright as he looked at me. I think I fell in love again just now. Laughing, I kissed him right there in the middle of the dining room. Hoots and hollers rang in my ears, and the people who were focused on their food now had their full attention on us. But I didn't care. Levi didn't seem to either, and deepened the kiss, giving everyone a show. There were stars in his eyes when the kiss broke. Should we join my dad's and get some food too? I groaned. Oh, God. I totally forgot they were here. They saw us kissing just now, didn't they? I said, and peeked to where Henry and Peter were sitting. They were, indeed, watching us with amusement. I tried to hide behind Levi. I can never show my face to them again. Levi chuckled and pulled my hand. Now I can't have that, because I plan to keep you around for a long time, and that means you'll be seeing them a lot. A long time, huh? Yep. Told Felix you'd be my silver fox one day. Something settled inside me at the thought of being with Levi long enough that our hair was more gray than anything else. To have a relationship like his dad's, supporting each other and being there for one another. I wanted it all. So I'll be your own personal Gomez? I asked teasingly. No. He stopped and spun around, looking me right in the eye as he said, You're my Andy. I don't want anyone else but you. There he went, surprising me and stealing my heart once again. And I had a feeling he'd keep doing that. Forever, if I had my way. Epilogue. Levi. Next Christmas. Babe, Andy called and popped his head into the kitchen. Leave that there for later. Let's eat first. The others are waiting for us. He came up behind me to where I was tackling some of the dishes after another successful holiday event and wrapped me in his arms. Even after a year of being together every single day, I never tired of this. These little moments where we just soaked in each other. Good job today, he whispered, and pressed a kiss into my temple. I turned in his arms and stole a real kiss. You too. I saw a lot of happy smiles and people contentedly rubbing their bellies out there. I wondered if the high interest last year was because of the novelty of the event, but Thanksgiving and Christmas this year proved that wrong. Just as many, if not more, people showed up. I like to say it was the rising reputation Andy had brought to the B&B. In the past year, he had really made a name for our restaurant, even bringing in food critics from around the world to travel to our sleepy little town to try his creations. I couldn't blame them. Andy had spoiled me with all the dishes he'd created this year. I'd noticeably gained a few pounds, and even my pants fit a little tighter now. The fame of our restaurant wasn't the only change that had come to Fated Encounters B&B. We hired a few more permanent staff to help in the kitchen, as well as the B&B side of the business. My dads had been serious about retiring to travel the world, and as soon as they knew I could handle managing the place with Andy and our helpers, they went on their first trip overseas. They came back every couple of weeks to visit, which I was very glad about, since I wasn't used to being away from them for so long. We walked hand to hand back out to the dining room. Colorful lights lined the walls with ornaments our guests made from the workshop we held last week, decorating the sparse areas. A large Christmas tree sat in the corner of the room. The neighborhood kids and the ones staying at the B&B had helped decorate earlier this month. It was a little chaotic, but still perfect. And of course, our signature Doves of Destiny, 2 doves kissing, sat at the top, watching over everyone in the room. Most of the guests had already left, so it was now the people who worked tonight, and our close friends and family. My dads had returned for the holidays and were sitting with Jim, Austin, and their families. Dad was excitedly showing them pictures he'd taken on the camera. Pops was laughing at whatever Dad was saying, probably telling a story about one of their adventures. Across from them were Ethan and Kingsley, guests turned friends from out of town. 3 years ago, their plane had made an emergency landing in Wintertown, and they stayed at our B&B and had fallen in love with each other here. Now, they returned every year around this time, always booking room 9, the same room they stayed in all those years ago. Casey, Andy's best friend from New York, had come to visit us too. I could tell they were close by the way they teased each other. There was a huge "I told you so" moment when Andy told Casey he wasn't returning to New York, but his friend had been happy for him. Apparently, Casey was moving away from New York too. Said he got a new job somewhere called Choreo City. Casey was currently chatting with Felix, Bruce, and Felix's parents. They usually spent Christmas and Christmas Falls, so I was surprised they had returned to Wintertown this year, but I was glad about it too. Everyone I loved was in this room, smiling, laughing, and just overall having a good time. Instead of guiding me to join our friends and family like I thought he would, Andy walked us over to the front of the room. "What are you doing?" I whispered, but he didn't answer me. With a twinkle in his eyes, he turned to face everyone.
"May I have everyone's attention, please?"
he called out. The entire room went silent, and all eyes fell on us. I was still looking at Andy, wondering what he was up to.
"Thank you all for being here today, and for helping us host another successful holiday event at Fated Encounters."
Cheers and applause sounded. Andy waited until they quieted down before continuing.
"I'm so happy to be able to spend this holiday with the people closest to us, our community, and I'm so excited to have you all here to witness this moment."
I was still confused about what was going on as I listened to him speak, but that confusion quickly turned into surprise when Andy pulled something out of his pocket, turned to me, and dropped to one knee. He took my hand in his, and I gripped it tight, wondering if this was actually real. Maybe I'd passed out without knowing, and this was all a dream. But then Andy smiled, squeezed my hand back as if to confirm that this was indeed happening, and then spoke.
"Levi, when I came here to Wintertown, I wasn't expecting to fall in love. But life has a way of doing the unexpected, putting you in my path, and I couldn't be more thankful for that. I love you, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you."
"Fuck, Andy! Yes! Fuck yes! I want to marry you!"
I practically screamed, pulling him up and jumping into his arms. Laughing, he caught me.
"I didn't even ask the question yet."
"It doesn't matter. The answer will always be yes. I love you, Andy, and I want to be your husband."
"Husband? I really like the sound of that,"
he said, his eyes darkening.
"Well then, what are you waiting for?"
I held my left hand out for him. Andy was clearly amused, but went along with it and slid the gold ring onto my finger, then pulled me in for a kiss. The room came to life with loud cheering and more applause, but it all faded into the background. I was lost in Andy, and I wanted to stay that way. When we finally pulled apart, our friends and family came up to congratulate us. My dad's pulled me in tight, and I swore I saw Pops with tears in his eyes. Felix screamed so loud as he literally jumped for joy, pulling me along with him. I realized Andy must have told Felix he was proposing, and that was why Felix was here instead of Christmas Falls. My man had everything planned out perfectly. Jim and Austin were calmer about it, but still very happy for us nevertheless, though Jim liked to claim Andy and I getting together was all thanks to him. I had to admit he wasn't wrong. If he hadn't dragged us out to the club, Andy and I might have kept dancing around each other. It wasn't until everyone took their seat again that I had time to really look at the ring. It was a simple gold band with a carving on the front side. When I took a closer look, I could see it was 2 doves kissing. Andy watched me, looking a bit smug when he saw I finally noticed what was on the ring. "I totally converted you," I said. He'd been so adamant that the Doves of Destiny was nothing more than fiction, but look at him now. He laughed and took my hand. I noticed he was wearing a gold ring as well, one that matched mine with the doves also engraved on it.
"In more ways than one,"
he whispered, coming closer to suck on my bottom lip.
"And I wonder what else you're going to change my mind about."
"Probably lots of things. We have the rest of our lives, after all." I kissed him, feeling light